Chapter 1, Kneeling 5 times, the Great Xia Nation's fate is about to collapse. Blue Star, 2035. The cold winter. The sky was like a decaying shroud, with a gray-brown industrial fog devouring the sunlight. Noon had arrived, yet it felt as cold as dusk. Great Xia, the imperial capital. 300 meters underground, the highest special operations team command center. The alarm suddenly shattered the deadly silence. Crimson warnings flashed wildly on the main screen, marking the unknown threat as incomprehensible. No one spoke. Everyone knew this was not an accident. This was Blue Star's final warning. Warning! Warning! The Sakura country's national fate barrier has shattered by 30%. Warning! Lighthouse country's contestant Jack has broken the rules and has been erased. Lighthouse country's coastal cities have issued an A-level alarm. Warning! Great Xia country's contestant Li Chang, life signs zeroed out. Confirmed dead. Cause of death, devoured by the bazaar. As the announcer's voice, trembling almost to the point of cracking, faded away, the thick golden light pillar representing Great Xia's national fate in the center of the screen dimmed once more. It looked so fragile, as though a gust of wind could extinguish it like a dying candle. Bang! A loud crash broke the silence in the command center. A rough, calloused, scarred hand slammed heavily on the ally desk, shaking the enamel teacup on the table, causing scalding tea to splash everywhere, rising into a faint white smoke. Damn it! Another fail. The 5th time. It's the 5th time. Team leader Qin Feng's eyes were bloodshot, spiderweb veins covering his eyeballs. He looked like a cornered beast, his chest rising and falling violently, his throat emitting a suppressed growl. That Li Chang, didn't he swear before entering the instance that his mental fortitude was strong? Ha! What happened? Less than 10 minutes in, he screamed because he heard ghostly knocking. This is a death wish. It's a wish for the national fate to perish. The surrounding staff all lowered their heads, not daring to make a sound. No one dared to provoke Qin Feng at this moment, because everyone knew in their hearts that Great Xia could not afford to lose. The 10th year of the Bazaar revival. In these 10 years, a terrifying game known as the Rule Bazaar Tales descended upon the world. It was like a god high above, or a demon that fed on human fear, randomly selecting a chosen one from each country to enter a Bazaar Tale instance at regular intervals. This was a death game that risked the national fate. If successful, the national fate would thrive, the bazaar would fade, the citizens would gain physical enhancements, resource rewards, and even access to technology and items to resist the bazaar. If they failed, the bazaar would descend into reality. Countless vengeful spirits would come to claim lives, cities would be reduced to ruins, and humanity would become their blood feast. Once, Great Xia had stood unshaken in the world of Bazaar Tales, thanks to a few brilliant and talented contestants, earning the title of the Eastern Lighthouse. But in the last 2 years, as if cursed, the old generation of strong contestants had fallen or retired one by one, and the newly chosen contestants were worse than the last. 5 elite contestants, all dying tragically at the start of their instances. Once the national fate was drained. What awaited Great Xia would be an era of national destruction and extinction. Team leader Qin. A data analyst wearing black-rimmed glasses stood up tremblingly, the report in his hand shaking. According to the latest prediction from the simulation supercomputer, if we fail this time, Great Xia's national fate value will fall below the critical point. At that time, the defense arrays along the southeastern coast will fail completely, and it is expected that more than 3 S-level bazaar creatures will directly descend upon Magic City. Silence. In that instant, the conference room was so quiet, not even a breath could be heard. S-level bazaar creatures. They were walking natural disasters, capable of destroying a city in one night. 3S level? That meant no one in Magic City's population of over 20 million would survive. Who? Qin Feng was breathing heavily, trembling as he pulled a crushed pack of cigarettes from his pocket. He tried to light the match, but no matter what, the lighter wouldn't spark. Bang! He slammed the lighter hard on the ground, shattering it into pieces. The new selection is about to begin. Someone shouted, filled with endless despair. Everyone suddenly looked up, their eyes glued to the big screen. The once pitch-black screen suddenly lit up with a blinding flurry of static, and then a cold, mechanical, emotionless voice seemed to drop from the heavens, instantly filling the minds of 6 billion humans around the world. The current instance has been reset. Connecting to the Horror Dimension server. Connection successful. Instance name, Blood Red Community, including Special Area, Warm Home. Difficulty level, A class. Randomly selecting 50 chosen ones globally. Buzz. At this moment, hundreds of millions of viewers in the Great Xia Nation flooded into the official live stream. The barrage of comments exploded like a flood, so dense that it covered the entire screen. It was the prayers of millions, and the cries of millions. Please. Pick someone with strong mental fortitude. Don't pick an ordinary person again. May the heavens bless Great Xia. I'm willing to give up 10 years of life to have a Special Forces king chosen. You don't know? Last time, even the SEAL team captain from Lighthouse Country went insane. This thing doesn't care about muscles, it's about brains. It's about fate. It doesn't matter if it's a Special Forces king or a PhD, as long as they survive the first day, that's all I wish for. Countless people pressed their hands together, some even kneeling and bowing to the ground. Although everyone was praying, each person knew in their heart that this so-called selection was entirely random. The system had no pattern. It could be a battle-hardened Special Forces soldier, or an 80-year-old granny, maybe even a baby still drinking milk, or a madman from a psychiatric hospital. In the suffocating silence of waiting, the names on the screen began to roll at an insane speed. So fast that only a shadow remained. 3 seconds. 2 seconds. 1 second. Selection complete. The list of selected candidates is as follows. Lighthouse Country, 5 people. Sakura Country, 3 people. Bear Country, 4 people. Great Xia Nation, 1 person. What the hell? This is so unfair. Out of 50 people, our Great Xia only got 1? It's over, if he dies, there's no backup. Lighthouse Country has 5? What kind of bullshit luck is that? In the live stream, the despair was reignited by this absurd probability. And at the very end of that long list, the only hope of Great Xia seemed so fragile. Great Xia's only chosen one, Lin Ye. As the name was announced, the live stream screen suddenly shifted. A high-definition ID photo appeared in the center of the screen, along with a brief personal profile that chilled the heart. In the photo was a young man with a delicate appearance. He wore a faded, dark gray hoodie, the hood loosely hanging over his head. His exposed skin was sickly pale, almost transparent, as though he hadn't seen the sun in years. His features were delicate, but they carried a heavy sense of despair. The most shocking part was his eyes. They were eyes as lifeless as those of a dead fish. His eye bags drooped slightly, and his gaze was vacant, showing no fear, no surprise, not even a hint of the vitality a living person should have. Profile. Name, Lin Ye. Age, 23. Occupation, unemployed, chronic homebody. Health status, subhealth, severe insomnia, emotional deficiency syndrome. Boom. The live stream room exploded instantly. Despair spread like a plague, even more fiercely than before. Lin Ye? Who is this? I've never heard of him. Holy crap. Look at his face, he's probably in the late stages of leukemia, right? Who could survive with a body like that? Unemployed? A shut-in? It's over. We're doomed. Look at his eyes, did he get scared dumb? Why is he showing no reaction? Heaven is abandoning our Great Xia. They picked a sickly person, and now we have to face an A-class instance. It's the end. Tired. I've already started writing my will. At that moment, Qin Feng stared at the young man on the screen, the cigarette but burning his finger without him even noticing. Emotional deficit syndrome. He muttered to himself, his brow furrowing into a shape. Is this a mental illness? To let a mental patient represent the country in a death game? However, Lin Ye on the screen did not care about the gazes and insults of the billions around the world at that moment. In fact, he didn't even know the reactions of the outside world. The scene shifted to the real-life setting where Lin Ye was. It was a dim, cramped room, filled with various electronic components and scraps of paper. The curtains were tightly drawn, blocking out any light. In the center of the room, the man called the sickly weakling was sitting in a wheelchair. Yes, a wheelchair. Though the records didn't mention any disability, it seemed he didn't like walking, or perhaps was too lazy to walk. He was holding a coin in his hand. It was a special silver coin, one side engraved with life, the other with death. Upon hearing the voice of the system, the one that had sentenced countless people to death, Lin Ye didn't panic, scream, run away, or beg for mercy like others would. He didn't even change his posture. He just slowly turned his head, adjusting his non-existent glasses on his nose. His voice was hoarse, as if he hadn't spoken in a long time, with a metallic scraping quality. Because probability theory doesn't exist, so this randomness, is it actually another form of inevitability? His tone was terrifyingly calm. It was as if he was discussing whether to have soy milk or fried dough for breakfast tomorrow, not whether he was about to die. The next second, a crimson beam of light descended from the sky, pierced through the roof, and instantly consumed the frail figure. The wheelchair, the nauseating, rotten, and foul smell. Lin Ye stood in the center of the living room. He looked down at himself. The gray hoodie was still on, but the wheelchair was gone. My legs can move. He tried moving his ankles. That long-lost feeling of being grounded returned. In this world of strange, rule-bending stories, his body seemed to have been reshaped to a relatively healthy state. Though still weak, at least he was no longer the person who struggled just to walk. So this is what they call a cozy home nut. Lin Ye glanced around, his lifeless eyes showing no emotion. Even though he knew that this cozy home was classified as an A-tier death trap. Even though he knew that several former Special Forces soldiers had died in this very living room, becoming part of the braised pork stew. At that moment, outside. The official livestream of the Great Xia Kingdom. The bullet comments were still flooding the screen, but this time, they were not insults, but anxious exclamations. Meanwhile, a few official notices with red markings floated across the top of the screen. Notice, contestant number 3 from Lighthouse Nation was born in a community park and was attacked by a pack of stray dogs. SAN value plummeting. Notice, contestant from Sakura Nation was born in the security office, suspected of violating dress code rules. Oh my god, it's actually a semi-open map this time? This is fate. Everyone else is feeding dogs, and Lin Ye's in a cozy living room? Don't be so optimistic upstairs. Everyone knows the more cozy a place looks, the more dangerous it is. Look. He moved. He moved. The kid moved. He didn't piss himself? I saw the boxer puke when he just smelled that stench. His mental fortitude seems decent? Bullshit. He probably got scared stupid, look at his eyes, they're as dull as a dead man's. Shut up. Watch. Where's he going? Oh shit. Don't go to the kitchen. That's Mom in there. Meeting Mom at the start is certain death. Under the gaze of billions of eyes. Lin Ye didn't panic like the other contestants. He didn't frantically search for an exit or hide behind the couch shaking. Instead, he walked calmly towards the fridge. He was looking for food. Years of staying at home had given him a habit of low blood sugar, and teleporting had drained his energy. He was a bit hungry. Clack. The fridge door opened. A gust of cold air hit him, mixed with a strange odor that was hard to describe. The fridge was packed with items. The top shelf held several bottles of milk and juice that looked perfectly normal. The middle shelf was stacked with leftover food, wrapped in plastic wrap, the meat unidentifiable, red and glistening. The bottom shelf was a black plastic bag. The bag was not tightly sealed, revealing a strand of black hair and a pale, stiff finger. The livestream room went silent for a few seconds. Everyone's heart jumped to their throats. Ah! A dead person's hand. That's a dead person's hand. It's over. He saw something he shouldn't have. He triggered the death rule. Close the door, idiot. Pretend you didn't see it. Someone, please. This is too scary, I think this is where he's done for. Quit joking around, this is serious, it's about the fate of our nation. However, Lin Ye's reaction once again surprised everyone. He didn't scream, nor did he back away. He just slightly furrowed his brows, reached out, and pushed the black plastic bag further into the fridge. He muttered under his breath. It's so cramped. This finger is frozen stiff. It doesn't look like something edible. Then, he calmly grabbed a bottle of milk from the top shelf and checked the expiration date. Still not expired. Clack. He closed the fridge door. Twisted open the bottle cap. Tilted his head back and took a sip. Gulp. His Adam's apple bobbed. The milk went down. The Great Xia Kingdom's command center. The teacup in Qin Feng's hand fell to the ground again. Crazy. This kid is definitely insane. That's the corpse block fridge. Even A-level passers have nearly lost their CN values just from seeing that. He's still drinking milk there? The psychological profiler next to him pushed his glasses, his face serious. Team leader, his heart rate monitor, it's still 60. What? From entering the instance, to seeing the corpse, his heart rate hasn't even sped up once. Is this really a human? Lin Ye didn't care what others thought of him. What he cared about was the rules. Since this is a rule-based creepypasta, everything in this world should be built by rules. As long as it's a rule, it's code. As long as it's code, there's a bug. While drinking milk, he walked to the sticky note on the fridge. It was the standard starting item of every creepypasta instance, rule note. Only by understanding the rules could one survive in this world where death was certain. The note was a pale yellow, with crooked red pen scribblings. The handwriting was messy, almost mad, and every stroke seemed like it was going to pierce the paper. Warm family rules for entry. Dear darling, welcome home. Mom and Dad love you very much, but in order to maintain the harmony and happiness of our family, please be sure to follow these rules. 1. Mom works very hard, and she will prepare delicious meals for you every day. No matter what mom makes, you must finish it all, and not waste any food. This will make mom sad. 2. Dad is very busy with work, and his temper isn't good. If he's at home, please keep quiet, and don't make any noise after 10 p.m. 3. The family pet dog Xiaobai has been missing for a long time. If you see the dog in the house, please ignore it. If you hear barking, immediately put in earplugs. Remember, we don't have a dog, and we don't have any other pets. 4. Grandma's room is at the end of the hallway, it's her private space. You must never enter without her permission, and don't peek inside. If you hear crying from the room, tell yourself it's just the wind. 5. The only safe place to sleep is in your own bedroom. If you accidentally wake up after midnight, do not open your eyes, and do not respond to anyone calling you, even if the voice sounds like dad or mom. 6. Mirrors are for grooming, but please do not stare at your reflection for more than a minute. If you see your reflection smiling, and you are not smiling, immediately smash the mirror. 7. This rule is smudged by some unknown black stain, making it unreadable. That familiar feeling has arrived. It was his curse, one he was born with, and the only thing he could rely on in this crazy world. All-knowing eye developer mode activated. The world changed in his eyes. The woman's face, the meat on the plate, the rules on the wall. All the outward appearances began to peel away. In their place, countless lines of dense, light golden code flowed. Lin Ye smiled. A strange smile. So, this is how the code for this plate of meat is written. Chapter 003, The Code Only I Can See. To the eyes of an ordinary person, the world is made up of atoms. But in Lin Ye's all-knowing eye, the world is made up of data. This is not some high-tech AR glasses, but a more intuitive sense, closer to the origin. It's like a seasoned programmer no longer seeing the flashy UI of a web page, but the dull yet crucial HTML and JavaScript code behind it. As the burning sensation in his right eye spread, the world before Lin Ye began to collapse and reorganize. First, it was the mother. Her terrifying face, devoid of features, turned into a massive aggregation of code under the wash of the light golden data flow. A red tag floated above her head. Entity, Mother, Low-level Spirit. Status, Hostile, waiting for rule trigger. Attack power, 50, instant kill for newcomers. Weakness, Obsessive-compulsive disorder towards disk action. So it's just a low-level anomaly. Lin Ye thought to himself. Although it's low-level, that attack power of 50 is enough to crush him 100 times over. The key is that status, waiting for rule violation. That means as long as the rules are not violated, she cannot take action. This is common knowledge, but seeing the clear code judgment made Lin Ye's heart steadier. Next, Lin Ye's gaze fell on the braised pork on the plate. It truly was a dish from hell. But through the lens of code, its attributes were fully exposed. Item, cursed meat. Effect, eating more than 10 G causes poisoning, health -10 per second. Eating more than 50 G causes mutation. Hidden attribute, contains the finger of the previous player. As expected, it's poisonous. Lin Ye pushed up his non-existent glasses. The rule says must finish it. The item attribute says eating it will kill you. This is a typical logic deadlock. To break the deadlock, you either rewrite the rules or find the system's loophole, bug. He didn't rush to touch the plate of meat, but instead turned his gaze to the entire living room. His eyes moved like a high-precision radar, sweeping across every piece of furniture, every corner. Sofa, furniture, safe. Comfort, 3. Television, furniture, haunted. Warning, do not turn on after midnight. Mirror, entrance, mirror world. Status, sealed. A flood of information poured into his brain, making his temples throb slightly. But instead of feeling exhausted, he felt a twisted thrill. It was like the first time he cracked the so-called absolutely secure bank system firewall. A feeling of control. That was the meaning of his life. Suddenly, his gaze stopped in the corner. There, a pile of clutter lay stacked, with old newspapers, a broken-legged chair, and a filthy, hole-ridden ragdoll bear. The ragdoll bear seemed ordinary, even somewhat ugly. One of its eyes was a button, the other a black hole, and cotton was still oozing out of it. But in Lin Ye's eyes, this ragdoll bear was emitting a strange purple light. That was the light of a bug. Entity, abandoned ragdoll, nickname, ugly. Type, spatial container/bug item. Description, originally a quest item for the Lost Sister side mission, but due to a code error, its internal storage variable was set to infinite, instead of 5 slots. Bug effect, any item placed in its mouth will be transferred to the void dimension, landfill. The system judges the item placed inside as consumed/disappeared. Loyalty, 0 out of 100, it hates humans because it has been abandoned before. Lin Ye's pupils suddenly contracted. Unlimited capacity storage space? And the system determined it as consumed/disappeared? This is simply a bug tailored to break the finish the food rule. As long as I stuff that plate of braised pork into this bear's mouth, the system will judge that the meat is gone, meaning it's eaten up. As for where the meat went, who cares? It's definitely not in my stomach. Found it. Lin Ye's lips curled up slightly, showing the first smile since entering the instance. That smile was cold yet somewhat fanatical, giving the livestream viewers goosebumps. At this moment, Mom standing by grew somewhat impatient. The kitchen knife in her hand tapped lightly on the table, producing a crisp sound. Baby, why aren't you eating? Is it because you don't like what Mommy made? As those words were spoken, the temperature in the living room dropped several degrees. Blood began to seep from the walls. The wide mouth cracked open, and the fangs started to extend, as if it were about to leap forward and tear Lin Ye's throat out. A countdown to death. Lin Ye didn't have much time left. If he didn't provide an explanation or start eating, Mom would determine he was refusing to eat, triggering the erasure mechanism. Lin Ye turned around. He didn't look at the plate of meat but walked straight toward the garbage pile in the corner. He bent down and, under Mom's confused gaze, grabbed the dirty, tattered cloth bear. Then, as if treating an old friend, he dusted off the bear's head. Mom! Lin Ye turned around, holding the bear, speaking in a calm tone as if stating a matter of fact. How could a sacred thing like eating be complete without family members? This is Cho Cho. My little brother. Mom? Livestream viewers? Everyone was confused. Little brother? What the hell, little brother? That's clearly a broken doll. And the rules clearly state no other pets, although it didn't say no dolls, but this operation is way too bizarre. What's he doing? Qin Feng slammed the desk in the command center in frustration. Why isn't he dealing with the meat? Why is he playing with a doll? Is he trying to provoke the ghost? However, Lin Ye ignored the doubts from the outside world. He swaggered back to the dinner table, still holding Cho Cho. He placed Cho Cho across from the plate of braised pork. Then, he picked up a piece of meat still dripping with blood. Here, Cho Cho. As a little brother, you need to eat more to grow strong. Big brother will feed you. With that, under the gaze of complete silence, Lin Ye shoved the cursed meat, capable of killing an elephant, straight into the doll bear's gaping mouth. Slurp. A miraculous scene occurred. The meat disappeared the moment it touched the doll's mouth, like it had fallen into a bottomless pit, vanishing without a trace. Not even a drop of oil was left. And the system didn't trigger any alarms. The kitchen knife, which Mom had already raised, froze mid-air. Her somewhat slow AI logic had jammed. The meat was gone? Did it get eaten? It seemed like it did. But did the baby eat it? It didn't seem like it. But, it didn't say the baby had to eat it personally, right? The rule only said finish it and don't waste. Now the meat was gone, and it wasn't wasted on the floor. Does this count as a violation? The battle at the code level often comes down to this fine line. Lin Ye got it right. The system's judgment logic is, if meat underscore on underscore plate equals 0, and meat underscore on underscore floor equals 0, then mission underscore complete. Translated, if there is no meat on the plate and no meat on the floor, then the mission is completed. The system didn't write any code to check whether the meat is in the stomach. As for where the meat went, the system didn't write that validation code. This is a bug. Was it delicious? Lin Ye smiled at Cho Cho. The chopsticks in his hand never stopped, one piece after another was shoved into his mouth. If it's delicious, eat more. Don't be polite, this is Mom's sincere intention. If Cho Cho's one eye could move, it would surely be filled with terror and despair at this moment. I'm just a trash can. Are you trying to murder me by shoving this biochemical weapon into my mouth? However, Lin Ye's movements were too fast. In less than a minute, a large plate of braised pork, including bones and fingernails, all went into Cho Cho's stomach. The plate was as shiny as new. He truly achieved the clean plate campaign. I'm full. Lin Ye put down his chopsticks and burped. He looked up at the mom who had been completely petrified, showing a pure and harmless smile. Thank you, Mom, for the hospitality. The food Mom made is really delicious. Warning cleared. Player Lin Ye has completed the first meal task. Global online announcement, 1 hour into the game, current number of survivors, 47/50ths. In the live broadcast room of the Great Xia Kingdom. The screen was filled with question marks. What the heck? This is possible? Is this a bug? This is not a bug, this is burning out the ghost CPU. Mom, I've been cooking for so many years, and this is the first time I've seen a doll eat like this. Lin God. Please accept my knees. This operation is too sly. Am I the only one feeling sorry for that bear? It looks like it's going to throw up. Chapter 004, This meat, let's see who dares to eat it. As Lin Ye put down his chopsticks and said, "It's really delicious," the popularity in the Great Xia Kingdom live broadcast room instantly soared. The barrage that had been cursing sickly, waiting to die, seemed to have collectively lost their memory, replaced by a screen full of 666, and what the heck? Human nature is so real. As long as you win, even if you win with your toes, you are still a god. I would call this move a kill shot. Using the doll to trick the system's judgment? This thought process is amazing. The key is the bear. The system didn't give a prompt. How did he know the bear could eat? Is it luck? A blind cat meeting a dead mouse? Luck? Are you kidding? Didn't you see his eyes earlier? The way he stared at the bear was like looking at a roasted lamb. He definitely saw something. At this moment, Qin Feng in the command center also let out a long breath. He slumped in his chair, his back soaked in cold sweat. That was close. Although I don't know how he did it, at least, he passed the first test. And he's the only one who passed the first meal without taking any damage. Yes. At this moment, in the global live broadcast, the scenes were tragic. Other than Lin Ye, although the contestants from other countries also passed, most of them looked terrible. A contestant from the battle-hardened bear country, a 2-meter-tall strong man, chose to eat it all at once. Halfway through, he started twitching, his skin ulcerated. Though he barely finished and survived, his HP, health points, dropped to 30%, and it seemed like he was done for. The contestant from Romance Country tried to hide the meat in his sleeve, but the fingernail in the meat scratched his artery, and he bled out right on the spot. The most tragic was the karate master from Sakura Country. He tried to flip the table and go head-to-head with Mom, but Mom chopped him into 2 pieces with a kitchen knife, turning him into a new ingredient. In contrast, Lin Ye was not harmed in the slightest, and he even managed to pet a bear in the process. In the living room, Mom looked at the now empty plate, her expression changing from dazed to a more twisted and eerie distortion. It was the confusion caused by an abrupt interruption of some program logic. Her originally said line, "If you don't finish eating, there will be a punishment," could not be spoken now. Her rage mode that she had prepared in advance was forcibly suppressed. Good child." Mom squeezed out these words through her teeth, her voice sounding like 2 iron plates rubbing together. "Since you're full, then, rest. Remember, go to bed early. And, don't make Dad angry." After saying this, Mom took the empty plate and walked back to the kitchen with stiff steps. Soon, the terrifying sound of chopping meat came again from the kitchen. Knock, knock, knock. The sound seemed to be venting some sort of dissatisfaction. Lin Ye watched as his mother left. He didn't relax his guard. The first meal was just an appetizer. According to the data from the all-knowing eye, the danger level of this warm home would increase exponentially as time passed. The first day was his mother. The second day might be his father. And then there's the one hiding deep inside, his grandmother. Now, I need more information. Lin Ye looked down at the ugly thing in his arms. This creature had eaten a whole plate of cursed braised pork, yet nothing happened to it, not even a bloated stomach. Truly a dimensional trash bin. And after finishing this meal, Lin Ye noticed that the data above the ugly thing's head had changed slightly. Loyalty, 5 out of 100, hate dislike. Status, full, digestion time, 24 hours. Oh. Loyalty went up by 5 points? Lin Ye muttered thoughtfully. So, just feeding it can increase affection? Although it changed from hate to dislike, it's still progress. Looks like those leftover trash I can't deal with have a place to go now. Lin Ye patted the ugly thing on the head and put it back into the corner of the sofa. The ugly thing seemed to hum comfortably, rolled over, and went back to playing dead. Next, Lin Ye's target was the bathroom. Everyone has 3 urgent needs, and after drinking that bottle of milk, he really needed to use the bathroom. Moreover, Rule 6 mentioned mirrors. 6. Mirrors are for adjusting your appearance, but please do not stare at your reflection for more than 1 minute. If you find your reflection smiling and you are not, immediately break the mirror. This suggests there was something in the bathroom. And it was something very dangerous. Lin Ye reached the bathroom door. The door was slightly ajar. The lights were off inside, and it was dark, like a giant mouth waiting for its prey. A damp, chilly air seeped through the crack in the door. He could also hear the sound of water dripping inside. Lin Ye reached out and pushed the door open. Creak. The old hinges made a sharp, grinding sound. He fumbled to turn on the light. The dim yellow light flickered a few times before finally staying on. The bathroom was small. The tiles were covered in mold and water stains. The mirror above the sink was covered in a thick layer of mist. The faucet was not turned off tightly and was dripping water. Lin Ye walked in and shut the door behind him. He stood in front of the mirror, staring at the mist. If this were a normal horror movie, wiping away the mist would definitely reveal a ghostly face in the mirror. But Lin Ye didn't wipe it. He just stood there, his right pupil glowing with golden light. All-knowing eye deep scan. The code appeared once more. This time, it was even denser, even more crimson. Area, Vengeful Spirit Bathroom. Item, Cursed Magic Mirror. Entity, Ghost in the Mirror, Earthbound Spirit. Ability, Reflection Manipulation / Soul Imprisonment. Bug / weakness, rendering delay. Due to the mirror's high resolution setting, the ghostly figure appears 0.5 seconds slower than in reality. Limitation, must make eye contact for over 3 seconds to trigger an attack. Rendering delay? Lin Ye nearly laughed out loud. This was too real. So even in the world of ghosts, there were issues with graphics card performance. 0.5 seconds delay. For an ordinary person, it might be hard to notice, but for Lin Ye, who could see the code, this was a fatal flaw. Also, it had to make eye contact to attack. Lin Ye looked at the mirror. Although he didn't wipe away the mist, he could clearly see the figure behind the mirror through the code's composition. It was a shadow that looked exactly like him. It stared directly at him, trying to imitate his actions. Lin Ye raised his right hand. The figure in the mirror also raised its right hand. Lin Ye touched his nose. The figure in the mirror also touched its nose. It looked perfect. But in the data view, the red, syncing, progress bar kept stalling. It was like a game with high network latency. Hello there. Lin Ye suddenly spoke to the mirror. The figure in the mirror clearly froze for a moment, its lips moved as if it wanted to mimic his speech, but it was clearly a beat too slow. At that moment, Lin Ye suddenly did something no one expected. He suddenly grabbed a bar of soap from the shelf next to him. It wasn't to throw at a ghost. No, he was frantically rubbing the soap on the mirror. Swish, swish, swish. His hands moved incredibly fast. In just a few seconds, the white soap foam completely covered the already blurry mirror surface. The figure that could barely be seen before was now completely blocked by the foam. Target lost. Line of sight interrupted. Attack failed. The code entity in the mirror clearly panicked. It desperately bumped around behind the mirror, but on a physical level, its line of sight was blocked. It was soap bubbles. An optical physical shield. Even a ghost couldn't penetrate the soap bubbles to make eye contact with you. Since I can't stare at you, I'll just make sure you can't see me. Lin Ye washed his hands, calmly put the soap back on the shelf. This is called physical anti-addiction. Remember. Lin Ye spoke to the white foam-covered mirror. Next time you want to scare someone, upgrade your graphics driver first. After saying that, he turned and walked out of the bathroom, leaving only the ghost in the mirror, crazily reporting errors due to a program logic mistake. Error, target not visible / unable to initiate scare sequence / retrying. In the live stream, the audience had already gone crazy with laughter. Ha 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 ha. What the hell is physical anti-addiction? The ghost, I'm losing my mind here. Did you just smear soap all over my face? Rendering delay? What the hell is that? Is this ghost using an N card or an A card? Lin Ye's thought process is absolutely amazing. Is this the legendary magic defeating magic? No, this is science defeating mysticism. I suddenly feel like this S-level dungeon isn't that scary anymore. Don't get cocky upstairs, that's Lin Ye being amazing. If it were you in there, you'd have been served a takeout in the bathroom already. Lin Ye walked out of the bathroom, his calm expression still unchanged. But deep down, he knew. This was just the beginning. The real horror was waiting for him further ahead. Especially the father and the grandmother locked in the end room. The data strength of those things was definitely not something a few bars of soap could handle. He silently calculated in his heart. Looks like I need to find some weapons. His gaze fell on the pair of scissors beneath the coffee table in the living room, faintly gleaming with a cold light. Item, bloodstained scissors, E-level weapon. Damage, 15 to 20. Special effect, bleeding. Chapter 005, Mom's Eyes. The crisis of the mirror ghost seemed to have been easily resolved, but Lin Ye knew well that this was just a little surprise the house had prepared for him. He returned to the living room. The warm illusion was still holding up. The people on the TV were still laughing, and their laughter echoed through the empty room, growing more and more grating. Lin Ye walked over to the coffee table. His target was clear, those scissors. To an ordinary person, they were just a rusty old pair of scissors, used to trim thread. Even with some black, unidentified stains on them, most would avoid touching them. But to Lin Ye, the property panel, though simple, was better than nothing. Item, bloodstained scissors. Level, E, ordinary. Durability, 30/30ths. Special effect, bleeding. Note, it has cut many things, including umbilical cords and tracheas. Better than nothing, I guess. Lin Ye reached out and grabbed the scissors. The cold touch and the smell of rust filled his senses. As soon as he held the scissors, he clearly felt the air around him freeze for a moment. The sound of meat being chopped in the kitchen stopped again. Tap, tap, tap. Footsteps approached. Mom came out again. This time, she wasn't holding a tray. Instead, she was holding a still bloodied kitchen knife. She stood at the kitchen door, her large mouth, which was torn open, had no expression, but her whole body was slightly trembling. The color of her red dress seemed darker, as though it had just been soaked in a pool of blood. She stared fiercely at Lin Ye and the scissors in her hand. Baby. Her voice grew sharper, with a hint of suppressed anger. Those are mommy's scissors. For crafting. Very dangerous. Kids shouldn't play with them. Give them back to mommy, please. As she finished speaking, Lin Ye saw the status, hostile bar above her head flickering wildly. The warning level also fluctuated, rising from normal all the way to deadly. It was on the verge of going berserk. Clearly, that pair of scissors wasn't just a weapon, but some kind of key item. Taking it away had triggered a forbidden mechanism in mommy's mind. If it were an ordinary player, they'd probably be too scared to hand the scissors back right now. After all, facing an angry demon with a cleaver, the best option would be to surrender and save your life. But who is Lin Ye? He is Lin Ye. A madman who can see the code and thinks outside the box. He held the scissors, and not only didn't return them, but also twirled them in his hand like a pencil. He looked up, innocently gazing at his mother. Mom! The teacher said we'll need scissors for crafts tomorrow. Aren't you always the one supporting my studies? Don't you want me to avoid being scolded by the teacher for not having the right tools? Mom froze. The flickering status bar suddenly paused for a moment. Detected logic conflict. Maternal instinct, supporting education, versus possessiveness, protecting items. In the setting of the eerie adventure, the rule of home is central. And in this home, apart from the obvious rules, there is a hidden underlying logic. Parents must play their parental role and expect their child to succeed. Lin Ye's moral coercion had directly exploited a bug in his mother's AI logic. She was a controlling mother, but also one who deeply cared about her child's performance. If she didn't give the scissors, the child couldn't attend class, the child would perform badly, the mother would be negligent. Once this logic chain formed, she couldn't refute it. Craft class? Mom's voice was a bit stuttered. The rising aggression began to slowly subside. Is that so? Well, I'll let you borrow them. But... Her mouth suddenly came closer to Lin Ye's face, and a strong stench hit him like a wave. Make sure you return them to mommy once you're done. Or else mommy won't be able to find anything to cut things with. Lin Ye smiled and nodded. Don't worry, Mom, I'll return them when I'm done. As for when I'm done, well, maybe when I finish the game. It seemed like Mom was convinced. She gave Lin Ye a long, deep look, one that sent chills down his spine. It was both affectionate and greedy, like she was eyeing a freshly cooked, juicy steak. Then, she turned around and returned to the kitchen. Phew! Lin Ye let out a quiet breath. His palms were slightly sweaty. What just happened was actually a gamble. If he won, he'd have a weapon for self-defense. If he lost, it might end up as a physical struggle with his mother. Although he had the all-knowing eye, with his current physical abilities, a hand-to-hand fight would be a death sentence. Fortunately, the advantage of an intellect-focused player is, if you can talk, never fight. With the scissors now in his possession, Lin Ye felt a slight increase in his sense of security. He tucked the scissors into his sleeve. Just as he was about to sit down and rest. Suddenly, the lights in the entire house flickered several times. The warm yellow light suddenly turned to a sickly green. The TV screen turned into static. A pressure, 100 times more terrifying than his mother's, came from the direction of the front door. Thud. 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 The sound wasn't a knock on the door. It was more like something heavy was slamming against the security door. With each slam, the floor shook. Lin Ye's expression changed. He quickly turned his head to look at the clock on the wall. Unknowingly, the time had reached 8 o'clock in the evening. According to Rule 2. Dad is very busy with work and has a bad temper. Although it is not yet 10 o'clock, the noise. Clearly, this is the bad-tempered father who has returned, as the legend says. And judging by the force of this door slamming, his size and strength are clearly not at the level of Mom's. If Mom were the agile assassin, then Dad is definitely the strength-based berserker. Crack. The sound of the door lock turning. That's the sound of the key being inserted into the lock. The door is about to open. Lin Ye quickly stood up and retreated behind the sofa. His eyes were fixed on the door. His right eye was fully activated. Warning. High threat level detected. Entity, father, evil ghost. Danger level, fatal. Status, drunk/furious. Fatal. Lin Ye's expression turned serious. Just the physical pressure from this size alone is enough to make an ordinary player despair. For a beginner, this is like a humanoid bulldozer. The door opened. A huge shadow squeezed inside. Yes, squeezed in. The figure was at least 2.5 meters tall, as wide as a wall. He wore a work uniform stained with oil and cement dust, holding a huge sack that was still dripping water. His face was hidden in the shadow of a hard hat, and only his blood-red eyes could be seen, glowing with a savage light in the darkness. Wife. I'm back. Is dinner ready? I'm starving to death. His voice was like thunder, making Lin Ye's eardrums hurt. With his roar, the strong smell of alcohol mixed with the stench of blood instantly filled the entire living room. This is Dad. The pillar of the warm family. And the original source of despair in this house. In the live broadcast room, countless viewers felt their hearts drop. It's over. With that size difference. Lin Ye's small body can't even fit into his teeth, can it? Is this even human? This is a monster. Mom could still communicate a little earlier, but this dad looks like a violent maniac. How are we supposed to fight this? Scissors? Even just trimming his feet wouldn't be enough. Lin Ye gripped the scissors tightly. He knew that the real test was just beginning. Facing this pure power-type monster, logical traps might not work. Because this guy might not even care about reasoning and could just slap you into a pile of mush. But Lin Ye stared at his dad's enormous body. In the data flow of the all-knowing eye, he saw something that others couldn't. Even the so-called invincible boss, as long as it is program-generated, must have weaknesses. He saw it. Beneath his dad's heavy defenses, on that seemingly indestructible body, there was a small red mark. That was weakness, gout. Trigger conditions, high purine food/alcohol. Desire, needs to repay gambling debt. Gout. Gambling debt? Lin Ye's lips curled into that smile again, one that made people not quite understand. So he's a gambling addict and an alcoholic. That makes things easier. Dad. Lin Ye suddenly walked out from behind the sofa, his voice clear. You're back. Just in time, I wanted to discuss something with you. About that 50,000 yuan gambling debt you owe. The air. It froze again. The huge hand that Dad was about to use to close the door froze in midair. That pair of blood-red eyes focused on the tiny son for the first time. In those eyes, there was no longer the previous brutality. Instead, there was a kind of fear after being hit in a fatal spot. You, how do you know? He lowered his voice, a hint of nervous hoarseness creeping in. In his scarlet eyes, the violent light dimmed considerably, replaced by an emotion known as guilt. Lin Ye felt steady in his heart. Sure enough, whether human or ghost, as long as there is selfish desire, there is a weakness. And as long as there is a weakness, it can be broken. He didn't step back, instead, he moved a step closer, speaking in an incredibly mysterious yet sympathetic tone. Dad, don't ask me how I know. All you need to know is that the debt collector is already on the way. Just now, 1 minute before you walked in, a faceless person was hanging around the door, holding an IOU with your name on it. He said that if you don't pay up, he'll take your leg. Lin Ye pointed to his father's left leg, which, though muscular, was clearly a bit stiff, and stew it into soup. The flesh on his father's heavy face twitched violently. He instinctively touched his left leg. That look in his eyes, clearly, he believed it. Because in this strange world, debt-collecting ghosts really exist, and they are much more brutal than ordinary domestic abuse ghosts like him. Damn it! Those bloodsuckers! His father cursed under his breath, swinging his big hand so hard that it almost shattered the nearby coat rack. Isn't it just that I lost a few heads in the last card game? Do they have to chase me all the way home? He anxiously paced in circles, his heavy footsteps making the floor creak. No. I can't let that woman know. He glanced toward the kitchen. There, the sound of chopping meat continued. If your mom finds out I've been gambling again and owe payday loans outside. His father shivered. In this house, although he appeared to be the one with strength, the real core of terror was actually the mother, who seemed to only know how to cook. Once she went berserk, it wouldn't just be about chopping meat, it would truly be about chopping the whole family up. Lin Ye keenly caught this detail. Family hierarchy, mom, dad, dog, me. The current goal was to pull him onto the same side. Dad, don't panic. Lin Ye stretched out his hand, gently patting his father's shoulder. I'm your son, I'm definitely on your side. I talked the collector out of it, but he said he'll be back tomorrow. The most important thing right now is to gather the money. Or, hide the money well, and don't let mom find out. His father stopped, looking down at his normally timid, yet unusually understanding son. A flicker of emotion flashed in his red eyes. Good son. Why didn't I realize you're so clever before? He stretched out his large hand, intending to pat Lin Ye's head in approval. Lin Ye skillfully turned his head away, smiling and saying, Dad, we're family. Right. Family. His father took out a dirty, foul-smelling cloth bag from his chest. Carefully, he opened it. Inside was a pile of wrinkled paper money for the dead, along with a few blood-stained gold fingers. This is the money I've earned these past few days. I was planning to hide it under the shoe insole. He glanced at his big feet and then at the kitchen. Son, you're smart. Help me hide it. When that debt collector comes tomorrow, you handle him for me first. Ding. Trigger hidden interaction, Dad's trust. Gained key item, Dad's secret stash, 3,000 ghost coins. Dad's affection for you increased to friendly, you are his accomplice. Current alignment, Dad's faction. Lin Ye took the cloth bag. It felt heavy in his hand. This was not just a large sum of money, but also his father's leverage. With this, in this family, his father would no longer be a threat, but a bodyguard. Don't worry, Dad. Lin Ye stuffed the money into his pocket. The money is with me, Mom definitely won't find out. But? Lin Ye glanced at the dripping burlap sack his father was holding. What's for dinner tonight? His father grinned, showing a mouthful of yellow teeth. That's your extra meal. Fresh, bullfrog. He casually threw the sack to the ground. A huge frog with a human face rolled out of the sack, croaking loudly. Lin Ye remained unfazed. Thanks, Dad. But I just ate the braised pork Mom made, I'm too full. This bullfrog, can we keep it for now? He pointed to the trash bin in the corner. Dad waved his hand nonchalantly. Do whatever you want. I'm tired. I'm going to sleep. Remember. Hide the money. Don't let your mom see it. With that, this towering figure, who had just been full of anger, now tiptoed like a guilty thief, sneaking back to the master bedroom. Click. The door to the master bedroom closed. The living room returned to complete silence. Lin Ye touched the coins in his pocket. A cold smile curled on his lips. One down. Next, it's your turn. He turned around. His gaze landed on the old CRT television in the middle of the living room, the one that had been showing a black screen since he walked in. At this moment, the wall clock pointed to 21:44. There was still a quarter of an hour until 10 o'clock. But suddenly, the TV screen lit up. Amidst static noise, a strange, intermittent sound of electric currents could be faintly heard. Zzzzz, zzzzz. Tonight's news. Rule 3 said, no noise after 10 p.m. The rule didn't mention the TV. But under the all-seeing eye, the TV's code was crazily reassembling. Warning, spirit revival. Entity, TV vengeful spirit, Sadako variant. Countdown, 30 seconds until it crawls out. Lin Ye sighed. Seriously, can't get a moment of peace. He glanced at the scissors on the coffee table that hadn't been cleaned up yet, then looked at the ugly creature in the corner playing dead. Finally, he fixed his gaze on the TV's power cable. Unplug it? No, too low level. Since it's Miss Sadako. Then I should greet her with something more scientific. Lin Ye began to roll up his sleeves. He walked toward the TV that was exhaling black mist. The audience held their breath. Everyone remembered that in many horror films, TV ghosts were the hardest to deal with. Turning off the TV didn't work, unplugging it didn't work, smashing the screen didn't work. What was Lin Ye going to do? He walked up to the TV. He didn't pay attention to the dry well that was slowly becoming clearer in the screen, nor the pale hand that had already reached out of the well. He simply, silently turned to the back of the TV. At the moment when the hand was about to stretch out from the screen, he wrapped both hands around the ends of the TV. He focused his energy in his lower abdomen. With a sudden force, he shouted, Up! This old 29-inch color TV weighed at least 50 pounds. But in Lin Ye's strengthened hands, it was effortlessly lifted. Then, he flipped it. The screen face down, tightly pressed onto the carpet. Bang! It wasn't over. Lin Ye directly sat down on the back of the TV. Still not satisfied, he dragged over the wooden coffee table beside him and placed it on top of the TV. Finally, he put the huge trash bin filled with junk on top of it. The series of actions flowed smoothly. After everything was done, Lin Ye dusted his hands. He spoke to the screen, now at the very bottom of the pile. All right. Now, you can come out. From the cracks in the floor, a few muffled, suffocating sounds of nails scratching the ground could be faintly heard. Zzzzz, zzzzz. That was the sound of Miss Sadako trying to crawl out, but finding her face pressed against the floor, unable to get out. Physical seal. So terrifying. The TV was still shaking. Pressed under the heavy wooden coffee table and the stuffed bear full of trash, the visitor from the underworld was clearly unwilling. Zzzzz, zzzzz. The electric current sound became sharp and piercing, like an angry roar. Even the coffee table on top of it was slightly jumping, as if what was underneath wasn't a TV, but a wild beast trying to break out of the earth. Lin Ye sat on the sofa nearby, holding the half-drunk bottle of milk. His expression was calm. He was waiting. Waiting for the all-seeing eye to give the data change. Entity, TV ghost. Status, stuck/choking, logical error. Action, trying to bypass physical collision. Error, collision volume in this room is absolutely effective. As expected. Lin Ye nodded. Although the rules of the ghost story world are strange, they still fundamentally follow logic. Sadako's crawling mechanism is screen real space. This is a physical displacement process. If this displacement path is completely sealed by high-density objects and heavy items, she cannot complete the descent action. It's like if you are constipated and forced to be blocked, cough, that's roughly the idea. Stop struggling. Lin Ye kicked the leg of the coffee table with his toe. According to the rules, you can only cause harm after completely crawling out of the screen. Now you can't even get your head out, how can you kill me? With a death stare? Oh, sorry, your face is stuck to the floor, so you can probably only see dust mites. The vibrations under the TV intensified. Clearly, this kind of mental humiliation hurt the ghost more than physical suppression. But after a few minutes, the vibrations slowly stopped. The eerie gusts of wind also dissipated. Only the weak, unwilling buzzing sound from the TV remained. Entity, TV ghost has given up. Status, the dormant, cooldown time, 24 hours. After dealing with the TV ghost, Lin Ye looked at the time. 22:15. It was already past 10 o'clock. According to Rule 2, it was now silent time. Although the commotion from the TV ghost was loud, it was caused by the ghost, which didn't count as a player violation. Now that the ghost was quiet, Lin Ye had to remain absolutely silent. He didn't rush back to the bedroom. Because through his observation just now, he found that after moving the coffee table, a wrinkled piece of paper was revealed on the carpet that was originally under it. That was a clue well hidden before. If it weren't for suppressing the TV ghost and moving the coffee table, he might not have discovered it at all. Lin Ye tiptoed over and picked up the piece of paper. It was a supermarket shopping receipt. The date was 3 days ago. Daily Joy supermarket shopping list. 1. Pork, on sale, X5 gene. 2. Strawn sleeping pills X2 bottles. 3. Bone cutting knife, large, X1. 4. Black plastic bags, thickened, X3 rolls. 5. Children's toy, red rubber ball X1. Looking at this list, Lin Ye's pupils slightly contracted. Pork, sleeping pills, bone cutting knife, plastic bags. This is definitely a dismemberment package. But what caught his attention the most was the last item, the red rubber ball. In this house, aside from the so-called missing pet dog, there seemed to be no mention of any ball. Moreover, Rule 3 mentioned. 3. The home's pet dog Xiaobai has been missing for a long time. If you see the dog at home, please ignore it. Dogs and balls are usually associated with each other. Just then. Thud thud thud. A faint sound, like a ball bouncing on the ground, came from deep in the hallway. That was the direction of the bathroom and Grandma's room. The sound was rhythmic. With every bounce, it was like a drumbeat echoing in the silent night. Lin Ye held his breath. The all-seeing eye opened. He looked toward the darkness at the end of the hallway. There was no one there. But on the floor, a red rubber ball appeared out of thin air. It was bouncing by itself. Up and down. Slowly rolling towards Lin Ye. And behind the ball, faint blood footprints could be seen. The footprints were small, not like those of an adult. Nor like those of a dog. Rather, they looked like those of a small child. Hidden Easter egg? Lin Ye's heart stirred. In this instance, aside from the 3 obvious bosses, Mom, Dad, and Grandma, there were evidently other residents. Such as this thing playing with the ball. The ball rolled to Lin Ye's feet. It stopped. Smeared with dark red blood and a few strands of black hair. Lin Ye didn't move. At this moment, any extra movement could create noise, which might wake the already sleeping dad. Suddenly, on the ball surfaced a line of text. Private message, will you play with me? Yes/no. This is a trap. If you choose yes, it might make noise or trigger a plot kill. If you choose no, this ghostly child usually screams in anger, making even louder noise. In a dilemma. But who is Lin Ye? He is a bug hunter. He glanced at the ball, then at the ugly figure pinned under the coffee table. He gently pulled the ugly figure out. Then, with a very light and slow motion, he placed the ugly figure on the ball. He arranged it in a bear stepping on a ball acrobatic pose. Then, he silently repeated in his heart. I won't play. But my brother loves to play. You both have similar shapes, it is an interdimensional being, you are a supernatural being, it's a perfect match. Go and play. The red ball seemed to pause. It circled around the ugly figure twice. It seemed to be judging whether this new playmate was alive. Ugly figure. In the end, the ball seemed to accept this arrangement. It lightly bumped the ugly figure, then slowly and silently rolled back into the dark corridor with the ugly figure. Crisis avoided. The ghost child's interest has shifted. Lin Ye breathed a sigh of relief. Not just because he escaped a disaster, but also because he discovered an important piece of information. The ugly figure is not only a trash can but also an extremely excellent hate transfer device. In the future, when encountering ghosts that must interact, he can let the ugly figure take the blame. It is simply an essential tool for home travel, killing, looting, and blocking disasters. Good buddy, you worked hard. Lin Ye looked at the ugly figure disappearing into the darkness and silently gave it a thumbs up in his heart. When I finish, I will definitely buy you a box of the best cotton candy. Now. The living room was completely silent. The TV ghost was sealed. The ghost child was lured away. Mom and Dad were asleep. It was time to go back to the bedroom and face the last challenge of the first night. Lin Ye picked up the scissors on the ground and tightened the sleeves of his ghost coin. He stepped toward the bedroom door with the good baby sticker on it. The doorknob was ice cold and piercing. It felt as if he was holding not metal, but a dead person's hand. I hope I can sleep well. He pushed the door open and entered. Chapter 008. As long as I can't see you, you can't come out. The bedroom was very tidy. A single bed covered with a blue bedspread. A desk with several textbooks and unfinished homework on it. A wardrobe, tightly closed. The windows were covered with thick curtains, blocking out every bit of light. Lin Ye turned back to close the door and locked it. He did not go to bed immediately. Instead, he began to check this place, which would be his safe house for the next 7 days. Rule 5 says. 5. Only sleeping in your own bedroom is safe. After midnight, if you accidentally wake up, please do not open your eyes and do not respond to anyone's calls, even if the voice sounds a lot like dad or mom. This rule has 3 subtexts. 1. The bedroom is relatively safe, but not absolutely safe. 2. Something will come in at night, or try to entice you into interaction. 3. Opening your eyes and responding is a switch that triggers death. Lin Ye walked to the side of the bed and lifted the pillow. Underneath was a photo. The photo showed a boy with an expressionless face, with that terrifying couple standing behind him. The boy's eyes were hollow, and the corners of his mouth had a strange bruise. Item, family portrait. Hidden clue, the boy is not biological. He was adopted from the orphanage on 44th Street. Adopted? Lin Ye rubbed the photo. No wonder he looks like a prop in the family portrait. If he is adopted, then any remaining affection from the parents toward him might also be bound to some interest or rule. Once this bond is broken, they would eat him without hesitation. He opened the wardrobe again. In the wardrobe hung several school uniforms, and a set of a somewhat familiar red raincoat. Beneath the raincoat, something seemed to be hidden. Lin Ye reached out to touch it. The texture was slippery and wet. It was a corpse of a cat, not completely dry. Little White? Lin Ye remembered the rule about dogs. There is no dog in the house, but it never said there is no cat. And why would a cat die in the wardrobe? Looking at the wound, it seemed to be cut neatly by some sharp object. The cut was smooth, quite similar to the bits of meat he saw in the kitchen. Did Mom do this? Or, did I do it myself? Lin Ye suddenly realized that the I in this story, meaning the boy himself, might not be innocent. In the memory of this body, fragments of violence seemed to be hidden. At that moment. Dawn. The clock struck 12. Midnight 0. Cinderella's magic has worn off, the revelry of the world of horror has begun. The once quiet bedroom saw a sudden drop in temperature. Outside the door, footsteps that had disappeared earlier began to sound again. Very light. As if someone was wandering barefoot in the hallway. Walking back and forth. Finally, it stopped at the bedroom door. Lin Ye had already laid down in bed, covered himself with a quilt. He closed his eyes, breathing steadily. But his all-knowing eye did not shut down. Even with his eyes closed, the X-ray function allowed him to see a massive black shadow outside the door. That shadow was very tall. The outline resembled Dad. But upon closer inspection, one could find its limbs were oddly proportioned, its arms long past the knees, its neck bent at a 90-degree angle. It was not the skeletal structure of a normal human. Dong dong dong. 3 polite knocks echoed. Then came the voice of Dad. That voice imitated perfectly, even mimicking the drunken slur. Son, are you asleep? Dad bought you supper, that bullfrog. Dad made it for you. Open the door, eat it while it's hot. A fragrant smell wafted in. It was indeed the scent of sautéed bullfrog. For someone with a growling stomach, this temptation was deadly. But Lin Ye did not move. Not only did he not move, he even maintained his regular breathing rate. Because he saw what the Dad outside the door was really holding. It was not bullfrog at all. That was a plate of, still wriggling, steaming toad. And in the other hand of that Dad, he held a huge fire axe. Entity, disguised monster, Night Stalker. Tactics, sound induction/food temptation. Weakness, if the door is locked, cannot enter without invitation. Rule judgment, will the player respond? No. The black shadow outside the door waited for a while. Seeing no movement inside. Somewhat unwilling. The voice started to change. From Dad to Mom. Baby, Mom brought you milk. If you don't drink the milk, who doesn't? Open the door quickly. Lin Ye still pretended to be dead. This low-level impersonation show was far from the real mom during the day. The real mom carried a sense of oppressive love, while this thing was purely a scam. Time passed second by second. The black shadow outside seemed to lose patience. It began to scratch at the door with its nails. Creak, creak. This sound was a torment in the dead of night. Just as Lin Ye was considering whether to give it a door-slice kill with scissors. Suddenly, a hoarse cough came from the depths of the hallway. Cough, cough. The sound was not loud, but carried an inexplicable authority. After that cough, the scratching at the door instantly ceased. That disguised monster seemed to have encountered a nemesis, scrambling away. It even knocked over a vase in the hallway due to running too fast. Bang! Then, a slow, heavy sound of a cane started to echo. Thud, thud, thud. Step by step. Passing by Lin Ye's door. Not stopping at all. Walking towards the master bedroom. Lin Ye's back seeped cold sweat. That was Grandma? The grandma locked in the room at the end of the hallway? She has come out? And even that terrifying disguised monster fears her? This indicates that at the top of the food chain in this home, it might really be that usually unassuming old lady. It seems that tomorrow's exploration focus will have to be on that locked room. Lin Ye silently noted this point in his heart. Then, on this night filled with strangeness and murderous intent, he actually fell asleep. There was no other way. This is the benefit of having thick nerves. As long as there is no life-threatening danger, sleeping is the most important. After all, he still had to continue acting tomorrow. Chapter 009, the biggest dark horse of this instance. If the warm home instance is a dead silence of horror, then in the real world, things have already exploded. More than half a day has passed since the instance began. In live streams around the world, screams echoed continuously. In the Lighthouse Nation, they hit the jackpot this time, with 5 contestants selected. Among them, the most favored soldier, Jack, was born at a community park. Luck? No, this is a nightmare. As soon as he opened his eyes, he was surrounded by a pack of stray dogs with human faces. Even though he was agile, facing the onslaught of these monstrosities was still overwhelming. He tried to climb the slide to escape, but triggered the rule: park facilities are for children under 12 only. The slide turned into a giant mouth, snapping him in half. The live stream instantly went black. The audience and the Lighthouse Nation wailed in despair. Fortunately, the other 4 contestants were still hanging on, temporarily saving the nation's fate. In Sakura Nation, their contestant, Sato, was born in the security room at the entrance of an apartment building. To avoid the night patrol officer, he hid in the elevator. But he forgot the rule: the elevator is prohibited from operating when overloaded. In fact, the elevator was full of invisible friends. Ding! The elevator door opened, and only red liquid flowed out. Within a few short hours, On the global livestream, the red elimination notifications never stopped. Report: 50 people participated in this instance, 32 confirmed dead. Survival rate below 40%. In contrast, the live stream of Great Nation had a strange feel as if it entered the wrong channel. On the screen, Lin Ye was sprawled comfortably across his bed, sleeping soundly. His snores even had a bit of rhythm. And by his bedside, a ragged bear was desperately keeping watch, occasionally needing to tuck him in. This contrast is simply heart-wrenching. While others are feeding dogs in parks and elevators, he is sleeping? Not only sleeping but also having a ghost cover him with a blanket? Is this the world of the big shots? Everyone, I admit I'm envious, this isn't survival, this is like a vacation. The bullet comments flew across the screen like snowflakes, densely covering the entire screen. The audience's emotions transformed from initial despair and anger to shock, worship, and a hint of wanting to laugh. In the capital of Great Nation, in the highest security meeting room. This is the command center of the National Strange Talk Countermeasure Bureau, codename Dragon Group. Hundreds of supercomputers were operating frantically, analyzing every detail on the screen. Even though Lin Ye was sleeping, they did not dare to relax. Team leader. An analyst wearing thick glasses approached with a report, his hands trembling. The data is out. It's the psychological assessment report of contestant Lin Ye. Sitting in the first position was a stern-looking middle-aged man, Qin Feng. The leader of the Dragon Group, also the highest authority in this area for Great Nation. He took the report and frowned deeply at just one glance. What does this mean? Fear level 0? The analyst swallowed hard. Yes, team leader. We monitored all of Lin Ye's micro-expressions, heart rate, and pupil changes since he entered the instance. Whether facing the corpse in the fridge, the braised pork, or the mirrored ghost in the bathroom, his physiological indicators remained on a straight line. It's as if. The analyst paused, seemingly searching for the right word. It's like a machine. Or rather, a monster without an almond core. Qin Feng fell silent. He recalled the top-secret file that had been sealed 10 years ago. The 10-year-old boy who survived that bizarre car accident. Absolute rationality. Qin Feng slowly uttered these 4 words. This is not a monster. This is a born game-changer. In a world filled with twisted rules, where emotions can become a burden. Fear is the deadliest poison. Anger is the catalyst for death. Only absolute calm, absolute reason can find a glimmer of hope amid the chaotic threads. Lin Ye was practically born for this game. Team leader, there's another discovery. Another expert responsible for skill analysis also leaned in. It seems Lin Ye is not just calm. Take a look at this replay. The screen displayed Lin Ye lathering soap on a mirror. In that situation, an ordinary person's first reaction is to deal with the ghost. But he did not. His reaction was to eliminate the medium that produces the ghost. This shows he can see through to the essence of things. We suspect he may have awakened an extremely rare talent. Qin Feng nodded. Though they couldn't determine what Lin Ye had truly seen yet. There was no doubt. This time, the Great Xia Kingdom had struck gold. Send the order down. Qin Feng suddenly stood up, his voice loud. Activate the S-Class emergency plan. Mobilize all resources to provide external support for Lin Ye. Additionally, seal all real-world information about Lin Ye. We must not allow other countries to dig into his background, especially those hunters. The conference room was filled with a grim atmosphere. Everyone knew. This game was not just about one person's survival. It was also a contest between nations. Lin Ye's performance was too brilliant. Brilliant enough to become a thorn in the eyes of other countries. In the world of odd tales, Lin Ye turned over. Not only was he unaware of becoming the focus of the world, he even seemed to show signs of dreaming. In his dream, he was counting money. 1, 2. That is grandma's, that is dad's. All of it is mine. Suddenly, a gust of cold wind blew by. From the crack of the bedroom door, a strong smell of smoke and alcohol wafted in. Accompanied by that familiar, heavy footsteps. Thud, thud, thud. That was Dad coming home. Lin Ye's snoring stopped instantly. He did not open his eyes. But his brain switched from sleep mode to combat mode in an instant. Heart rate remained steady. Breathing remained even. But every muscle in his body had already tightened. Outside the door. The footsteps stopped at the doorway. Then, a hoarse voice came through the crack of the door. Son. Open the door. Dad brought you something delicious. The all-seeing eye projected data in his mind. Entity, Dad, contaminated state. Current condition, drunk plus hungry. Desire, to find midnight snack. Weakness, he is afraid of waking grandma. A slight smile appeared at the corner of Lin Ye's mouth. Dad, oh dad. Not sleeping late at night, coming to deliver your own head? Looks like tomorrow's breakfast is secured again. In the live broadcast room, the audience who had started to doze off while watching Lin Ye sleep suddenly became alert. Oh wow. Action is coming. Dad is back. This sense of oppression. I feel suffocated just through the screen. Lin God, wake up. Stop pretending to sleep. The ones above don't understand a thing. Lin God is fishing. No one knew. This seemingly defenseless young man had already conceived 100 ways to deal with Dad in his mind. And in the distant real world, the hope of the Great Xia Kingdom was rekindled with every breath of this young man. Chapter 10, Is Dad Back? At 7 in the morning. Lin Ye appeared in the living room right on time. After a night of rest, he looked much better than yesterday. The living room was very quiet. The television was still buried under the coffee table, silent. Last night's red ball was also nowhere to be seen. Good morning. Lin Ye greeted the empty living room. The response came from the kitchen, the sound of even more furious chopping of meat. Thud. 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 The sound was heavier than yesterday, each chop feeling like it was striking bone. Dad sat at the head of the dining table. He had changed out of his dirty work clothes and put on a tight white tank top, showing off his muscular arms covered in black hair and scars. His face was grim. His bloodshot eyes were full of red veins, clearly indicating he hadn't slept well last night. He kept shaking his gout-affected left leg, his fingers nervously tapping on the table. Where's the food? Damn wife. Why isn't the food ready yet? I'm starving. Dad roared. Even though he had eaten bullfrog yesterday, it was far from enough to satisfy someone of his size. Lin Ye sat obediently across from Dad. He didn't tremble like other children. Instead, he took the initiative to pour a glass of water for Dad. Dad, calm down. Did you sleep well last night? Dad shot him a glare. Sleep well my ass. I had nightmares all night. All about those debt collectors. After saying that, he glanced suspiciously at Lin Ye. The money is still there, right? Lin Ye patted his pocket. It's here. Kept close, no one can take it. Only then did Dad breathe a sigh of relief. The favor was maintained. At that moment, Mom brought out breakfast. Today's breakfast was porridge and steamed buns? It looked normal. But Lin Ye's all-seeing eye swept over it, and he instantly felt nauseous. The grains floating in that porridge were all white maggots. As for the steamed buns, they were made from a mix of ash and flour, steamed with the word sacrifice stamped on top. Item, cursed porridge. Toxicity, high. Item, sacrificial bowsy. Effect, eating reduces SAN by 20. Eat. Mom slammed the plate down on the table. Her cold gaze swept over the father and son. Today, this is all there is. Eat it or don't. Dad looked at the bowl of maggot porridge, his expression darkening further. Where's the alcohol? I want to drink. What kind of porridge in the morning? Mom let out a cold laugh. Drink, drink, drink. All you know is to drink. You've lost all the money in the house. How can we buy alcohol now? Eat it or leave. Seeing a family battle about to erupt. Dad's rage level was rising. Mom's kitchen knife was starting to glimmer red. If these two big bosses started fighting, little Lin Ye would definitely be caught in the crossfire. Moreover, not eating this breakfast would also be against the rules. Lin Ye sighed. Another deadly situation. But he was already prepared. The 3,000 underworld coins he got yesterday were just for this moment, right? Although the rules didn't say he could use money to save his life, in this money-oriented society, money could work wonders. Lin Ye suddenly stood up. Dad, Mom. Stop fighting. In the shocked gaze of both, he dramatically pulled out a bottle from his pocket, alcohol. Not ordinary alcohol. But a bottle of hidden vintage wine he had found deep inside the kitchen cupboard while everyone was asleep last night, using his all-seeing eye. Dad, I remember you said you wanted a drink yesterday. I found this in the cabinet. Though it's not great wine, it should satisfy a craving. Seeing the wine, Dad's eyes instantly lit up. The explosive anger that was about to burst was extinguished like being splashed with cold water. Good son. You understand me. He snatched the bottle and tilted his head back, taking a huge gulp. Gulp. Ah. Refreshing. In that moment, the intoxicating effect kicked in. In Dad's eyes, this bottle of cheap liquor felt like nectar. His gaze towards Lin Ye also turned incredibly gentle. Mom. Lin Ye then turned to Mom. He pointed at Dad. See, Dad stops causing trouble once he drinks. And Lin Ye leaned closer, lowering his voice near Mom's ear. When Dad is happy, he has the strength to go out and earn money to buy you new clothes. Mom paused for a moment. It seemed she found this logic somewhat acceptable. The hand that was tightly gripping the kitchen knife finally relaxed. Since Dad drinking means he doesn't need to eat. Lin Ye pointed at the untouched bowl of maggot porridge in front of Dad. Then I'll eat this bowl of porridge for Dad. After all, we can't waste food. After saying this, Lin Ye picked up the bowl of porridge. He didn't bring it to his mouth. Instead, while his parents were enjoying their meal, he pulled out the ugly little brother that he had hidden under the table again. Here, little brother. Big brother saved the best breakfast for you. Eat more, grow tall. Ugly. Thank you to your whole family. But I really can't eat anymore. But under Lin Ye's loving gaze, Ugly could only open his mouth with grievance. That bowl of breakfast, enough to make one lose sanity, once again disappeared into the interdimensional trash can. Burp. This time, Ugly really let out a full belch. He even spit out a few white circles. All right. Lin Ye put down the empty bowl. He wiped his mouth. Looking at the family atmosphere that had eased, he smiled and said, "The meal is finished. Dad, didn't you say you would take me to that place today?" By this time, Dad was already half drunk. Hearing this, he asked hazily, "Where to?" Lin Ye leaned closer to him, using a voice only the two of them could hear, and said, "To that place where we can get more money. Didn't you say you want to turn things around? Since we want to survive, we can't just hide in this house." According to the plot, today's task is to unlock the map beyond the family. And Dad is the best guide. Task triggered, follow Dad out. Destination, terrifying community chess room. Reward, unlock community map. Lin Ye looked at the desire that gradually ignited in Dad's eyes. He knew the fish was hooked. Let's go. Son. Dad will take you to see the world. The door opened. The outside world revealed itself to Lin Ye for the first time. It was a community shrouded in blood-colored fog. Ghosts and spirits filled the streets. But under the lead of Dad, the bully, Lin Ye walked out confidently like a rich kid relying on a tiger's might. The adventure was just beginning to warm up. Chapter 011, Blood Red Community. The world outside the door was somewhat different from what Lin Ye imagined. There was no sunlight. In the sky hung a sun shaped like a blood-red eyeball, emitting an irritably dark red glow. The entire community was shrouded in a thin layer of blood mist, visibility less than 50 meters. Stay close to me. Dad walked in front, his tall figure like a moving fortress, forcefully parting the surrounding fog. He still held that jar of special liquor, taking a swig now and then, looking in a good mood, striding forward with confidence. Lin Ye followed behind with small hurried steps. Though his body had been enhanced, in an environment where gravity seemed slightly heavier than in the real world, he still felt a bit strained. But he didn't dare to fall behind. Because the all-seeing eye was sounding alarms wildly. Warning, high-risk area. Entity, wandering spirit, F rank, detected 5 meters away. Entity, sewage monster, E rank, detected under the manhole cover. Entity, fog sneaker, D rank, observing you from the roof. This was no community. It was basically a night of wandering demons. But under Dad's deterrent, those restless low-level monsters wisely chose to retreat. That's the joy of relying on someone powerful. But not everyone had this privilege. As they passed by the community garden, Lin Ye saw a corpse mangled beyond recognition in the bushes, dressed like a foreign contestant, probably that unlucky guy who was born in the park. A few wild dogs with human faces were fighting over his thigh. Is that a new resident? Dad glanced at it and spat disdainfully. Too weak. Can't even fight off a dog, it's simply a disgrace to our community. Lin Ye said nothing, just cast a faint glance. The all-seeing eye displayed, player corpse eliminated. It seems the survival rate of these 50 people is even lower than I imagined, he calculated silently in his mind. Dad, where are we going? Lin Ye asked knowingly. Is there anything fun around here? Dad stopped, turned around, and smiled wide, showing a mouthful of yellow teeth. Play? I'll take you to an adult's place. The card room. That place is the most lively in our community. As they spoke, the two crossed a narrow alley filled with garbage and severed limbs. Ahead appeared a shabby 2-story building. A neon sign hung at the door, half broken, leaving the words fun. Heaven. Room. Two security guards stood at the entrance. Or rather, two skeletons dressed in security uniforms. Oh. Isn't that old Lee? One of the skeletons creaked its jaw. What brings you here today? Didn't you lose everything yesterday? Dad's face darkened. Stop the nonsense. I brought money today. He patted Lin Ye's pocket. And today, I brought my son to back me up. Youngster, brings good luck. The hollow eye sockets of the skeleton guard lit up with ghostly flames, looking Lin Ye up and down. Son? TSK, so thin, will you survive tonight? Go in. You know the rules, if you lose everything, you'll have to pay with your body. The big door opened. A stronger smell of smoke, sweat, and decay mixed together, nearly making Lin Ye vomit. Inside, voices roared. Rather than a card room, it was more like a den of demons. Besides monsters, Lin Ye even saw two trembling living people huddled in a corner look like they were lucky to stumble in as other players. But now they were surrounded by several ghostly ants, being forced to play around. By the look of their pale faces, they were probably not far from death. There was a ghost with only half a head playing mahjong. A monster covered in tentacles played poker. Several hanging ghosts swung from the ceiling, watching the cards while they played. Lin Ye's arrival was like a little white rabbit falling into a wolf's den, instantly attracting countless greedy eyes. Those two foreign players huddled in the corner also saw Lin Ye, their eyes flickering with hope, just about to cry for help. But they saw Lin Ye didn't look at them at all. Instead, like an old grandpa, he swaggered to the center of the room. But Dad, with great confidence, sat down at a table in the middle. What are you looking at? This is my son. Who dares to touch him? I'll chop them. Saying this, he slammed his huge fire axe onto the table. Bang! The table cracked open a seam. The ghosts withdrew their gazes. In this world where strength mattered, Dad, as a solid and hot-tempered power-type anomaly, had quite a reputation. Come on. Let's start. Dad called. Soon, three ghosts that didn't look easy to mess with sat down. One was an old man with no chin. One was a female ghost wearing a red cheongsam. And one was actually old Wang from the next unit, who always sharpened his knife at midnight. Seeing old Wang, Lin Ye's omniscient eye flickered. Entity, Old Wang, Neighbor 404. Level, B. Carried item, Grandma's old key. Comment, he stole it while Grandma wasn't looking, wanting to search the room but hasn't figured out how to use it yet. Grandma's key? Lin Ye's heart skipped a beat. This is the key item in the plot. With the key, he could open Grandma's room in advance and get that crucial ledger. Dad. Lin Ye leaned close to Dad's ear. That old Wang. I can't stand him. Today, let's win against him. Dad laughed heartily. Okay. I'll listen to my son. Old Wang. Today we fight one-on-one. The game began. The rules were simple, big too. And it was a blind bet. Each person received 3 cards, betting without looking. Compare sizes. This way of playing relied purely on luck. Or, who had a trick up their sleeve. For the first hand, I bet a hand. Old Wang sneered, directly twisting off his dry left hand and throwing it onto the table. Cheers erupted around. Dad's expression changed slightly. He touched his pocket. No money. And he also could not really chop his hand off to use as a bet. I call. Lin Ye suddenly spoke. He took out those 3,000 ghost bills from his pocket. My dad only has this money. 3,000, to buy your one hand. Money? Old man Wang froze for a moment. 3,000 ghost bills, in this instance, had shocking buying power. To trade for one dry hand, that was absolutely a profit. Good kid, you have guts. I'm in. Open the cards. The whole room held its breath. Dad was so nervous that his hands were shaking. But Lin Ye was very calm. Because his right eye had already seen through everything. Old Man Wang's cards, Part 3, Spade 5, Club 7. High cards. Dad's cards, a pair of K. Open. Lin Ye flipped Dad's cards in one move. A pair of K. We win. Damn. Old Man Wang cursed, watching helplessly as that hand was put into Lin Ye's pocket. Again. The next half hour. It was simply Lin Ye's personal show. No matter how Old Man Wang shuffled the cards, even using ghost tricks to change cards, Lin Ye could always see through it at the first moment, and tell Dad to call or fold. Dad, fold this one, he has a straight. Dad, all in this one. He is bluffing. Dad won until he was numb. Not only did he win back all the wages he lost before, he also won one of Old Man Wang's legs, half a lung, and that shiny copper key hanging at his waist. Last hand. Old Man Wang had lost his mind from losing. He slammed that key onto the table. This is the last thing. I don't know which door it opens, but it has very strong magic power waves. Worth 5,000. Lin Ye's eyes lit up. This was exactly what he was waiting for. Dad, do we call? At this moment, Dad already obeyed Lin Ye completely. Call. If my son says call, we call. Open the cards. Old Man Wang, 3A. Dad. Dad's hand trembled slightly. He looked at Lin Ye. Son, this hand. Lin Ye smiled. He stretched out his hand, and at the moment of flipping the cards, his fingertips lightly brushed across the card faces. That move was very hidden. But under the edit mode of the all-knowing eye, a line of code that only he could see was rewritten. Card value, spatial swap, spade A-heart 2. 3-2. Lin Ye shouted loudly. This is too unlucky, right? 3-2, the smallest three of a kind? However, when Old Man Wang proudly flipped his own cards, the whole room fell into dead silence. Because in his hand there was clearly one heart 2 and 2A. The three of a kind was broken. How is this possible? Old Man Wang's eyes were about to pop out. I clearly. A bet is a bet. Lin Ye moved fast, grabbed the key on the table in one move, and stuffed it into his pocket. Thanks to Old Man Wang for this gift of fate. Go! Dad! We've earned enough money, let's go home and buy clothes for Mom. Lin Ye pulled the still-dazed Dad and turned around to run. If they didn't run now, once Old Man Wang reacted and realized the cards were swapped, there would probably be bloodshed in this card room. They rushed out of the card room. Angry roars thundered behind them. Dad, following step by step, now looked at Lin Ye like he was looking at the god of wealth. Son! You are too damn amazing. From now on, I'll follow you. Lin Ye clenched the key inside his pocket. Ice cold, piercing to the bone. On it was carved a traditional character, seal. The first step was done. Next, it was time to go home. To face that real great terror. Chapter 012 The Underworld Card Room. Lin Ye and Dad ran wildly all the way back to the apartment building. Only when that rusty security door slammed shut with a loud bang and was locked with 3 bolts, did the cold feeling of being watched by evil ghosts barely fade. Dad leaned against the back of the door, gasping for air. Damn it, that old bastard Wang, he actually dared to make a move. He tightly gripped the thick stack of ghost bills he won, his eyes greedy yet afraid. Good thing we ran fast. Lin Ye was very calm. He stood in the hallway. He looked up at the floor sign. This was the 3rd floor. And Old Man Wang lived on the 4th floor. That was the legendary room 404. Dad. Lin Ye suddenly spoke. We ran too fast just now, did your cigarette fall at the stair corner? Dad froze, and subconsciously touched his pocket. The cigarette was still there. But he saw Lin Ye's eyes, that was a kind of hint. Seems like it fell. Although Dad was not very smart. But in the matter of stirring things up, Lin Ye and his father had a natural, unspoken understanding. Then, why don't you go help Dad look for it? It was clear he didn't want to go up again. What if Mr. Wang came chasing after them? No need to search. Lin Ye pointed upstairs. What I mean is, since Mr. Wang is still going crazy in the game room, isn't his house empty right now? I heard his house has a lot of good cigarettes and liquor. And he just lost big, so he might have left the spare key at home. Dad's eyes immediately lit up. The light in his eyes was brighter than when he had one earlier. Stealing from the house. This was his bold specialty. Good son. Such a wicked, such a rob from the rich to give to the poor idea, you came up with it. Let's go. Before that old man comes back. The father and son sneaked up to the 4th floor with crafty looks in their eyes. The door to room 404 was tightly shut. A blood-red talisman was stuck to the door, with an eye drawn on it, like some kind of surveillance spell. Item, Eye of Surveillance. Effect, if triggered for too long, it will warn the owner. Bypass, use the grandmother's key to interfere with the magnetic field. Lin Ye took out the copper key he had just won. Though it was for opening his grandmother's room, the strange aura emanating from it immediately blinded the talisman. The eye on the talisman closed instantly, even shedding a tear of blood. Done. Dad kicked the door. The door didn't budge. Tisk, it's locked. Lin Ye rolled his eyes. Dad, you're the brute force type, leave this technical work to me. He took out the universal scissors. With the perspective structure of the all-knowing eye, he set to work. Click. 10 seconds. The door opened. Room 404 was pitch black. There was no furniture. Only a room full of corpses. Or pieces of corpses. The walls were covered with human skin, like they were drying clothes. The floor was piled high with various canned organs. Ugh, even Dad, a monster who ate people without spitting out bones, felt a bit nauseous seeing this. This old Wang has quite the taste. Lin Ye didn't pay attention to this. His goal was clear. He activated the all-knowing eyes scanning mode. Scanning area. Target, valuable items. Soon, he discovered a hidden compartment under the bed, containing an iron box. He opened it. Inside was an old, worn-out diary and a family photo. In the family photo, Mr. Wang was holding a little girl in a red dress. That little girl was holding a red leather ball. The diary entry read: X month X day, the old woman downstairs is going crazy again. Her terrifying oppressive presence, it doesn't seem like it belongs to this level of the game. What exactly has she sealed away? X month X day, today, I saw that little boy was adopted. Poor kid, just another backup supply. X month X day, I stole the old woman's key. If I get the chance, I'll go in and see how much hidden money she's got. X month X day, damn it. The key was found. I can only hide it in. So he stole the key. Lin Ye closed the diary. It confirmed his guess. This old Mr. Wang had always been spying on the neighbor, warm home downstairs. And the little girl with the red ball was probably his daughter. Dad, did you find the cigarettes? Lin Ye stuffed the diary into his jacket. Found them. All Huazi. Dad hugged a few packs of cigarettes like a squirrel hugging pine cones, grinning ear to ear. And this wine. It's good wine too. Then let's go. Lin Ye wasn't greedy. Because he heard hurried footsteps in the hallway. It was Mr. Wang coming back. Back at the door of their own room 303. Just as the father and son had slipped inside the door. They heard Mr. Wang's furious roar outside. Who? Who stole my house? Lin. Is it you? Bang. 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 Mr. Wang was violently banging on the door. Dad shrank his neck in fear. But then, looking at the cigarettes and wine in his hands, and at his son beside him, he suddenly felt his back straighten. He shouted through the door. What's all the knocking for? I've been sleeping at home the whole time. Do you have evidence? If you knock again, I'll call the police and have you arrested for disturbing the peace, believe it or not. Lin Ye quietly gave a thumbs up beside him. This acting deserves an Oscar. And in this scenario, the word call the police said by a ghost seems completely natural. Outside, Grandpa Wang was angrily shouting, but seemed to be wary of certain rules in the warm home, so he could only curse as he walked away. Lin Ye let out a sigh of relief. This trip was a big win. Not only did he get the key, but also gained valuable intelligence about his grandmother's power. More importantly, Dad has now completely become his accomplice. Dad. Lin Ye looked at his father, who was opening a cigarette. Mom will be back soon. These things must be hidden well. Also, about the money I helped you win today. Dad immediately understood. He made a zipper mouth gesture. Don't worry. This is our secret. We won't tell anyone. Lin Ye smiled. Very good. Next, it was time for that head of the family, Grandma. He touched the cold key in his pocket. A glint of cold light flashed in his eyes. Tonight, let's go give Grandma a visit. Chapter 013, The Locked Room. When he returned home, Mom hadn't come back yet. The house was eerily quiet, only the ticking of the clock could be heard. Dad couldn't wait to hug his alcohol and cigarettes and hide in the master bedroom, giving Lin Ye a thumbs up before leaving. Lin Ye stayed in the living room. His gaze once again fell upon the door at the end of the corridor that is always tightly closed, the grandmother's room. That door was different from the others. It was dark red, covered in dense runes. Those runes weren't painted on but deeply carved into the wood with some sharp tool, the grooves filled with darkened blood. A huge brass lock hung on the door. The keyhole was shaped like a skull. Lin Ye approached the door. The all-seeing eye activated. Area, grandmother's room, sealed. Danger level, S, extremely deadly. Lock status, magical seal plus physical lock. Required key, grandmother's old key. Restriction, only the head of the family can enter. Only the head of the family can enter? Lin Ye rubbed the key in his hand. The current head of the family is nominally Grandma, but in reality, it is Mom and Dad who are fighting for power. But his current identity is good grandson. If he forced his way in, it might trigger some kind of restriction. But Lin Ye carefully examined the lock. Under the microscopic view of the all-seeing eye, he noticed a circle of very fine signs of wear around the keyhole. That means, someone often tried to pick the lock. Moreover, the lock cylinder was not completely jammed. Bug detected, lock cylinder rusted. Using the correct key along with a bit of blood can partially open it without triggering an alarm. So that's it. Mom and Dad must have frequently thought about this door. Lin Ye did not rush to unlock it. He was waiting. Waiting for an opportunity. At that moment, a strange sound suddenly came from inside the door. Ziz ziz. It sounded like someone was scratching the door with their fingernails. Then came an old, hoarse voice, as if a phlegm was stuck in the throat. Hungry. So hungry. Those two ungrateful children want to starve me to death. Good grandson, are you out there? The voice was full of temptation. Lin Ye's sanity value dropped by 5 points in an instant. If it were an ordinary person, hearing a relative's call might prompt them to respond instinctively. But Lin Ye just calmly stood at the door, not responding. He was analyzing the information in this sentence. 1. Grandma was imprisoned. 2. Mom and Dad not only wanted power but also wanted to starve her. 3. Grandma knew he was outside. Grandma. Lin Ye suddenly spoke. His voice was soft and filial. Your grandson is here. Mom and Dad aren't bringing you food, which makes your grandson feel sad. But, the door is locked, so I can't go in. The scratching sound inside stopped. Silence endured for a few seconds. The old voice spoke again, now with a hint of urgency. The key is in that deadbeat old Wang's hands. You go, steal it. As long as you can let me out. From now on, this home, you are in charge. Lin Ye smiled. Another big dream being painted. These bosses love to play this game. However, compared to my parents' violent and intimidating methods, Grandma's exchange of interests clearly felt more sophisticated and more suited to Lin Ye's taste. Grandma, I got the key. Lin Ye took out the key and gently tapped on the door. But I'm scared to open it. Mom has a kitchen knife, Dad has an axe. I just turned 18, and I am weak. What if I let you out and they kill me? Heavy breathing came from inside the door. Clearly, the old lady was thinking of a countermeasure. After a moment, a piece of paper was slid out from under the door. It was a yellowed bill. Take this. This is evidence of them embezzling my pension and wanting to sell this house. As long as you have this, they won't dare to touch you. Lin Ye picked up the note. Item, Grandma's secret account book. Effect, holding this item activates the family law enforcement privilege. Low-level family members cannot attack you. Good stuff. A certificate of immunity. Lin Ye treasured the bill like a treasure. Thank you, Grandma. You wait, I will go prepare food for you. As for when to open the door. Let those two unfilial sons fight until both are hurt first. At this moment, the sound of a key turning came from the front door. Mom is back. Lin Ye quickly stuffed the bill and key into his pocket, turned around, and walked swiftly back to the living room, casually opening a book titled 5-Year College Entrance Examination, 3-Year Simulation, pretending to study hard. The door opened. Mom walked in with a basket of vegetables. Her face looked terrible, and the smell of blood on her was even stronger than in the morning. She was also carrying a dead black cat. That old hag. Mom cursed under her breath, how dare she raise the price, sooner or later I'll chop you up and make dumplings. She glanced at Lin Ye, who was studying on the sofa. The darkness in her eyes eased a little. Baby, studying? So good. Unlike that deadbeat old dad, who knows nothing but to mess around. Lin Ye looked up, with a naive expression. Mom, you worked hard. Dad is sleeping in the room. He pointed to the master bedroom. By the way, Mom, it seems Dad brought back a lot of good things when he came home just now. He's still counting money. Mom paused. That featureless face instantly cracked a grin from ear to ear. Counting money? Where did he get the money? Good. This deadbeat actually dares to hide private money. Mom threw the basket on the floor. She grabbed the kitchen knife and fiercely rushed toward the master bedroom. Li Daqiang. Get out here. Bang. The master bedroom door was kicked open. Then, inside, Dad's terrified screams and the sounds of fighting burst forth. Wife. Let me explain. This is not my money. This is our son's winnings. Bullshit. Our son is studying. How can he have time to gamble? It really is our son. Still trying to argue. Today I will chop you up. Lin Ye sat in the living room, listening to the domestic violence scene symphony coming from the master bedroom. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly. He turned a page in the book. This problem, got it. Using information gaps, stirring mistrust. This is his first rule for survival in this family. At this moment, in the live stream, the audience was once again in an uproar. So dirty. Really too dirty. Lin Ye has mastered the art of killing with the borrowed knife. Dad, my son is betraying me. Mom, my son is really good. Grandma, good grandson. The whole family of three is being played with in the palm of his hand. As the cries from the master bedroom gradually quieted down, Lin Ye knew that he had passed this level again. Furthermore, through this conflict, the trust fracture between his parents could not be repaired. Next, it was just waiting for the arrival of the Great Judgment. Outside the window, the night descended once more. The third night in this warm family, amidst smoke and schemes, quietly began to unfold. Chapter 014, The Altered Account Book. The argument in the master bedroom lasted most of the night. Until 3 in the morning, the painful sounds of fighting gradually calmed down. Dad should have been subdued, for a sound like a broken wind box came from him as he snored. Mom also seemed tired. The chopping sounds in the kitchen had stopped, leaving only a sorrowful sigh echoing in the living room. Lin Ye lay in bed, but he did not fall asleep. He was studying the grandma's key he had won from Grandpa Wang and the bill fragment that had been slipped through the crack in the door. The contents of the fragment were shocking. March 1st, De Chang took my coffin money of 5,000 yuan, claiming he would invest it, but lost it all in the game room. April 5th, Xiofan sold my gold bracelet for a bizarre red dress, saying it was for me to wear in my final moments. Bah! May 10th, they actually want to sell this house to Abyss Real Estate? That's my house. Mine. This is not a home. This is a den filled with schemes and betrayals. And Grandma, the seemingly terrifying boss, is actually the biggest victim? No. Lin Ye shook his head. In the world of strange tales, victims are often also aggressors. The reason Grandma was sealed was certainly not just because those two unfilial children wanted to seize power. It must be because she possesses a power that terrifies those two vengeful spirits. If I let her out, will she first kill the unfilial children, or will she kill me, the informed one? Lin Ye had to take a gamble. But before gambling, he needed more chips. Taking advantage of the quiet of the night, Lin Ye slipped out of his bedroom again. The hallway was filled with a pungent smell reminiscent of formaldehyde. That red ball ghost kid was dribbling a ball in the distance again, but at the sight of Lin Ye coming out, it seemed to remember the fear brought by Ugly yesterday, silently hugging the ball and rolling back to the corner. Lin Ye arrived at Grandma's door. This time, he did not hesitate. He took out the key and inserted it into the skull-shaped keyhole. Click. The lock opened. But the door did not open. Because there was also a physical lock. Lin Ye did not intend to fully open the door. He only needed to open a crack. A crack wide enough to slide in the all-seeing eye. He pushed the door with force. The door creaked under the strain, opening a gap 2 fingers wide. An extremely cold chill immediately burst forth, nearly freezing Lin Ye in place. Through the crack, his right eye gleamed with golden light. Deploying the all-seeing eye into the forbidden area. Target locked, iron box under the bed. The room was very dark. There was only a bunk bed with an headless old lady sitting on top. Her head was resting on her knees, and she held a needle and thread, seemingly sewing her own neck. Lin Ye held his breath. He bore the mental sting of looking at a high-level, strange sight and focused through the darkness under the bed, locking onto a rusty iron box. That box was the key. Item, complete family ledger. Contents, records every sin from the past 10 years in this family. Special effect, judge's hammer. Loudly reciting sins can activate family rules to punish offenders. Found it. Lin Ye took a deep breath. He pulled out the iron wire he had taken from Grandpa Wang's house, which was used to fish for things. He carefully slid it through the door crack. He gently hooked the iron box's pull ring. Slowly, pulling it over. The headless grandma on the bed seemed to sense something. The needle in her hand stopped. The head resting on her knees suddenly opened its eyes, staring through the door crack. Who moved my coffin money? Lin Ye's hand trembled. But he did not stop. Instead, he quickened his pace. Grandma, it's me. I want to help you move your money to a safer place. Mom and Dad will be here to pry the door open tomorrow. Upon hearing the words Mom and Dad, a trace of resentment flashed in the head's eyes. Take it. Take it all. Do not give those two beasts a penny. Gaining the master's consent, the box was smoothly pulled to the door. Although the box was too big to take out, since Lin Ye had seen it. Countless pieces of evidence transformed into golden streams of light, drilling into Lin Ye's mind. Evidence 1, Dad tried to poison Grandma with industrial alcohol, but failed. Evidence 2, Mom added mercury to Grandma's food, causing her to go blind. Evidence 3, they conspired to forge a will, intending to seize the property. Wow. They're all villains. Lin Ye withdrew his gaze and relocked the door. As if nothing had ever happened. At this moment, his mind was already filled with the detonation code of this nuclear bomb. Back in the bedroom. Dawn was approaching. The 4th day. That is to say, the countdown of the final 3 days. If the story has not changed. Tomorrow, or even the day after, Dad and Mom will completely fall out over money, and they might even set their sights on Lin Ye, their somewhat wealthy son. And what Lin Ye needs to do is to detonate this nuclear bomb before that happens. Soon. Lin Ye looked at the blood mist outside the window, gradually fading away. This family needs a new owner. In the live stream room. Although the audience didn't quite understand what Lin Ye had just done at the door crack. Seeing the confident smile on Lin Ye's face, everyone knew that those two bosses who had tormented players from other countries to the brink of death were not far from their doom. Chapter 015, The Countdown to Death. The calculations of the 3rd day were just the beginning. In the next 3 days, this already precarious warm home, under Lin Ye's careful treatment, would completely collapse. This was exactly what Lin Ye wanted. Only chaos could serve as the ladder for the week. The 4th day. Morning. Lin Ye was woken up by the sound of plates crashing. He rubbed his sleepy eyes and carried Cho-Cho out of the bedroom. The living room was a mess. Last night, Mom's heartfelt breakfast, a pot of porridge bubbling like pitch, was now spilled on the floor, corroding it and emitting hissing white smoke. Dad stood by the dining table, holding his stomach, his face pale as a ghost. A trace of black blood lingered at the corner of his mouth. You poisonous woman. Do you want to kill me? Dad pointed at Mom's nose, cursing loudly. I clearly saw you put something in the porridge. That was bad intestines grass, right? Don't think I can't smell it. Mom held the empty medicine bottle, showing no sign of panic despite being caught. Instead, she sneered endlessly. Kill you? Killing you would be letting you off easy. De Chang, tell me honestly, where did that 3,000 yuan go? Did you give it to some vixen? The family can barely afford meals, and you still dare to hide money? Bullshit. That was our son's winnings. Dad instinctively wanted to defend himself, but gulped down his words. He glanced at Lin Ye, who just emerged. Lin Ye stood at the door with an innocent expression, and Cho-Cho in his arms stared at him with wide eyes. Dad remembered the man's promise and forced himself to change his words. That was my hard-earned money. Losing it is losing it. It must have been you, you spendthrift woman, who took it to buy makeup. I buy makeup? Mom laughed angrily, pointing at her face, which had no features, only a crack. Does this face need makeup? Li Dashan, I see you don't want to live anymore. Seeing the flames of war about to escalate again, Lin Ye stepped forward at the right moment. He didn't mediate, instead, he pulled out a piece of somewhat moldy steamed bread he had deliberately left from last night. Dad, Mom. Stop arguing. Since the porridge is spilled, then, let's eat steamed bread. He broke the steamed bread in half and handed it to them. His gaze was clear like a spring. Although it's a bit moldy, as long as you cut off the moldy parts, it can still be eaten. Our teacher said, where there is harmony, everything prospers. Looking at the moldy steamed bread, then at their son's understanding eyes that were heart-wrenching. Both parents' movements froze for a moment. It wasn't a moment of conscience awakening. But rather, the system's hidden rules came into effect. Humph. Dad grabbed half a steamed bun and viciously stuffed it into his mouth, without even picking off the mold. At least our son understands. Unlike some people, whose hearts are more poisoned than that porridge. Mom also took a bun and glanced at Dad with a sinister look. Eat. Eat more. When you're full, it's good for the journey. That day, the atmosphere at home dropped to freezing point. The mirror ghost and the TV ghost wisely stayed out, fearing to provoke these two calamities. Day 5. If the 4th day was the collapse of trust, then the 5th day was a challenge to the limits of the body. The food stock at home was completely gone. The fridge was empty. Those severed hands and feet that were originally stuffed inside had, unbeknownst to them, already been secretly cooked and eaten by Mom. In the kitchen's rice jar, not even a single moldy grain could be found, only a few dead, starved mice. Hungry. So hungry. All day long, Dad was pacing in the living room. His eyes grew redder, his muscles began to shrink due to hunger, and his skin hung loosely on his skeleton. His gaze began to uncontrollably drift toward Lin Ye. Besides greed, there was a more difficult-to-control beastly desire. Son. At noon, Dad suddenly sat down beside Lin Ye. The strong smell of decay came rushing at him. Because of hunger, he couldn't even maintain the facade of human scent. Dad wants to discuss something with you. About your bear. Dad pointed at the ugly bear in Lin Ye's arms. Shouldn't it make some contribution? Even though it's just cotton inside, at least it has some skin. Ugly. It got so scared that it directly burrowed into Lin Ye's clothes, only it's trembling but sticking out. Lin Ye patted Ugly's butt. He raised his head and looked at Dad. The all-seeing eye showed that Dad's sanity level had dropped to a critical point. If he got hungrier, he would really eat everything in sight. Dad. Lin Ye sighed. He pulled out the long-preserved bottle of cooking wine and the corpse oil and psychedelic mushrooms he had gotten from Grandpa Wang, mixing them into a special brew. Bear meat isn't tasty, it's all ash. This is to cushion your stomach. Upon seeing the wine, Dad's Adam's apple moved violently. He snatched the bottle, didn't even have time to twist off the cap, and directly bit down on the mouth of the bottle, shattering it with a crunch, swallowing the glass shards along with the wine. Ah! The alcohol went down his throat. Though it couldn't fill his stomach, the euphoric sensation temporarily suppressed his hunger. Dad leaned back on the couch, his eyes hazy, and began to chuckle foolishly. Good wine. Son, when Dad gets better, I'll take you to eat dragon meat. Lin Ye watched this scene coldly. He knew this was merely a temporary remedy to thirst. This hunger was the system's death countdown. The further it went, the more crazed this hunger would become. Until day 7, when it would completely erupt. Day 6. The calm before the storm. The whole house began to change. The wall paint started to peel off in large chunks, revealing the inner walls, which were bright red like flesh, even moving as if they were breathing. Black slime seeped out from the cracks in the floor. The chandelier on the ceiling swayed precariously, like an eyeball ready to fall. Mom and Dad stopped talking. They no longer argued, no longer fought. Even, they became unusually harmonious. They sat side by side on the couch. Two pairs of eyes, fixed intently on Lin Ye. Like two starving wolves guarding a feeding trough, waiting for the signal to start eating. Son. Mom spoke first. Her voice had become extremely gentle, so gentle it was chilling. Look at you, your clothes are dirty. Come here. Mom will give you a bath. After you clean up, it's time to celebrate. Yes. Dad echoed. Tomorrow is the 7th day. It's a big day. Our family needs to be together. As he spoke, he was sharpening the fire axe in his hand. Sizzle, sizzle. Sparks scattered. Lin Ye knew. The together they were referring to meant eating him up, a physical form of reunion. This was the final ultimatum. This is the final test. Lin Ye did not refuse. He stood up and walked in front of his mother. He let those cold, slick hands with long nails explore his body. Mom. Lin Ye suddenly said a sentence. You've worked hard this week. I know you and Dad are both starving. Mom paused her movements. Her mouth slightly opened, drool dripping onto Lin Ye's shoulder. Baby, it's good that you understand. Mom doesn't want this, but Mom is really very hungry. Don't worry. Mom cuts quickly, it won't hurt. Lin Ye smiled. He extended his hand and gently wiped the drool from the corner of her mouth. Mom, you misunderstood. What I mean is, since everyone is so hungry, then tomorrow's dinner must be more sumptuous. Except for me. He lowered his voice, speaking in a tone only the three of them could hear. Isn't it time to invite that one out to eat together? Mom and Dad's expressions instantly changed. That one? They, of course, knew who Lin Ye was talking about. The old monster sealed at the end of the hallway. Are you crazy? Dad shouted. Let her out? We'll all die. Not necessarily. Lin Ye mysteriously blinked, a kind of madness shining in his dead fish-like eyes. What if we treat her as the main course? This sentence. It was like a thunderclap. Mom and Dad were completely stunned. Eat. Grandma? This crazy thought took root and sprouted in their already twisted hearts like a poisonous weed. Yes. The resentment in that old monster was countless times more than this frail son. If they could eat her, they might directly ascend to be fierce gods. Moreover, they could completely get rid of the oppression of this money hoarding and obtain the property deed. Greed overcame fear. Mom and Dad exchanged glances. They saw the flame of madness in each other's eyes. Son. Dad's voice trembled. Do you have a way to get her out? Lin Ye patted his chest. Leave it to me. Tomorrow night, we will feast. Back in the bedroom, Lin Ye leaned against the door, exhaling a long, turbid breath. His back was already soaked with cold sweat. What he just said was like dancing on the tip of a knife. He was betting. Betting that the greed of these evil parents outweighed their reason. It turned out, he won the bet. Human hearts are never satisfied, even a snake can swallow an elephant. So are evil hearts. Outside the window. The blood-red moon rose to its highest point. The last day. The real judgment day. In this home filled with lies and betrayal, who is the hunter and who is the prey? Tomorrow will reveal everything. In the live broadcast room. Billions of viewers had long forgotten to breathe. The bullet comments even momentarily created a vacuum. Everyone was shocked by Lin Ye's crazy plan. He actually wants his parents to eat grandma? Is this called driving the tiger to swallow the wolf? No, this is raising worms. So ruthless. To survive, he has plotted against everyone. Is this the ceiling for intelligent players? I have a feeling that tomorrow's plot will definitely explode. Chapter 016 The Judgment of the Seventh Night. This is the seventh night. Also the night of the returning souls and carnival night in the dungeon rules. Outside the window, the blood moon was no longer hanging in the sky, but seemed to be pressing down, with veins-like patterns visibly pulsating on its surface. The entire community was dead silent. Even the wandering souls and wild ghosts that usually drifted around had hidden back into the sewers. Because tonight was the feeding time for the advanced weirdness that had territories. A warm home, brightly lit. But this light was not warm yellow, but a cold, pale light like a morning hall. In the center of the living room, that old round table which had been used for over 10 years was polished to a shine. There were no dishes on the table. Only a giant, black iron oil pot. The bottom of the pot was propped up by charcoal fire, the corpse oil inside already boiling, rolling black bubbles sending out a nauseatingly sweet smell. Tap, tap, tap. Footsteps sounded. Mom walked out from the bedroom. She deliberately dressed up today. Wearing that red dress exchanged for her grandmother's gold bracelet. Her face was thickly powdered, and her lips were as red as if she had just drunk blood. In her hands, she held not a kitchen knife but a pair of long silver needles like chopsticks. Son. Mom's voice was sharp and excited. Do you think Mommy is beautiful? She spun around in place, the red dress swaying like a pool of flowing blood. Beautiful. Lin Ye sat on the sofa, still holding on to Cho-Cho. He nodded in cooperation. Like a vengeful ghost who just fed on a dead child. Mom paused for a moment. Then let out a piercing laugh. He. My son's mouth is getting sweeter and sweeter. I hope it stays sweet, even in the pot. At that moment, Dad also came out. He wore an ill-fitting black suit, the tight fabric squeezing his muscular body like it was made of stone. He had a red tie around his neck. In his hand, he held a shiny fire axe that had been sharpened. Are you all ready? Dad glanced at the oil pot, greed in his eyes. The oil temperature is just right. Hot enough, fried until golden, the kids next door are drooling. He looked at Lin Ye. As if looking at a well-fed pig. In that moment, all disguises were ripped away. The fatherly love and filial piety of the past few days was merely for today's meal. Come on, son. Dad waved, as if calling a dog. You are the main dish. As per the rules, the main dish must be served first. Are you jumping in yourself, or should Dad help you? Lin Ye remained still. He glanced at the oil pot. The all-seeing eye provided the data. Item, Hell Oil Pot. Effect, destroy soul upon contact. Escape probability, 0%. A deadlock. If it were an ordinary player, reaching this point would mean either fighting desperately or waiting to die. But Lin Ye was different. He stood up and even dusted off his clothes. Dad, Mom. What's the rush? Since it's a feast, not everyone is here yet. Dad frowned. Not everyone is here? Who else? There's just the three of us at home. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something, and his expression changed slightly. You mean, that old thing? Dad glanced at the tightly closed door at the end of the corridor. Then snorted coldly. Don't dream. That door is sealed. It was specially set up by Abyss Real Estate to trap her. Without that damn key, no one can open it. And that key. Dad proudly patted his pocket. Is that so? Lin Ye smiled slightly. He reached into his clothes. He did not take out the key. Instead, he pulled out a piece of paper. That was a bill fragment slipped through the door crack. And the complete ledger he later sneakily retrieved. Dad. Do you remember the first rule of the family agreement? Family members must not conceal assets, nor betray the family. Those who violate. Lin Ye's voice suddenly turned cold, the sense of high-level oppression from rules instantly released. The family law shall serve. Family law? Dad laughed in anger. In this house, my axe is the family law. I see you are asking for punishment. He didn't want to waste more words, this long night was making him uncomfortable. Wife. Get to it. Catch your son. Push him into the pot. Okay. Mom couldn't hold back any longer. She let out a sharp shriek, transforming into a red shadow, those silver needles aimed straight at Lin Ye's eyes. Dad raised his axe, sealing off all escape routes for Lin Ye. In this moment of imminent danger, Lin Ye moved. He did not evade the attack. Instead, he used all his strength to smash the thick ledger in his hands into that pot of oil. Bang! The ledger fell into the boiling oil. It was not blown apart. Instead, it triggered some kind of chemical reaction. The scorching black oil instantly boiled, turning into countless black skulls, letting out piercing screams. At the same time, Lin Ye shouted angrily. Grandma! Mom and Dad want to burn your ledger. They said that this money is all theirs. They also said they want to split your coffin board to burn it for firewood. This sentence. Every single word was a harsh strike. Every single word precisely stepped on the nerves of that miserly, S-rank big boss. Time. It felt as if it had frozen in that moment. Mom's silver needle stopped just 1 centimeter in front of Lin Ye's eye. Dad's axe hung suspended in the air. Their faces still wore that grotesque murderous intent. But in their eyes, fear was spreading wildly. Because they heard a sound. From the end of the corridor. That door. Crack. No key. No need for a key. In the face of extreme anger, any seal is like paper. That dark red door seemed to be forcibly ripped open by an invisible giant hand from the inside. The door exploded. Wood chips flew everywhere. A wave of darkness, 100 times more terrifying than the blood-red moonlight, rushed out from that room. It instantly swallowed all the light. The entire building trembled. The whole community shook. Even the moon in the sky seemed to be scared and hid behind the clouds. In the darkness, an old voice, filled with endless coldness and authority, resounded deep in everyone's soul. Who dares to touch my money? Immediately after, a black skeleton cane slowly reached out from the darkness. Thump. The cane hit the ground. At that moment, all rules were rewritten. This was no longer Mom and Dad's slaughterhouse. This is Grandma's courtroom. Lin Ye stood at the boundary between darkness and light. He watched those two parents who were already scared and collapsed on the ground. The corners of his mouth curled up in a cruel arc. I said, tonight's main dish is you. Chapter 017. Grandma is the real boss. When that black skeleton cane struck the floor, the entire world seemed to come to a halt. Thump. The sound was not loud, but it struck hard like a heavy hammer on the heart of every person present. The originally arrogant and fierce parents now trembled uncontrollably, as if they had encountered a natural enemy. That fear was not feigned. It was written in their genes, etched deep in their souls as slavery. In the darkness, a hunched figure finally fully revealed itself. She was wearing a funeral garment. Yes, that kind of dark blue garment, embroidered with coin patterns, worn by the dead. Around her neck were gruesome stitches, some of which had burst open from the earlier fury, black blood seeping out. And the head she held in her hand had wild silver hair that fell down, and on that wrinkled face were no features, only countless tightly packed compound eyes. Each eye stared intently at the unfilial son before her. Entity, Grandma, the true landlord. Level, S. Status, Rage/Seal released. Authority, absolute domination. Mom, please let me explain. Dad tried to squeeze out a smile, but his face, which had been so twisted with malice, now looked worse than crying. The firefighting axe in his hand fell with a clang. If he didn't let go, he feared that in the next second this axe would strike him instead. Explain? The head in Grandma's hand opened its mouth. Its voice was hoarse and sharp, like nails scraping against a blackboard. Explain why you want to burn my accounts? Explain why you want to sell my house? Or explain why you just wanted to blow my only grandson into meatballs? With each question, Grandma pointed her cane forward. With each point, Mom and Dad's knees bent lower. By the third question, two crisp cracking sounds echoed in the silent living room. The eerie sound of bone cracking was particularly clear. Mom and Dad's legs twisted into a strange reverse bend, they knelt down. Forced into the floor by an invisible weight. Ah! Just as a scream was about to escape, it was blocked back down their throats by a single glare from Grandma. "Shut up. You're disturbing my grandson." Lin Ye stood to the side, holding the already fainted Cho in his arms. He politely stepped back, giving space for this family education. But he did not run away. Because he knew, escaping would be useless. In the realm of the S-Class boss, unless she wants you to leave, you can't even commit suicide. First rule of family law. Grandma's voice sounded coldly. Those with unclean hands and feet shall lose them. As soon as the words fell. Without any movement from Grandma, the head she was holding lightly blinked its eyes. Put. Dad's right hand, which had once won Lin Ye Ming coins and had just held an axe, was suddenly severed as if cut by an invisible blade. Blood gushed out like a fountain. But he couldn't scream, he could only open his mouth wide, making a hissing sound as he gasped, his eyes bulging in excruciating pain. The severed hand fell to the ground, still twitching, swallowed by the shadow below, turning into a puddle of blood. Second rule of family law. Grandma continued to pronounce the verdict. Those who speak evil and deceive others shall be sewn shut. This time it was Mom's turn. Mom covered her mouth in terror. But it was useless. Countless black threads appeared out of nowhere, like living worms, burrowing into her lips. Woo woo woo. Mom struggled in pain, but those threads ruthlessly penetrated her flesh, forcibly sewing her mouth, which had originally split to the ears, shut. The dense stitches looked like a black centipede resting on her face. Blood flowed down through the needle holes, staining her red dress. Third rule of family law. Grandma's head turned slightly, looking at the still boiling pot of oil. Those who waste food must make up for it themselves. What does that mean? Mom and Dad had not yet reacted. But Lin Ye understood. His pupils slightly constricted. So ruthless. As expected of the older generation of ruthless people. Since you have prepared such a good pot of oil. Grandma's voice remained calm. Don't waste it. Get in. Wash off your dirty hearts. Ugh. Mom and Dad shook their heads desperately, trying to crawl backward with their limbs. That was the hellish oil pot. That was the rule of instant death. Although they were ghosts, jumping in would still make their souls scatter. But Grandma's will could not be defied. With a gentle wave of her cane, an invisible force lifted their bodies. Like two chickens ready for slaughter. They flew through the air in a parabolic arc. Splash. Splash. Two loud crashes. Hot oil splashed everywhere. Sizzle. The sound of flesh instantly charring, mixed with the sharp wails of souls being burned, instantly filled the entire living room. Thick smoke billowed. The two human-like objects in the pot of oil were struggling and rolling wildly. Skin peeling off, muscle dissolving, revealing white bones. But they couldn't die. Because Grandma didn't want them to die. She just wanted to make them suffer. To let them jump back and forth at the edge of life and death, experiencing ultimate despair. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. For the ingredients in the oil pot, this was centuries of suffering. For Lin Ye, this was a shocking visual feast. He even took out his little notebook, starting to record the attack patterns and logical rules of Grandma analyzed by the all-knowing eye. Observation log: Grandma's ability is based on karma and family rank. High-priority targets can cause absolute damage to low-priority targets within the realm. Finally. This big meal was done. With a wave of Grandma's hand. Two charred and deformed objects, shrunk by a size, were fished out. Like two pieces of charcoal thrown into the corner. They were still slightly twitching. Not dead, but ruined. It was estimated they would have to lie in this instance for decades to recover. After handling the portal, Grandma turned around. That terrifying head slowly floated back onto her neck. With a click, it was reattached. She adjusted her collar. Her completely white eyes looked at Lin Ye. It's my turn. Lin Ye took a deep breath. He walked forward with a calm and proud demeanor. He pulled out the account book that had not actually been thrown into the oil pot from his pocket. With both hands, he presented it. Grandma. Your account book, your grandson has protected it for you. Not a single penny is missing. Grandma looked at the account book. Then she looked at Lin Ye. A smile, like a chrysanthemum, suddenly bloomed on her face that was full of wrinkles. Although it was still quite terrifying, at least, the killing intent had faded. Good child. It was worth my affection for you. Grandma extended her withered hand and took the account book. Then, she patted Lin Ye on the head. A cool but not piercing breath surged into Lin Ye's body. System notification: Congratulations player Lin Ye, you have gained the recognition of S-level hidden boss Grandma. Gained buff, Elder's Mercy, damage received from elderly type ghosts in any supernatural dungeon is reduced by 50%. Gained item, spare key to the warm home, you can return here anytime and enjoy the warmth of home. You are a good child. Grandma's voice became much softer. Much better than those two useless ones. Take this key. If you are bullied outside in the future, just come back. Grandma's old bones can still move. Lin Ye's heart trembled. This was not just about clearing the level. It was a promise. A promise of protection from an S-level boss. This meant that he had a real strong backing in this terrifying game. Thank you, Grandma. Lin Ye called out Grandma with sincere emotion. Don't worry, your grandson will definitely come back to see you often. I'll bring you delicious food. Time was up. The light of teleportation began to gather around Lin Ye. Grandma waved her hand. It was like sending off a traveler about to embark on a long journey. Go. Remember. The outside world is vast, but the rules are made by people. They are also dictated by ghosts. Moreover, they are determined by those with big fists. With the last phrase full of wisdom, Lin Ye's figure vanished in the light. Only the room remained in disarray, with 2 pickled vegetables in the corner still smoking. Warm home. Returned to tranquility. It's just that this time, the master had changed to the most terrifying existence. And her most beloved grandson. Chapter 018, Everyone a Filial Child. The white light dissipated. Lin Ye did not immediately return to reality, but floated in a pure white settlement space. This was the hall for the victors. Dungeon Warm Home has ended. Conducting first S-level or above clearance settlement. When this line of text appeared, the background of the entire settlement space turned golden. Lines of data scrolled like a waterfall. Task completion statistics. 1. Main quest, survive for 7 days. Evaluation, perfect. Not only did you survive, but you also became the supreme emperor of this home. Score bonus, plus 50%. Conducting ability synchronization. Attribute synchronization rate, 100%, SSS level evaluation bonus. Your physical fitness has been strengthened to dungeon level. 2. Hidden quest, uncover the truth. Evaluation, exceeded. Not only did you uncover truths about adoption, abuse, and insurance fraud, but you also found a family account book enough to convict. Score bonus, plus 100%. 3. Special achievements. Using a knife to kill, used family conflicts to have the S-level boss clear your way. A spectacular game of wits. Sin of greed, successfully used private money to sow discord, without shedding blood. Everyone a filial child, gained the highest recognition from Grandma and even received the key to the house. 0 injury clearance, besides being patted by Mom a couple of times, probably losing a few hairs, went through without injury. Comprehensive evaluation, SSS. Congratulations player Lin Ye, Great Summer Kingdom, achieving the first SSS level clearance record in the world. This record will be permanently recorded in the Chronicles of Strange Tales. Triggering SSS level legendary reward pool. Extracting. Congratulations, you have obtained the legendary item, Death Exemption Medal. Effect, can exempt 1 compulsory dungeon matching, or negate 1 death rule judgment in the dungeon. Note, this is the last line of defense for perfectionists, please use it in desperate situations. Congratulations, you have obtained a special item, Ghost Energy Crystal, Intermediate. Effect, a crystal containing high concentrations of ghost energy. It is the hard currency of a bizarre world, every gram worth its weight in gold. Note, do not treat it as a coal ball to burn, even though it really looks like one. The outside world. From the moment the live broadcast went black, the whole world was waiting for this result. When that enormous, golden SSS appeared on the big screen, the entire Daxia kingdom fell silent for a second. Then, a wave of cheers erupted like a mountain roar and a tsunami. We won. We won. This is our Daxia's contestant. This is the wall-sitter Lin Ye. Who dares say we are weak? Who dares say we can only die on our knees? Lin God. Forever a god. In the streets, people embraced and cried. For 10 years, they had been so repressed. Watching their compatriots die tragically in dungeons, watching the country's resources dwindle, watching the neighboring Cherry Blossom country and Lighthouse country flaunt their power. That despair was finally swept away today by this frail young man. National Fortune rewards being distributed. Reward 1, National Fortune value plus 50. Reward 2, Nationwide Reign of Blessings. Reward 3, National Citizens Physical Constitution plus 10%. In the sky. The originally gray haze cleared away. Golden clouds rolled, fine raindrops with a hint of fragrance fell on every inch of Daxia's land. In the hospital. The windows of the intensive care unit were pushed open. Those patients connected to tubes, on the verge of death, were astonished to find that their chests no longer felt heavy and the pain disappeared upon touching the humid air. An elderly man in the late stages of lung cancer trembled as he pulled out his oxygen tube and took a deep breath of the earthy-scented air. I can breathe? Tears streamed down his face. Thank you, Lin Ye. Thank you, country. At this moment, Lin Ye was not just a conqueror. He was the savior of the nation. In the real world, Lin Ye slowly opened his eyes. It was still that old rented room. The walls were peeling, and the air was filled with the smell of instant noodles. A stark contrast to the luxurious golden hall he had just experienced. But he did not mind. Because he held in his hand a black card, a limitless black gold card issued by the system, which could be converted into 1 billion in reality or exchanged for equivalent resources. Finally, I won't have to eat instant noodles anymore. Lin Ye stretched lazily. Before he could stand up. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking sound was polite and restrained this time. Lin Ye was not surprised. If the country hadn't reacted by now, that would be unbelievable. Come in. The door opened. The first to enter was a middle-aged man dressed in a black trench coat, with a stern face. Behind him were 2 rows of fully armed special forces. But they were not carrying guns. Instead, they held fruit baskets, banners, and a document. Mr. Lin Ye. The middle-aged man walked up to Lin Ye, removed his sunglasses, and his sharp eagle-like eyes were now filled with respect. I am Qin Feng, the head of the National Weird Tales Countermeasures Bureau. On behalf of the Daxia Kingdom, on behalf of 1.4 billion compatriots. Thank you. As he spoke, Qin Feng bowed deeply. The agents behind him stood upright and saluted. This was not just a formality. This was the highest acknowledgement from soldiers to a strongman. Lin Ye sat on the only rickety chair. His expression was calm. As if it was not him who had saved the world but someone who just went downstairs to buy soy sauce. So, you're the head, Qin. Let's skip the niceties. I know your intentions. Lin Ye pointed to the fruit basket. Amnesty? Or cooperation? Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback. He did not expect Lin Ye to be so direct. Moreover, that kind of gaze, that gaze that seemed to be able to see through people's hearts made even this veteran agent, who had interrogated countless spies, feel a shiver. Mr. Lin is straightforward. Qin Feng stood up straight, his expression becoming serious. The country hopes to invite you to join the Dragon Group. We will provide the highest treatment, the highest authority, and all the information about your background. The last sentence struck Lin Ye's heart like a needle. Background. This was his only weakness. Also, it was the original intention of his entry into this game. I refuse to join the organization. Lin Ye's words made Qin Feng's heart chill. But immediately after, Lin Ye's next sentence ignited hope within him. I don't like being bound. But I can cooperate with you. I am a person who seeks profit. As long as the money is enough and the information is complete. Whether it's ghosts or those who want to target the Great Xia. Lin Ye's fingers lightly tapped on the table, producing a crisp sound. I can help you, take care of them. Qin Feng took a deep breath. Seeking profit? No. In chaotic times, this is also a kind of absolute rationality. Good. From today, you are the special advisor of the Dragon Team. This. Qin Feng pulled out a document bag stamped with a red top secret seal from his pocket, handing it to Lin Ye with both hands. Is your good faith payment. About the car accident 10 years ago, some things we found out. Lin Ye took the document bag. His hands trembled slightly. In this moment, he was not an SSS-level player, just an orphan yearning for the truth. Thank you. He said softly. Qin Feng smiled. He knew this thread had been connected. Then we won't disturb your rest. By the way, Advisor Lin. In 7 days, the next dungeon will open. According to our intelligence, this time, the Lighthouse Nation and the Cherry Blossom Nation might take significant actions. They have formed a team called God Slayer, and their target is you. Lin Ye's hand, which was opening the document bag, paused. He raised his head. A smile that made people's scalps numb appeared at the corners of his mouth. God Slayer? That's quite a powerful name. I hope their bones are harder than those of the warm home parents. Otherwise, it would be too uninteresting. Chapter 019, This newspaper was spat out by that bear? After sending off Qin Feng and his group, the rental apartment finally returned to quiet. But Lin Ye's heart could not settle down. He looked at the document on the table with classified 749 Bureau printed on the cover, and at the side, the ugly creature was retching violently, his eyes becoming deep. Ugh. The ugly creature held its stomach, as if it had drunk too much fake wine, suddenly spitting out a mass of dark, murky substance. That was a newspaper. An old newspaper, wrinkled and with burn marks on the edges. Lin Ye picked it up and unfolded it. The date of the newspaper, December 18, 2025. That was exactly 10 years ago, the day Lin Ye encountered the car accident that changed his life. The bold black headline on the front page was still clearly visible, like a scar engraved on the paper. Chain car accident tragedy, a family of 3 falls off a cliff, 10-year-old boy miraculously survives. This again. Lin Ye's finger traced over the lead letters. To ordinary people, this was just a common social news article. The content was likely about a brake failure causing the vehicle to crash through the guardrail, the parents dying on the spot, while the child survived because he was protected in his mother's arms, but suffered a brain injury. But in Lin Ye's eyes, this was not just a piece of paper. This was a clue. The key to the truth. All-seeing eye, analyze. Lin Ye's right eye gleamed with golden light. His gaze penetrated through the surface of the newspaper, reaching the information residue behind those words. The original lead letters began to twist and reassemble, transforming into blood-red handwriting, as if bleeding. On-site investigation report. Brake marks show that it was not a mechanical failure. The brake pads are smooth at the cut, as if severed by some invisible blade. Residual matter on site detection found trace amounts of high-dimensional energy radiation, as well as ashes of burnt hell money. Witness testimonies. Witness A, I saw it. That car didn't fall. It was dragged down by a mass of black mist. Witness B, there was a shadow inside the car, it didn't look human, they were laughing. Survivor analysis. Severe brain injury, the amygdala region responsible for processing emotions permanently damaged. But he survived, or rather, did something at a cost exchange his survival? Lin Ye's hand tightened suddenly, the newspaper crumpling in his grip. Ashes of hell money? Black mist? This was not an accident at all. This was a supernatural murder. Or rather, it was a forced entrance ticket. He opened the file that Qin Foam had given him. Inside was a photo of his parents together. In the photo, his parents smiled brightly, but the background seemed a bit familiar. It was not any landmark from the real world. That twisted building was clearly a style from the Strange Tales world. Internal tester. Lin Ye murmured to himself. The file mentioned that his parents might be among the earliest internal testers of the Abyss game. They entered that world, seemingly to find something, or to stop something. And that car accident, was it Abyss seeking revenge on them? Or was it to pull him, this second generation, into the game as well? Dad, Mom. Since I haven't seen your bodies, I'll assume you are not dead. No matter where you are, whether it's the Abyss or hell, I will definitely find you. And then, a cold murderous intent flashed in Lin Ye's eyes. I'll chop that scum who caused the accident into pieces, and feed it to the dogs. Ugly sneezed. Feeling its master's killing intent, it shrank its neck and moved its but a little further away. Since I need to go into the subquest to find someone, then I must make full preparations. Lin Ye collected his thoughts. There were 7 days left until the next subquest opened. He couldn't be idle during these 7 days. Holding 10,000 points in his hand, it was time to spend some. He closed his eyes and opened the system mall. A dazzling array of products appeared in his mind. Most of it was junk, E-level and F-level items, but there were also good things. First, the body is the foundation of revolution. Lin Ye spent 1,000 points to buy a bottle of physical enhancement potion. After drinking it, every bone in his body crackled. His strength, speed, and fitness were all greatly improved. Although he was still not as good as trained special forces, among ordinary people, he was already a Superman. Secondly, since I'm a doctor. Lin Ye recalled the information Qin Foam had mentioned, that the next subquest was likely Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital. A doctor should look like a doctor. He spent 500 points to buy a piece of sea-level armor blood-stained white coat. Effect, weak deterrent, can make low-level ghosts mistake you for an ally. I still need some handy tools. He spent 2,000 points to buy a physical therapy device. Effect, releases 100,000 volts of electricity. Specifically treats various disrespect. His dad's fire axe was useful, but too heavy, and that was stolen goods, it would be bad if it was recognized. This electric baton could easily disguise itself as a flashlight, convenient to carry. He spent another 1,500 points to buy an unremarkable red brick. Then, he spent 3,000 points on various strange consumables. Concentrated black dog blood. Vermilion hand grenade. Substitute paperman. Powerful sedative. And you. Lin Ye looked at Ugly Ugly. You are my mobile warehouse. He spent 1,000 points to buy Ugly Ugly an extra-dimensional stomach expansion bag. Ugly Ugly happily rolled on the ground, able to store more junk now. Just as Lin Ye was organizing his combat supplies, the phone on the table suddenly vibrated. The screen lit up. It was a text message. Sender, unknown number. Beware of the doctor. Only 4 words. Concise and abrupt. Lin Ye frowned. Who sent it? Qin Feng? Impossible, he's official and would say something directly if there was a problem. Then who is it? Someone knows he is going to the psychiatric hospital subquest and specially sent a warning? Beware of the doctor. Does it mean to beware of the ghost doctors in the subquest? Or? Lin Ye looked at himself in the mirror. Looking at the self who was about to put on the white coat and become a doctor. Let me beware of myself. Outside the window, the night was as dark as ink. In the distance, the city lights were bizarre and beautiful. But behind that bustling exterior, it seemed there was a giant eye, coldly watching all of this. The game had just begun. Chapter 020, Second Selection. The 7 days passed in a flash. Ding! That emotionless system notification sound echoed in the minds of all humanity once again. Countdown to Strange Tales arrival, 10 minutes. Calculating the survival list for the first round of the subquest. Survivors, 13 people. According to the Thriller Dimensions Protection Act Article 7, the last round of survivors receives a mandatory rest period for 1 round. All survivors are temporarily removed from this selection pool to enjoy a 7-day reality holiday. Detected ID 9527 has MVP reserve seat, forced inclusion. Meanwhile, in the Lighthouse Country, the highest strategic command room, the atmosphere in the Pentagon was so tense it could almost drip water. Damn those Xia people. They actually let him survive. A 3-star general angrily crushed his cigar in the ashtray. Although the Special Intelligence Agency still can't analyze what talent he has awakened, this ability to see through the rules is too freakish. We must crush it before he grows. General. The intelligence officer beside him cautiously handed over a red document. According to the rules, the second round of the dungeon is multiplayer competitive mode. This is our best chance to eliminate Lin Ye. But our seed player is still in a cooling period. We must use that thing. The general's hand trembled slightly. That thing. That was something the Lighthouse Country took 3 years ago, at the cost of an elite team, to obtain a rare item in an A-class Jack the Ripper dungeon. A-class item, Mercenary Assembly Order. Effect, can forcibly designate 5 specific personnel from our country to enter the next round of dungeon and forcibly assign them to the same camp. This is a one-time consumable. Also one of the treasures kept by the Special Matters Bureau. Using it on a newcomer is like using a cannon to kill a mosquito. But the general looked at Lin Ye's cold eyes on the screen and gritted his teeth. Use it. Send the hunter squad in. Tell them, the only task is, at any cost, make that Xia person die in the mental hospital. Drawing the second round of chosen ones. Current dungeon mode, large multiplayer dungeon. Current card pool number, 100 people. Drawing completed. Detected special intervention item access. Lighthouse Country used the A-class assembly order. Forced to deploy 5 S-class special soldiers. Xia Country contestant Lin Ye confirmed to enter. Dungeon loading. Target location, Qingshan Mental Hospital. Difficulty, B+, death rate 98%. B+? The world was in uproar. Last time it was A-class, this time it's B+, it seems easier? Fools. The analysts of the Xia Country strategy team turned pale. The difficulty of the Strange Talk dungeon isn't calculated this way. A-class usually means only one big boss. As long as you avoid the dead ends of the rules, you can survive. But B-class often means mass peculiarities. Especially in places like mental hospitals, every patient, every doctor inside, could be a ghost. This is 100 Demons Parade. In the Lighthouse Country command room, 5 fully armed special soldiers were organizing their equipment. They were not ordinary people, but genetically modified super soldiers, each carrying special weapons against spirits. Team leader John sneered while wiping his silver dagger. Lin Ye? That Xia Country monkey who only knows how to play tricks? This time it's multiplayer competition. I will make him know that in the face of absolute power, intelligence is meaningless. And behind them, 3 mysterious figures in black robes were surrounding a crystal ball chanting spells. That was the sorcerer that the Lighthouse Country paid $1 billion to bring from a previous dungeon. Their goal was only one, to curse Lin Ye. In the Xia Country, Lin Ye was not as nervous as others. He was leisurely sitting in a wheelchair, still holding the rather dazed ragged bear in his arms. "Are you ready?" Lin Ye patted the bear's head. The bear rolled its eyes and patted its recently expanded belly filled with black dog blood, vermilion powder, and various contraband. That expression seemed to say, "I'm ready, but what do you want to do?" Teleportation begins. White light fell from the sky. That familiar feeling of weightlessness struck again. This time, Lin Ye did not close his eyes. His all-seeing eye was fired up, trying to decipher the essence of this teleportation beam. In the bizarre passage, he saw a pair of eyes. A pair of huge, indifferent eyes, filled with streams of data, looked down from above at all the players being teleported. That gaze was like an observer under a microscope. It was also like an author writing a script. Warning, high-dimensional entity detected. Target, unknown, GM? God? Status, observing you. Am I being targeted? Lin Ye's lips curled into a smirk. Being targeted by a ghost is one thing, but by a god seems much more interesting. The light faded. A strong smell of disinfectant hit him. Lin Ye realized he was not in a hospital room but standing in a dim, musty locker room. Surrounding him were rows of rusty lockers. On the ground lay bloody gauze and broken scalpels. He glanced down at himself. He was wearing a white lab coat. A name tag hung on his chest. Intern Dr. Lin Ye. Employee ID 9527. Department, Intensive Care Unit. Doctor? Lin Ye raised an eyebrow. This identity is not bad. It holds the power of life and death. But the premise is, this room full of colleagues must recognize him. At that moment, he was not the only one in the locker room. There were 7 or 8 figures, all with their backs turned, changing clothes. The one on the left was attaching a head to a neck. The one on the right was using a scalpel to pick his teeth. And a female nurse was drawing her eyebrows in front of a mirror, but instead of an eyebrow pencil, she was using a bloodied intestine. The atmosphere was very awkward. Because the strong living scent on Lin Ye was like a drop of water in a pot of boiling oil. Sniff, sniff. The headless doctor suddenly stopped his movements. So fragrant. Is it the new intern? Why, does it smell like ingredients? All the ghost doctors turned around. 7 or 8 pale, blood-tear streaming eyes stared intently at Lin Ye. The door of the locker room slammed shut automatically with a loud bang. Caught in a trap. If it were a regular player, they would have probably wet themselves by now. Or pulled out a weapon to fight for their life. But Lin Ye did not. He didn't even blink. He slowly took out a pair of glasses from his pocket. Put them on. Then pulled out the recently purchased physical therapy device from his backpack. Zizz. Blue arcs of electricity danced at the tip of the device, making a sound that sent chills up one's spine. Combined with his blood-stained C-grade armor, the white lab coat, along with the ghostly aura emanating from it, made him look even more like a ghost than these ghosts themselves. What are you staring at? Lin Ye pushed up his glasses, his voice cold. I don't care how you used to work. But during my internship. The first rule, when you see a superior, you must greet them. The ghost doctors were stunned. Superior? Is this guy insane? A living person dares to talk about rules with ghosts? The headless ghost sneered, just about to pounce on this reckless human and tear him apart. Zizz. A thick bolt of lightning struck his chest in an instant. Ah! The headless ghost screamed, being electrocuted until smoke erupted from its body, its reattached head rolling to the ground again. Lin Ye stepped on the head, looking down at him from a height. Not only did you not greet me, but your attire is also improper. I will deduct your performance for this week. If I see your head on the ground again, I will help you sew it permanently to your backside. Silence. A dead silence. The other ghost doctors were stunned. This is a newcomer? This skill, this hostility, this twisted speech. Why does it feel even more twisted than the director? At that moment, the door of the locker room was pushed open. A pot-bellied, brutish director walked in. What's all the noise? It's time for rounds. A batch of new guinea pigs just arrived today. Get your acts together. The director glanced at Lin Ye, who was stepping on ahead. Then looked at the headless ghost, charred outside and tender inside. Instead of being angry, he revealed an appreciative look. 9527? Yes. The mental hospital needs a brave doctor like you. Go ahead. Those troublemakers in the severe area are up to you. Lin Ye put away the electric baton. He showed a standard, professional smile belonging to a doctor. Don't worry, director. I will take good care of treating them. After all, a healer must have a parent's heart. The director shivered. He didn't know why, but he always felt that the gaze of this newcomer was more chilling than all the ghosts in this room. Lin Ye held the electric baton like a king about to patrol his territory and strode out of the changing room. In the depths of the corridor, faint cries and screams of players echoed. The game has begun. And this time, I am the one in charge. Chapter 021 Only magic can defeat magic. The game has begun. And this time, I am in charge. With this slightly over-the-top declaration, Lin Ye strode out of the changing room, holding the electric baton that was still buzzing and hadn't been turned off. Behind him were 7 or 8 ghost doctors, standing dumbfounded and trembling. And a head that hadn't been reattached, rolling on the ground for several turns. Meanwhile, on the other side of the global livestream, in the Bear Country livestream, there were screams of despair. Their contestant, known as the Siberian Giant Bear, retired boxing champion Ivan, made a completely different choice in the same changing room. Facing the threat from the headless doctor, he directly launched a punch. Since he hadn't gotten any props, he used his bare fists. Suckably at. With a roar. Then came the sound of bones shattering. His fist passed right through the ghost doctor's body, as if he had struck at air. But the ghost doctor's scalpel not only severed his tendons but also slashed open half of his neck. Report: contestant Ivan from Bear Country attempted physical exorcism and has been executed. The livestream screen instantly went black. Countless viewers watching multiple screens felt their scalps go numb at this moment. What the hell? That's the boxing champion. He couldn't even withstand one hit? Physical attacks are ineffective. This is common sense, dude. So tragic, blood splattered onto the lens. Quick, switch back to Great Summer Country. I need Lin God to protect me. The screen switched back to Great Summer Country. Lin Ye was calmly stepping on the head of the headless ghost doctor, as if he were kicking a soccer ball. Lin God, physical exorcism? No, this is called physical transcendence. A stronger smell of disinfectant filled the corridor, but it was also mixed with a faint, almost undetectable stench. The fluorescent lights overhead buzzed with electric sounds, flickering on and off, casting Lin Ye's shadow, stretched by his white coat, on the wall, like a haunting specter. Lin Ye pushed up his glasses on the bridge of his nose. The all-seeing eye activated. In his view, the entire mental hospital's data flow laid bare. Current area, outpatient building 3rd floor, severe area. Environmental pollution index, B+, prolonged stay will decrease sanity by 1 point per hour. Scanning for hidden rules. Soon, the tattered yet neatly posted employee code of conduct on the wall caught his attention. The text was somewhat blurry, as if someone had scratched it fiercely with their nails. Qingshan Mental Hospital, Employee Code of Conduct, Trial Version. 1. Doctors are the authority here. Patients must unconditionally follow the doctor's treatment plan. If patients resist, it is considered an aggravated condition, and coercive measures may be taken. 2. Do not believe the patient's words. The patients here all suffer from severe delusions. They will claim to be normal people, and some will even say that doctors are ghosts. Please ignore their nonsense. 3. Conduct rounds on time. The daily rounds are at 9 a.m. and 4 p.m. Please ensure each patient has taken their medications for the day. 4. No going out after lights out. After 10 p.m., unless it is your night shift, please remain in the staff dormitory. There is nothing you need to find in the corridor. 5. Cafeteria provision. Employee meals are provided free of charge. Do not eat the patient meals, that is pig food. Lin Ye read through the lines. What seemed like normal rules, under the analysis of the omniscient eye, were all loopholes. For example, the first one. Doctors are authority. This is not just a rule, but a form of identity oppression. As long as this white coat is on him, and as long as the badge employee number 9527 is still there, the patients here, even players from other countries, are on a lower level than him in terms of rules. And the second one. Do not trust the words of the patients. This is clearly a logical trap. What if the patients are truly normal people? What if this hospital itself is a huge ghost domain, and the so-called patients are actually innocent people who have been captured, while the doctors are the real monsters? Lin Ye's lips curled up slightly. He looked toward the end of the corridor. There was an iron door there, with the words Intensive Care Zone 1 written on it. Inside, the sounds of chains dragging on the ground, along with suppressed cries, could be faintly heard. At this moment, a figure in a nurse's uniform approached. She was carrying a tray filled with colorful pills. It was a female nurse. She had a hot body, if one didn't look at her face, which had only one eye, the other being a black hole. Entity, nurse, level, D, white coat. Status, busy. Task, distribute poison. The female nurse saw Lin Ye, and a hint of surprise flashed in her single eye, which quickly turned into a professional fake smile. Dr. Lin? Why did it take you so long to come out? The director was just looking for you. The patient in room 302 is causing a scene again, saying the medicine is poisoned and refusing to take it. You should go take a look. As she spoke, she shoved the tray into Lin Ye's hand. That kind of gaze held a mockery of watching a show. Clearly, that patient in 302 was a troublemaker, and had probably hurt several doctors already. Lin Ye lowered his head and glanced at the medicine on the tray. The omniscient eye instantly provided a compositional analysis. Item, medicine. Ingredients, corpse oil, arsenic, ashes, hallucinogenic spores. Effect, each pill reduces sanity by 5, life by 10. Long-term use leads to permanent ghoul transformation. Good heavens. This is to feed people into ghosts alive. I won't go. Lin Ye suddenly spoke. He casually placed the tray on the nearby windowsill. The female nurse was stunned. Her single eye widened in surprise, as if she didn't hear what Lin Ye said. What did you say? That is the task assigned by the director. That is your patient. If you don't go, you will be violating employee regulations. Smack. With a crisp sound, Lin Ye's electric baton struck the windowsill directly, smashing a dent into the stainless steel tray. Blue electric arcs danced in the air, reflecting on the female nurse's terrified face. Are you teaching me how to work? Lin Ye's voice was not loud, but it carried an undeniable chill. He did not use any force, but took out a small notebook from his pocket. With a serious tone, he said. According to the first rule of the employee code, doctors are authority. I am a doctor, you are a nurse. My decision is the treatment plan. Now, I feel that the patient's mania is possibly because... Lin Ye pointed to the medicine on the tray. Because the medicine tastes too bad. So... Lin Ye looked at the female nurse, his gaze like that of looking at an ant that could be crushed at any moment. As a nurse, improving the taste of the medicine is your duty. Go. Wrap these pills in a sugar coating. If that patient refuses to take medicine again because it's bitter, then that will be your dereliction of duty. Do you understand? The female nurse was dumbfounded. Completely dumbfounded. Having worked in a mental hospital for so many years, she had seen brutal doctors and perverted doctors. But she had never seen a doctor who could put shifting responsibility in such a fresh and convincing manner. Moreover, that electric baton still sizzling in his hand made her already weak mind feel a stab of pain. I. The female nurse stammered, wanting to refute, but found that every word Lin Ye said was within the rules. Doctors are indeed authority. If the doctor says the medicine tastes bad, that medicine really tastes awful. Yes. I understand. The nurse lowered her head, afraid to meet Lin Ye's eyes. She picked up the mangled tray and hurried towards the nurse station, looking quite defeated. At that moment, she felt as if she were the wronged young bride in the story. Lin Ye closed his notebook. Not a trace of triumph showed on his face. This was just the appetizer. As he said, here, magic, perhaps violence, could solve problems. But only by adding magic logical rules could one defeat magic. Room 302, ha! Lin Ye glanced in that direction. If he guessed correctly, a stronger chosen one was locked away there. Perhaps he might even encounter an acquaintance. He adjusted his white coat. Holding the electric baton, he walked toward the intensive care area. Since he was here, he might as well treat this diseased world properly. Chapter 022, Rounds. As he pushed open the heavy iron door of the intensive care unit, an even stronger, almost tangible chill enveloped him. No, it was more than just the cold. It was despair. A mental poison made from the lingering resentment of countless souls tortured to death here. Environmental Pollution Index updated, B+. Warning, current area's sanity value drop rate increased to 1 point every 10 minutes. Detected a large number of mental pollution sources nearby. Data from the omniscient eye surged madly across Lin Ye's retina. He didn't care about the sanity points being deducted. Because in his sanity value column, there was a strange symbol. For someone whose fear center had already died, so-called mental pollution was merely noisy background noise. On both sides of the corridor were small patient rooms. Each door had a small iron-barred window for observing the patients. At that moment, many eyes were staring intensely at Lin Ye from behind those windows. Some eyes were bloodshot, banging furiously against the iron door, shouting, "Let me out, there are ghosts here." Others had a blank stare, cowering in the corner, mumbling incomprehensible scriptures. As Lin Ye passed by room 204, a piercing scream shattered the silence. It was a contestant from the country of Will. He was judged guilty of cowardice for not daring to look the patient in the eyes during the rounds. Inside the room, a causal patient with 8 arms reached out and forcibly tore off one of his ears. I want to hear stories, why won't you tell me stories? Blood was everywhere. Bullet screen protection. Bullet screen protection. Contestant from the country of Will's sanity value plummeted 30 points. He has begun self-harm. This is not a round, it's clearly a food delivery. Look at Lin God. He is actually raiding each patient room? Lin Ye stopped in his tracks. He stood in front of the window of room 301. Inside, the patient was a middle-aged man dressed in a blue and white striped hospital gown. He did not scream or shake. Instead, he was lying on the floor, using his finger to draw something in the dust on the ground. He murmured to himself, 3 lengths and 2 shorts, borrowing from the universe. No, this is not the universe, only the dead door. Lin Ye pushed up his glasses, focusing his gaze on the man. Entity, player, ID, 89757. Name, Zhang Daosher, Celestial Master of Longhushan. Identity, patient, forced assignment. Rationality, 75/100, mild anxiety. Status, attempting to draw symbols with dust, ineffective. So he's a Taoist. No wonder his mental state is better than those nearby who have begun to chew on their own fingers. However, with 75 sanity points, in this B-level polluted environment, he could only last a few more hours. Once it dropped below 60, he would begin to hear voices. Drop below 30, and he would truly become a madman. Stop drawing. Lin Ye suddenly spoke up. That's floor dust, not cinnabar. And your demon-breaking charm is drawn incorrectly, the starting point should be the position of Qi, not Kun. The Taoist in the room suddenly raised his head, seeing the figure in the white coat standing outside. His first reaction was to shrink back in fear. But soon, he clearly heard Lin Ye's words. A glimmer of disbelief flashed in his eyes. You can understand? Are you a human or a ghost? No, wait, you are from Daxia? Lin Ye did not answer. He simply maintained his aloof doctor persona. He tapped the iron bars with the electric baton in his hand. I am your attending physician. Given that you not only doodle everywhere but also engage in feudal superstition, today's dosage will be doubled. The Taoist's face turned instantly green. Medicine? The kind that turns people into ghosts? No. Doctor. Unless the other party can prove themselves stronger or more crazy. Lin Ye said nothing. He just quietly looked at the nurse in the red dress. The all-knowing eye opened. Entity, nurse, level, C, red dress. Status, furious. Weakness, obsession with hierarchical systems. Current violation, acting without doctor's orders. Execution? Lin Ye stepped forward. With each step, his aura turned colder. It was the pressure of someone in a superior position. Although his level was still lower than hers, that blood-stained lab coat he wore was a C-grade masterpiece, and the absolute confidence brought by the all-knowing eye made him seem unfathomable. Who gave you the power to execute my patient? Lin Ye used an electric baton to lift the red-dressed nurse's chin. The movement was frivolous, yet filled with danger. According to Article 1 of the Employee Code, doctors are the authority here. I say he is sick, he is sick. I say he should die, he should die. You? Lin Ye sneered. You're just a tool for passing medication. The red-dressed nurse was stunned by Lin Ye's aura. She looked at this unfamiliar young doctor. The coldness and arrogance that radiated from him made her feel an illusion of facing a director. Could it be, which high-ranking second generation has come down? But the red-dressed nurse tried to argue, he refused to take the medicine. This is a serious violation. Refused to take the medicine? Lin Ye turned to look at the strong man. The strong man was currently looking dumbfounded at the doctor from the Great Xia country who saved him. Although they were competitors, that earlier move was indeed impressive. Lin Ye walked to the bedside table. He picked up the bottle containing the medicine. He poured out a pill. It was a still-beating thing, looking like an eyeball. It emitted a nauseating smell of blood. If it were me, I would also refuse to eat this kind of thing. Lin Ye's words stunned everyone. A doctor speaking for the patient? This script is wrong. But the next second, Lin Ye changed his tone. Medicine is all about color, aroma, and taste. The way you feed them is too crude, too lacking in artistry. You're simply embarrassing Qingshan Mental Hospital. He held that eyeball pill in his hand, as if playing with a glass bead. Since the patient refuses to eat, then let's change the method. For example, let's play a game? Lin Ye looked at the strong man, then glanced at the red-dressed nurse. The corners of his mouth curled into an eerie arc. Have you heard of the marble game? The winner doesn't have to take the medicine. The loser not only has to take the medicine, but also has to eat the bottle. The red-dressed nurse's eyes lit up. Gambling? Demons love gambling. Especially this kind of game where lives are at stake. All right. I'll bet with him. The red-dressed nurse pointed at the strong man, her face twisted in a sinister smile. She was confident that, with the demon's reaction speed, playing this kind of game would absolutely crush a human. No. Lin Ye shook his head. He toyed with the eyeball. That cold gaze locked onto the red-dressed nurse. It's you, who will bet against me? Not just betting whether the patient will take the medicine. We can also bet who really has the final say in this ward. The air froze. The strong man swallowed. He looked at the great Xia doctor who had his back to him. Although he didn't know what this guy was planning, he felt that, compared to those two red-dressed nurses, the seemingly cultured doctor seemed a bit more terrifying. Chapter 023, Take the Medicine. The air in room 302 seemed frozen by this statement. Not only the strong man from the lighthouse country, even the two red-dressed nurses were stunned. Although they were mindless C-grade anomalies, they also sensed the unusual confidence radiating from this new doctor. Gambling? The leading red-dressed nurse narrowed her scarlet eyes, her mouth splitting into an exaggerated arc, revealing gnashing shark-like teeth. Since the doctor wants to play, how can we not accompany you? Say it, how do you want to play? Although she feared the official authority on Lin Ye's body, she had no reason to reject a prey delivered to her door. In her view, no matter how fragile human beings were, even if they wore a white lab coat, it didn't change their essence as food. Lin Ye smiled slightly. He raised the still slightly beating eyeball pill in his hand and gently rotated it on his fingertips. The Eye of Omniscience was activated. Countless light blue parabolic trajectories appeared before his eyes. Wind speed, air resistance, target's dodging probability, muscle contraction force. All the data were quantified at this moment. Calculation mode, activated. Target, nurse's esophagus, weakness. Trajectory, optimal path found. Success rate, 100%, auto-aim activated. It's simple. Lin Ye pointed at the stainless steel trash can 5 meters away. One chance per person. Whoever can shoot this thing into the trash can wins. The winner can ask the loser to do one thing. He paused, his eyes turning playful. Meanwhile, in the Romance Country live broadcast room, their contestant was undergoing a hellish feeding experience. Because he refused to eat the still beating heart-shaped pill, two red-clad nurses directly pried open his mouth and poured it in with a funnel. If you don't eat the medicine, you're being naughty. Gulps, gulp. In just a few seconds, the contestant's stomach rapidly swelled, and finally, bang! It exploded like a balloon. The screen was filled with mosaics. Report, Romance Country contestant dies due to drug allergy. Puke, I can't, this is too disgusting. Is this the consequence of refusing to take the medicine? What about Lin Shen? Holy crap! Is Lin Shen betting with a ghost? And feeding the ghost medicine? What kind of godly operation is this? While others are being fed medicine, he's feeding the ghost? If you win, the medicine doesn't have to go to the patient, I'll take it, bottle and all. But if I win? Lin Ye glanced at the half bottle of medicine still in the nurse's hand. These medicines will be yours. And you must finish them all on the spot, no pill left. The red-clad nurse smiled. She smiled wildly. 5 meters away? For an ordinary person, it might be a little difficult, but for a powerful ghost, this was like an easy question. Her nails could even precisely cut off a fly 5 meters away. Deal. The red-clad nurse agreed without a second thought. Afraid that Lin Ye might back out, she even extended her big red-furred hand. Then please, doctor, go first. Lin Ye didn't decline. He didn't even aim. He casually bent his middle finger, using his thumb to hold the slippery eyeball pill. Watch carefully. This move is called physical therapy. Boom. A faint pop echoed. The pill was released. Its speed was so fast that it left a trail in the air. The red-clad nurse looked at him with a mocking face. She was waiting. Waiting for that moment of mistake. In fact, she was already prepared to blow a gust of dark air to alter the trajectory of the pill. However, at the moment the pill was released, the code of the Eye of Omniscience instantly modified a tiny variable. Friction coefficient, 0. Autocorrection, activated. The pill made an incredibly unnatural turn in midair, defying physics. It wasn't flying toward the trash can. Instead, it flew straight toward the red-clad nurse, who was mocking with her mouth wide open. Put. A muffled sound. Perfectly accurate. No deviation. That eyeball pill, bigger than a walnut, shot straight into the throat of the red-clad nurse. Due to its great momentum, it was wedged deep into her esophagus. Cough, cough, cough. The red-clad nurse's laughter stopped abruptly, replaced by violent coughing and gagging. She scratched her throat desperately, her face, already purple, turning even more purple as her red eyes filled with fear and disbelief. How could this be? He clearly aimed for the trash can. Why did it curve? And this force had actually shattered her esophagus. Lin Ye withdrew his finger. It felt like an insignificant little thing he had done. He innocently spread his hands. Oh dear. It was off. Looks like my medical skills need improvement. But his gaze suddenly turned sharp as a knife. According to the principle of the final interpretation of everything on the gambling table belongs to the banker. Since the medicine went into your mouth, then it counts as you have taken it. Taken it? The nurse in red, while clearing her throat, shouted angrily. You cheated. You attacked. This doesn't count. I want to kill you. She was about to explode in rage. Suddenly, a terrifying backlash of rules descended. It was the power of the bet. In the world of strange tales, promises and bets are sacred contracts protected by rules. Once made, they cannot be violated. Detection, based on consumption, the bet is determined to have failed. Punishment executed, consume the remainder. The nurse in red's body froze. Her hand uncontrollably reached for the medicine bottle. Even though her eyes were filled with resistance and fear, her body moved mechanically like a marionette, pouring out handfuls of colorful poison pills. Then, one handful after another was stuffed into her mouth. No, please. I was wrong, save me. As the pills entered her stomach, the terrifying toxins originally used to torture players began to erupt within her ghostly body. From her belly came sounds like acid corroding metal. Her skin began to rot, sprouting green pus-filled sores. The bone-deep torment made her scream like a slaughtered pig. Another nurse nearby had long been dumbfounded. Cowering in the corner, trembling. Is this a doctor? Is this more ruthless than King of Hell? Even the brawny man from the lighthouse country had a ghastly expression at this moment. He watched the red-clothed fierce ghost, once so imposing, now crawling on the ground like a dog eating poison. He looked again at the doctor from Great Xia, who was meticulously wiping his fingers with a handkerchief. A chill rushed from his soles to his crown. The brawny man swallowed hard, trying to break the suffocating atmosphere. Thank you, doctor, for saving me. I am David from the lighthouse country. Lin Ye didn't pay him any mind. After wiping his hands, he casually tossed the handkerchief onto the twitching nurse. Then turned around, coldly looking at David. Save you? Who said I was saving you? Lin Ye walked to the bedside. He picked up the medical record and quickly wrote a few lines. Patient 302, besides mania, also has severe delusions. Suggest transferring to intensive care unit for observation. As for the medicine, Lin Ye pointed to the puddle of filth on the ground. Since the nurse ate your portion, make sure to make up double the amount tomorrow. After all, as a doctor, I do not allow my patients to give up on treatment. After saying that, Lin Ye left without looking back, leaving David alone in the chaotic wind. Make up double? Brother, are you saving people or killing them? After exiting Ward 302, the cold smile at the corner of Lin Ye's mouth disappeared. Save that lighthouse citizen? Don't joke around. He is from Huaxia, not some saint. The reason he acted just now was purely to establish authority. It was to let everything in this building know. In this Qingshan psychiatric hospital, I, Lin Ye, am the biggest madman. And the only God. The eye of Providence beat again. Main mission progress updated, establish authority, January 3rd. Game title, Ruthless Doctor. After wearing it, sea level and below ghosts will automatically detour when seeing you. Warning, your actions have attracted the attention of the director. Lin Ye adjusted his glasses. The director, huh? Just right. I also want to have a chat with him, about promotion and salary increase. Chapter 024, The Art of Night Shift. Although the day was brilliant, according to that tattered employee handbook, the real test was at night. The night in Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital was a completely different world from the day. If day was a paradise for madmen, then night was a hunting ground for fierce ghosts. 10 p.m. The lights-out bell rang punctually. All the ward doors locked automatically. The hallway lights went dark, leaving only the green, eerie sign of the emergency exit casting a haunting glow. Lin Ye sat in the duty room. He held a cup of coffee made with ashes mixed with coffee powder. He was here because it was his turn to be on duty tonight. Or rather, he was deliberately arranged to be here by that kind-hearted director. After all, newcomers always need a bit of training. Thud, thud, thud. Heavy footsteps echoed in the hallway, accompanied by the sound of chains dragging on the ground. And whispers from somewhere. Doctor. I'm so itchy. Doctor. I can't find my head, can you help me look for it? Doctor. I'm hungry. Countless pale handprints began to appear on the glass window of the duty room. Twisted faces pressed against the glass, deformed from the pressure, with eyeballs nearly popping out. They were peering in, searching for a way to enter the duty room. These were E-level wandering souls. The shadows that hid in corners during the day. The night's cold air nourished them, giving them a temporary form. Though their attack power was weak, their numbers were many, and they carried a self-inflicted Sanlos aura. If it were an ordinary player, they would have long been hiding under the table, trembling, or praying with a cross. But Lin Ye did not. He just calmly took a sip of that ash coffee. He frowned. Too bitter. Next time, let Cho add some sugar. He put down the cup. He glanced at those numerous ghostly faces outside the window. The all-seeing eye scanned them. Entity group, wandering spirits, level, E/F. Status, agitated/hungry. Behavior, attracted by the life force of the night shift doctor. Weakness, they fear treatment. Treatment, huh? Lin Ye stood up. He picked up the duty logbook from the table. He also grabbed the already charged electric baton. He opened the door and stepped outside. Swish. As the door opened, the cold wind of the hallway rushed in. That group of wandering souls became excited at the sight of someone daring to come out. They stretched out ghostly claws, wanting to shred this clueless human. What are you doing? Lin Ye suddenly shouted angrily. The voice wasn't loud, but it carried piercing power. And that impatience that only a doctor could have. Why are you having a party in the middle of the night? Don't you know staying up late can lead to sudden death? Don't you know lack of sleep can cause hair loss, skin sagging, and hormonal imbalances? Lin Ye pointed at the closest ghost, a woman with only half a face. Look at you. What have you done to your face? Still have the nerve to come out and scare people? This is typical severe insomnia leading to skin necrosis. And you? He pointed at the male ghost holding his own head. Running around with your head missing? This is osteoporosis leading to high-level paralysis. The ghost crowd was momentarily stunned. Though they weren't smart, even they were taken aback by the reprimand. This guy isn't playing by the rules, huh? We're ghosts. Our decayed faces and missing heads are because we died horribly. What does that have to do with staying up late? Everyone stand straight. Lin Ye didn't care what they thought. The electric baton crackled, drawing a blue arc in the air. Since you all can't sleep, that means you're ill. Since you're ill, then you need treatment. He strode up to the rotten-faced female ghost. Insomnia, right? Come, special medicine. Zatsa. The electric baton directly jabbed into the ghost's forehead. A powerful current instantly coursed through her spectral form. Ah! The female ghost screamed, her whole body convulsed, like a fish out of water. After a few seconds, she collapsed to the ground, motionless. See? Lin Ye nodded in satisfaction. She's asleep. This is the physical sleep aid method. Immediate effect. He turned to look at the other ghosts. That gaze was like a zealous salesperson asking, who's next? Gulp. I don't know which ghost swallowed an existence-free gulp. So brutal. Is this really called a sleep aid? This is called electric therapy. I'm tired. The head-holding male ghost was the first to react. He quickly placed his head back on his neck and turned to shrink into the corner of the wall. Goodbye, doctor. I'm going to sleep now, right away. With a leader like this, the other ghosts scattered like birds and beasts. I'm tired too. Good night, doctor. I'm not itchy anymore, really. In the blink of an eye. The corridor that just moments ago was bustling with ghosts was now instantly empty. Even the cold wind had stopped. As long as they are not subjected to physical sleep assistance, these ghosts felt they could sleep straight until the next century. Lin Ye stood in the empty corridor. He shook the electric baton with some lingering excitement. They ran away just like that? I haven't even used my skull-opening tranquility technique. He turned to head back to the duty room. But noticed a figure standing not far away in the shadows. It was a little girl in a red dress. Hugging a worn-out cloth doll. She was silently watching him. Entity? Level, unknown. Status, observing. Warning, do not approach if unprepared. A girl in red? Lin Ye squinted his eyes. This was not an ordinary red-shirted ghost. Because the warning from the all-knowing eye was unknown. This meant, this fellow was at least level C or even above level B, or had some special rules protecting her. The little girl had no intention of attacking. She simply made a shoe gesture toward Lin Ye. Then pointed to the principal's office at the end of the corridor. She revealed a strange smile. And turned to leave through the wall. The principal's office? Lin Ye noted this clue down. It seemed that the secrets of this psychiatric hospital were deeper than expected. But for now, I should get some sleep first. Lin Ye yawned. No matter what secret it was, sleeping was more important. Moreover, this round of treatment tonight should be able to add a bold stroke to his rating on the employee code of conduct. Back in the duty room. Lin Ye wrote in the record book. Night shift record, multiple patients exhibited group insomnia symptoms. After patient doctor patiently advised in physical treatment, all are now fast asleep. The ward is orderly. Finished. He capped the pen. Perfect. In the live stream room. The audience was laughing crazily. What the hell is physical treatment? Ghost, I'm not insomnia, I'm just electrocuted. Seeking the psychological shadow area of those ghosts. Lin God's reading comprehension is full marks. Do not believe what the patient says equals if the patient says they're not tired, they are sick equals electrocution equals cure. This is the legendary, as long as you solve the one who raised the question, is the problem solved? Chapter 25, The Special Window of the Cafeteria. The next day at noon, 12 o'clock. Lunchtime. For the creatures in the mental hospital, this is the most anticipated yet dangerous time of the day. The cafeteria is located on the basement level of the inpatient building. Dark, damp, and filled with an indescribable sour odor mixed with the greasy smell of something meaty that has boiled to mush. All the patients were gathered here. They formed a long line, each holding a metal tray. Every face was filled with numbness and desire. Desiring food but also fearing it. Lin Ye, dressed in a blood-stained white coat, boldly cut in line to the front. The all-knowing eye scanned the large buckets of delicious food at the window. 1. Braised pork, staff exclusive. Item, human meat stew. Effect, restores 50 points of hunger. Each bite minus 10 sanity. Increases gullification progress. In that bucket, the rolling meat pieces faintly revealed some parts that are better left unspoken. Either die from poison. Give me an A set. Lin Ye tapped on the glass of the window. Inside, the big chef ant was a huge butcher ghost. She was wielding a bone-cutting knife covered in blood, and when she heard someone ordering, she raised her meat-laden face. A set? Here, there is only meat and slop. Are you a doctor? Doctors eat meat. Help yourself over there. She pointed at the bucket of braised human meat. Lin Ye shook his head. Too greasy. I am a person who pays attention to health. I want an A set, scrambled eggs with tomatoes and a bowl of white rice. Less oil, less salt. The butcher ant was stunned. The ghosts and humans lined up around were also dumbfounded. Scrambled eggs with tomatoes? Do you think this is a Shaw County snack? Kid, are you looking for trouble? The butcher ant was angry. The bone-cutting knife in her hand slammed down on the chopping board, making a loud bang. Not making it. If you want to eat, eat. If not, get lost. Lin Ye sighed. He pulled out a small notebook from his pocket. Then he took out a stun baton. According to the food safety law and the logistics management regulations of Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital, the cafeteria must ensure the health and variety of meals for medical staff. If you refuse to provide food that meets the standards, I have reason to suspect. Lin Ye glanced at the bucket of braised meat. You are cutting corners and even suspected of murdering medical staff. The eye of knowledge opened. Entity, head chef, level, C, fierce ghost. Weakness, fear of health inspections, electric shock. You. The butcher ant looked at the buzzing stun baton, then at Lin Ye's face that screamed, I will report you. What happened just now, she had heard a little about. A new doctor was a madman, daring to mess with even the red-clad nurses. No ingredients. The ant tried to make a last struggle. There is only that meat. I have. Lin Ye, like performing a magic trick, pulled out several tomatoes and eggs from the big pocket of his white coat. He even pulled out some chopped green onions. Make it. I want to see the dish in 3 minutes. Otherwise. Lin Ye pointed at the filthy chef hat on her head. I will weld this hat onto your scalp. The butcher ant cowered. Mainly because the stun baton was only 0.01 centimeters from her face. And this human doctor's eyes were colder than when she was slaughtering pigs. Make it. I'll do it. The ant took the ingredients. In the shocked gaze of all the ghosts and humans, she began to heat the oil. 3 minutes later, a steaming, fragrant, and colorful plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes came out. Lin Ye carried the plate. He found a prominent spot to sit down. A mouthful of rice, a mouthful of eggs. It tasted incredibly good. Status: eating normal food. Effect: hunger plus 30. Sanity plus 5. Emotional stability plus 10%. And around him, those ghost doctors gnawing on human flesh looked at the normal food on Lin Ye's plate and suddenly found the meat in their hands not appetizing. Those human players drinking slop were even more tempted to cry. That is human food. That is the taste of civilization. That is the taste of home. The Taoist squatted in the corner, drooling while watching Lin Ye. Infinite heavens venerable. This fellow Taoist, who on earth is he? This is not coming to jail, it's simply coming on vacation. Lin Ye finished the last bite of rice. He wiped his mouth, feeling the gradual recovery of his san value inside. He glanced at the envious and jealous eyes in the cafeteria. Less than a day after entering the dungeon, someone had already started showing severe mutation reactions from eating that bucket of special braised pork. Comparing to Lin Ye of the Great Xia country who is currently eating tomato scrambled eggs. This gap left countless viewers from the Lighthouse Nation in shock. Fuck. Why does he have tomatoes? He is cheating. Absolutely cheating. Our special forces are eating shit, and he is eating Chinese food? Is this Eastern sorcery? Panic began to spread globally. Because everyone realized this dungeon could become the burial ground for many countries. Chapter 026 Global Panic. While Lin Ye was enjoying a leisurely health time eating tomato scrambled eggs at the Aoyama Psychiatric Hospital, the real world had already fallen into a state of desperate panic. Less than 6 hours after the Aoyama Psychiatric Hospital dungeon opened, 1/3 of the 100 chosen participants worldwide had their avatars black out. This meant that at least 20 or more countries experienced backlash from their national fortunes, and the strange began to descend upon their lands. In the live room of the Cherry Blossom country, there was dead silence, followed by frantic screams. No! Abe Kuhn. Behind you, that cabinet moved. Their contestant, a boy named Abe who was called a genius on Myoji, made a fatal mistake right at the beginning in the changing room phase. He tried to use his Shikigami to attack the headless ghost doctor. As a result, the headless ghost doctor judged him to be a severe violent tendency manic patient. Not only were his Shikigami confiscated, but he was also forcibly put into a straitjacket and thrown into a critically ill ward filled with vicious ghosts. Baka! Let me out! What responded to him was a metal cabinet slowly opening in the corner. Countless pale hands reached out from inside, dragging him in forcefully. Ah! The screams abruptly stopped. Only the sound of bones being chewed spread through the high-fidelity microphone throughout the Cherry Blossom country. The national fortune of the Cherry Blossom country deducted 5 points. The B-grade strange cook Isakana will descend in Tokyo. At the same time, in the Kimchi country, their contestant is a famous plastic surgeon. He thought this identity would allow him to thrive. But he encountered a ghost nurse with half of her face burned. Do you think I'm beautiful? The plastic surgeon instinctively applied his professional skills. This would require a skin graft surgery, it might take. Slap. The ghost nurse directly crushed his head. Since you think I'm ugly, then you should pay for your face. Kimchi Country Live Room, oh my. This is cosmetic discrimination. This is blatant professional discrimination. Bullet screen, stop shouting, hurry up and run. I heard that Seoul has already started to experience hauntings. Meanwhile, across the ocean in the Lighthouse Nation, the atmosphere was incredibly oppressive. On the big screen in the command center, 5 members of the Godslayer squad were shown in split screen. Their original plan was to act as a group, using their firepower advantage to push through the dungeon. But they never expected that the spawn point of this dungeon was random. Captain John was currently wearing a bloodstained patient gown, tied to an electric chair. Opposite him was a ghost doctor holding a rusty chainsaw. Mr. John. The ghost doctor's voice was hoarse and piercing. Your delusions are very serious, always saying you are a super soldier. To help you regain your true self, we need to remove the excess parts from your brain. Zzz. The chainsaw started. John struggled madly, but under the suppression of the rules, his genetically modified muscles were of no use. Fuck. Let me go. I came to kill Lin Ye. Not to have my skull sawed off. However, no one paid attention to his roar. Blood splattered everywhere. There was no death, but John's sanity instantaneously dropped to zero, turning him into a drooling idiot. Watching this scene, the high-ranking officials of the Lighthouse Nation turned pale. Damn! Why is this happening? Why is Lin Ye a doctor while our super soldiers are patients? This is a conspiracy. This is aimed at. And in the live broadcast room of the Great Xia country, the atmosphere is completely different. The bullet comments are filled with the festive cheer of the new year. Ha ha ha. I'm dying laughing. The captain of the neighboring lighthouse country has already been taken down, and our Lin God is still chatting with the nurse sister. What chatting? That's a reprimand. Lin God, this batch of nurses is not good, their professionalism is too poor. And have you noticed, the rules that Lin Ye set for those ghost doctors seem to really be effective? This is the so-called using magic to defeat magic? At this moment, inside the instance, Lin Ye had just finished his lunch break. He hadn't stayed in the office all the time. Instead, he took that obedient red-clothed nurse and began to stroll around the entire inpatient department. The all-knowing eye continuously scanned the surrounding environment. He was looking for something. Or rather, looking for someone. That elusive director. Although he had temporarily settled the situation through deception and violence, he knew very well that as long as the director did not show up, this instance could not be considered truly cleared. Moreover, that superintendent lurking in the dark had also not made an appearance. It was like a ticking time bomb. Dr. Lin. The red-clothed nurse following him suddenly whispered. If one looked closely, one would find that aside from fear, there was also a hint of admiration in her eyes. After all, in the world of ghosts, the strong are respected. A doctor who could put that terrifying man from Lighthouse Country in line and even force the cafeteria lady to cook is definitely a tough character. What's wrong? Lin Ye asked without turning his head. The director just sent someone to relay a message. The red-clothed nurse's voice trembled a little. He said, at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, all doctors are to gather in the top-floor conference room. The theme is discussion on clearing ineffective medical resources. Lin Ye stopped in his tracks. Clearing ineffective medical resources? If it were a regular hospital, this might be a meeting about layoffs or equipment maintenance. But in a mental hospital, especially this kind of ghost hospital, the so-called ineffective resources probably refers to those doctors who can't heal any illnesses. And patients who don't need treatment. This knife. Lin Ye pushed up his glasses, and a cold light flashed across the lens. Is it finally going to fall? He glanced at the clock on the wall. 13:50. There are still 10 minutes. This will be a feast of power. But he not only has to go, he must overshadow the others. Let's go. Lin Ye straightened his collar, the garb of his doctor uniform. Let's meet that rarely seen director. And see, is he the one cleaning me up? Or am I the one cleaning him up? Meanwhile, in the Lighthouse Country's live broadcast room, the remaining 4 members also received a special hint. It was a message sent with the precious national luck value from Lighthouse Country. As long as you kill the doctor and seize the white coat, you can change identities. Upon seeing this hint, the Vice Captain Mike, hiding in the ventilation duct, flashed a fierce light in his eyes. A doctor? As long as you kill the doctor, you can turn the tide? Perfect. In his sight, a solitary, seemingly cultured doctor from Great Xia was walking toward the stairs. Lin Ye. Mike licked his lips, the special dagger in his hand glinting with a cold light. The hunting moment has arrived. Chapter 027, The Cleansing Plan. In the ventilation duct, Mike held his breath. As the top assassination expert of Lighthouse Country, he had 100 ways to take down the seemingly weak Great Xia doctor below in 3 seconds. Although he had lost his gun, this dagger made from a sharpened toothbrush handle was still deadly enough. As long as I kill him and seize the white coat, I can turn the tide. Mike stared intently at Lin Ye's back. His patient gown was already soaked with sweat, and the humiliation of being the prey made him nearly go mad. Now, the identities of prey and hunter were about to swap. Just as Lin Ye reached the corner of the stairs, Mike moved. He pounced down from the vent like a hunting cheetah. Silent and swift. The dagger aimed directly at Lin Ye's carotid artery. Die! Mike roared in his heart. Blood gushed forth in a vision before his eyes. However, just when the dagger was a mere 0.01 centimeters from Lin Ye's neck, Lin Ye did not turn around. Instead, he casually stepped aside, as if he had known exactly where Mike would land. He even glanced at his watch. Thud. Mike's forcefulness caused him to miss completely, crashing hard onto the ground. The dagger slipped far away from his hand. Before he could get back up, a shiny leather shoe had already landed on his face. Lin Ye looked down at this sudden attacker from above. He was neither surprised nor angry. Only a look of disdain, as if looking at garbage. Littering is one thing. But how can one throw people around like trash? Mike struggled desperately, trying to fight back. But he was shocked to discover that this seemingly weak doctor was frighteningly strong. That foot felt like a mountain, pressing down so hard he couldn't even open his mouth. Entity, player, ID, 73444. Name, Mike. Status, desperate ambush. Success rate, 0%. Current rule judgment, attacking medical staff equals seeking death. Lin Ye shook his head. I've said it before, this is a mental hospital. Why do some people think this is a gladiator arena? At that moment, there came a uniform sound of footsteps from above the stairs. It was the hospital security team. A group of towering giants in black uniforms, over 2 meters tall. They didn't carry batons, instead, they dragged massive body bags. This was also the escort the director sent to accompany doctors to the meeting. Seeing the security team appear, a glimmer of despair flashed in Mike's eyes. It was over. Attacking a doctor meant certain death. But unexpectedly, Lin Ye did not scream for help, nor did he accuse Mike of attacking. Instead, he bent down and picked Mike up from the ground. He even dusted off the dirt on Mike's clothes. Then, he draped his spare, unworn ordinary white coat over Mike. Mike was dumbfounded. The security team was also dumbfounded. The live stream audience was even more confused. What the hell? What is Lin doing? Repaying grudges with kindness? Giving clothes to an enemy? No. Lin's expression isn't right. That's a look like he's staring at a corpse. Sure enough. The next second, Lin Ye displayed a professional smile at the approaching security captain. This one is the new intern doctor. He just told me that he strongly supports the cleanup plan proposed by the director. He even volunteered to go to the -1 floor to scout for everyone. Though the captain's face was covered by a black mask, one could still feel his confusion. Intern doctor? He looked at Mike, who was wearing a white coat and looking bewildered. Although his attire was correct. That aura, he looked utterly deranged. Yes, intern. Lin Ye spoke seriously and absurdly. Just promoted from the intensive care unit. Not only is he full of enthusiasm, but... Lin Ye pointed at the sharpened toothbrush Mike had yet to throw away. Look, he even came prepared with his own surgical knife. This kind of employee that saves costs for the hospital shouldn't be working in the morgue on the -1 floor. It would be a waste of talent. The security captain's red eyes lit up. The -1 floor morgue was the dirtiest, most exhausting place in the entire hospital, where even ghosts weren't willing to go. They were in dire need of manpower. Since someone volunteered to go, take him away. With a wave of his hand, the captain ordered. 2 big men in black immediately stepped forward, one on each side to lift Mike. Mike struggled desperately. No. I'm not a doctor. He suddenly remembered that as long as he acknowledged being a doctor, he wouldn't have to die. Though he had to move corpses, at least he could live, and he could get this coveted white coat. This was an opportunity. Is this man from Disya really that foolish? Mike immediately closed his mouth and stopped shouting. He even glanced at Lin Ye with gratitude. Although his eyes were filled with a vicious "I'll kill you when I get back." Lin Ye watched as Mike was dragged away. The smile on his lips grew wider. A fool? Under the omniscient eye, Mike's head was marked with a bright red countdown to death. Role, intern doctor, fake. Assignment, morgue. Morgue hidden rule, dead people don't like living doctors. Only dead doctors are welcome. Survival time, 5 minutes. To send a living person into a crowd of hungry ghosts as a doctor. This is crueler than killing him directly. And... Lin Ye glanced at his sleeve. While putting on his coat just now, he had casually stuck a curse note saying "I am fresh meat" on Mike's back. Safe travels. Hope the patients there have a good appetite. After dealing with this little fly, Lin Ye turned and walked up the stairs to the top floor. The real challenge has just begun. Top floor conference room. A huge elongated round table. Both sides were already filled with ghost doctors in white coats. Some were missing arms and legs, some had their heads on the table, and some were constantly leaking corpse fluid. The whole conference room was filled with a chilling aura. And at the very end of the long table sat a figure shrouded in black mist. The face couldn't be seen clearly. Only 2 points of scarlet light flickered in the black mist. That was the unique mark of this high-level eerie being. B-level peak quasi-murder god director. As Lin Ye pushed the door and entered, all gazes were immediately focused on him, filled with malice, greed, and scrutiny. 9527. A low voice emerged from the black mist, like two rusty iron pieces rubbing against each other. You are late. And the 2 points of red light suddenly flared up. A terrifying pressure instantly enveloped the entire conference room. A few D-level ghost doctors beside him were directly pressed down onto the table. I heard you created a new order down there? Not letting ghosts eat people and forcing chefs to make human meals? Are you here to be a doctor? Or to ruin the place? Facing this overwhelming barrage of questions, Lin Ye did not kneel and beg like the others. He even pulled out a chair and boldly sat down, right across from the director. Then, he took out a piece of paper from his pocket and slammed it on the table. Bang! The sound startled all the ghosts. Since the director asked, then I'll speak plainly. Lin Ye pointed at the paper, his eyes burning with a fire crazier than the ghosts. I believe that the current hospital management system is complete rubbish. Especially your rules. It's simply wasting medical resources. The room fell into dead silence. All the ghosts stared at Lin Ye as if he were a dead person. Crazy. This human has completely gone mad. Not only is he opposing the director, he is actually questioning the rules. In the world of bizarre tales, there's only one type of person who dares to do this. Either a god, or a madman crazier than a ghost. Chapter 28, The Director's Oppressive Presence. The air in the conference room seemed to solidify into cement. All the ghost doctors' breathing stopped. They looked at Lin Ye in fear, then carefully glanced at the director sitting in the main seat. That shadow in the black mist did not explode immediately. The 2 points of red light flickered a few times, seemingly evaluating this oblivious human. Doubting me? The director's voice gave off no pleasure or anger. But the surrounding temperature instantly dropped to freezing point. Do you know where the last person who doubted me is now? It extended a black hand, resembling charred coal, pointing at the ceiling. Soaking in the water tank on the roof. As the filtration core for the entire hospital's water supply. Lin Ye was not frightened. He even changed to a more comfortable sitting position, crossing his legs. That was his stupidity. But I am stating a fact. Lin Ye tapped the paper on the table. Director, as a manager, can't you even do such simple calculations? Every patient is an asset of the hospital. And what are you doing now? Lin Ye pointed at the circle of ghost doctors around him, missing limbs. Eating patients? Killing patients? What do you call this? This is called killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. This is called destroying state assets. The director fell silent. It was clear that this modern corporate management thinking was a bit too advanced for a brute ghost who only knew how to act recklessly. Continue. The red light in the black mist stabilized a bit. Lin Ye's lips curled up slightly. He bit the bait. When talking to ghosts, one must first place oneself on a high ground of justice. What we need to do is not eat the patients, but to squeeze out their value. As long as they are alive, they can continuously provide fear, despair, and even labor. Sustainability is about fishing without exhausting the waters, do you understand? Sustainability. The director repeated this word. He seemed somewhat moved. After all, the number of patients in the hospital had indeed been decreasing recently, even these ghosts were starting to go hungry. Sounds interesting. The director suddenly burst into laughter. His laughter shook the entire conference room's tables and chairs. Since you have an illness, then as the director, I have the duty to cure you. The black mist surged. The director's figure instantly vanished from his seat. In the next second, he appeared right in front of Lin Ye. That pitch-black ghost hand, with the oppressive force of B-level peak strength, reached directly for Lin Ye's throat. This time, he didn't hold back. Rules are dead. But power is alive. If rules can't kill you, then let's physically destroy you. No matter how good it is. If you don't have enough strength to execute, then it's just a dying wish. The director's voice was full of mockery. I don't keep useless trash that only knows how to talk. 9527. I'll give you 3 seconds to prove you deserve to sit here and talk to me. Otherwise, today's afternoon tea snack will be you. The all-seeing eye went crazy with alarm. Warning, detected B-level peak threat. Death probability, 89.9%. Escape route, extremely low. This was absolute power suppression. In front of the quasi-culprit of B-level peak, Lin Ye's small cleverness and borrowed strength appeared so pale. He was not the red-clothed nurse, nor a mindless butcher. He was a wise, powerful boss. Lin Ye looked up at that huge ghost claw. He could feel the destructive force. If he used a stun baton now, it probably wouldn't even break through the opponent's defense. If he used a Taoist spell paper, he would likely suffer a backlash. Deadlock? No. In this world, there is no deadlock that cannot be untied. Only those who are not crazy enough. Lin Ye took a deep breath. Slowly, he extended his hand. But he did not reach for any weapon. Instead, he reached towards his own chest. When Lin Ye pushed the door open and entered, all eyes were instantly focused on him. Filled with malice, greed, and scrutiny. 95-27. A low voice emerged from the black mist. It sounded like two rusty iron plates grinding against each other. You are late. And the two red lights suddenly surged. A terrifying pressure instantly enveloped the entire conference room. Several D-level ghost doctors nearby were forced to prone on the table. I heard you are creating a new order down there? Not allowing ghosts to eat people, but forcing chefs to cook for humans? Are you here to be a doctor? Or to create chaos? Facing this overwhelming questioning, Lin Ye did not kneel and beg for mercy like others. He even pulled out a chair and casually sat down. Right across from the director. Then, he pulled a piece of paper from his pocket and slammed it down on the table. Bang! The sound startled all the ghosts. Since the director asked, then I'll say it directly. Lin Ye pointed at the paper, his eyes burning with a flame even crazier than the ghosts. I think the current hospital management system is all garbage. Especially the rules you set. It's simply wasting medical resources. The entire place was silent. All the ghosts looked at Lin Ye as if they were looking at a dead person. He's gone mad. This human is completely crazy. Not just defying the director. He is questioning the rules. In the world of strange tales, there is only one kind of person who dares to do this. Either a god. Or a madman crazier than a ghost. He grabbed the talisman paper from that Taoist while checking a room. He wrote 4 big characters on it. Severe madness. Then, with a snap, he stuck it on his own forehead. But what if I am a madman? Lin Ye grinned. That smile looked worse than crying. Madman killing isn't against the law, right? Does this count as strength? Director? The data stream of the all-knowing eye underwent a qualitative change at this moment. Identity override, activated. Current role, patient, simulated. Rationality level, locked at? Dash logic rewrite, 0, simulated. Passive effect, immune to fear plus 500% attack power against medical staff. Since the doctor's rules bound me, then I will no longer be a doctor. I am a madman. I am sick. So whatever I do is reasonable. The director looked at the human in front of him, with a paper stuck on his forehead, smiling with a broken face. For the first time, a hint of hesitation flashed in those red eyes. It had seen people pretending to be mad. But never had it seen someone so thoroughly mad and so justified. Moreover, the rules actually judged effective. In this conference room, Lin Ye was no longer a subordinate, but a ticking time bomb. Chapter 029, I am not sick, but I am mad. The atmosphere in the conference room shifted from silence to the eerie. The white paper stuck to Lin Ye's forehead was like a binding talisman, forcing the director, who was ready to strike, to halt midair. Severe madness. These 4 characters were written crookedly, filled with the beauty of performance art. But under the judgment of the all-knowing eye, this was not just a piece of paper, but a forcibly implanted bottom-layer identity agreement. Current status update, patient, extremely dangerous. Rationality level, 0, simulated. Logic override, because I am mad, I am innocent. The director withdrew its claw. The red eyes in the black mist flickered with doubt. It had lived and died for so many years, seen people pretending to be weak, seen those pretending to be strong, even seen those pretending to be dead. But it was the first time it saw someone pretending to be mad in front of ghosts. Do you think you are funny? The director's voice was deep and dangerous. Do you think sticking a piece of paper can change the fact that you are a doctor? Can it help you escape the fate of being eaten? Doctor? Lin Ye suddenly tilted his head. He pointed to the badge in the trash can. Who said I am a doctor? That badge is the doctor. And I. Lin Ye pointed to his own nose and then revealed an expression more terrifying than crying and more unsettling than smiling. I am a madman who wants to cure everyone. Impudent. One of the red-clothed ghost doctors finally couldn't hold back. It wanted to show off in front of the director. Director! This kid is playing us. Let me eat him. After saying that, it opened its blood-filled mouth and pounced directly at Lin Ye. The director did not stop it. It also wanted to see what this human had up his sleeve. However, just as the red-clothed ghost doctor's teeth were about to bite Lin Ye moved. He did not dodge. Instead, he slapped back hard. Smack! This slap was crisp and loud. Not only did it hit the face of the red-clothed ghost, but it also struck the hearts of all the ghosts present. How dare you! The red-clothed ghost covered its face and shouted in disbelief. I am a doctor. You said you are a patient. How dare a patient hit a doctor? Who said I hit the doctor? Lin Ye looked at his hand innocently. This is called doctor-patient dispute. This is called stress response. I am a mental patient. Lin Ye spread his hands and said with conviction. It's normal for a mental patient to lose control of their hands during an episode, isn't it? According to the mental health law. Mental patients are not liable for criminal responsibility for harm caused during an episode. User seems to be interested in story translation and prefers a direct translation with emotional intensity and simplicity of vocabulary. Understand? The entire room fell into dead silence. All the ghosts were rendered speechless by this logic. Killing ghosts while being mentally ill is not a crime? What kind of absurd logic is this from the underworld? But strangely, in the bottom rules of the Strange Tale world, this logic actually passed the judgment. Rule check, valid. The director looked at Lin Ye. The two red lights finally stopped being mocking and turned serious. It realized that the human before it was not just a madman. He was a madman who understood the rules and could exploit their loopholes. Such a person is more dangerous than a fierce ghost. Interesting. The director suddenly laughed. Its laughter made the entire conference room's chairs and tables shake. Since you're sick, as the director, I have an obligation to cure you. Dark mist churned. The director's figure instantly vanished from its seat. In the next second, it appeared right in front of Lin Ye. That pitch-black ghost hand, with peak B-level absolute suppression, reached straight for Lin Ye's throat. This time, it didn't hold back. Rules are dead. But power is alive. If the rules can't kill you, then physical destruction will. Treatment Plan 1, cut out the disease. The director's voice exploded in Lin Ye's ear. Lin Ye felt a suffocating pressure. The all-knowing eye showed that the fatality rate of this strike was 100%. No defense could block the fatal strike of a peak B-level entity. Except for higher-level rule-based items. At the moment when the ghost hand was about to touch Lin Ye's skin, Lin Ye suddenly pulled out a red, square brick, still covered in dirt. No. It wasn't an ordinary brick. It was item, virtuous brick, blue rare. Description, a brick inscribed with the character virtue. Confucius said, win people over with virtue. Special effect, 100% dizziness chance. Ignores defense. Causes true emotional damage. I also have my own treatment plan. Lin Ye looked at the director, who was within arm's reach. He swung the brick hard. The movement was simple, without flourish. But it carried a profound sense of simplicity. The plan's name. Win people over with virtue. Bang! A dull sound echoed. The brick slammed into the director's face, which was shrouded in black mist. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. All the black mist was instantly dispersed, revealing the director's equally confused face. It was slapped? As a peak B-level near god of evil, it was slapped in the face by a human with a brick? And a strong sense of dizziness hit. It was rule-level dizziness. The director felt stars in its eyes, its legs went soft, and it plopped down directly onto the ground. You. The director pointed at Lin Ye, wanting to speak, but found its tongue was tied. Lin Ye didn't seize the opportunity to attack. Instead, he crouched in front of the director like a thug. He lightly tapped the director's face with the brick. Director. It seems your disease is not light either. You can't even stand properly. Do you also need me to help you cure it? The other ghost doctors in the conference room were completely stunned. The director was hit. And it was by a human who claimed to be mentally ill. Who is the real ghost in this world? Lin Ye stood up. He looked around. The brick with the character virtue in his hand was tossed up and down. Every ghost doctor, when their eyes met his, instinctively shrank their necks. From now on. Lin Ye's voice echoed through the conference room. The rules here have changed. Who agrees? Who disagrees? All the ghosts were silent. If it were before, they would have definitely attacked together. But now. Looking at the director, who was still sitting on the ground, doubting its ghostly existence. Who would dare to step up first? What if that madman really gets sick and gives them a brick? Killing ghosts while mentally ill is really not a crime. Lin Ye nodded with satisfaction. He pressed the severe mania note down a little more. Since there are no objections, let's start today's full treatment. I see, all of you are quite ill. The conference room was in a shambles. The once arrogant red-cloaked ghost doctor was now half embedded in the wall, unable to claw himself out. And the peak B-class director was still sitting on the ground, with a dazed expression, seemingly pondering the three ultimate philosophical questions. Who am I? Where am I? Why is there a brick? Lin Ye held a red brick in his hand. The big character shone brightly under the dim light. Produced by the system shop, it was indeed a fine product. Though it was just a blue rare item, its description was simple and brutal. Persuading with virtue, passive when you try to persuade someone with reason. If they do not listen, physical attacks will carry a 100% penetrating effect, and forcibly cause a state of dizziness and regret. Confucius said, a gentleman uses words, not fists. But Confucius didn't say what to do if the other party was a ghost. So Lin Ye felt that with this brick, it completed the Confucian idea. Does anyone else think I am crazy? Lin Ye walked over to the round table. Looking at the group of shivering ghost doctors. A doctor with only half a head trembled and raised his hand. I have. He originally wanted to say I have an opinion, but seeing Lin Ye raise the brick, his will to survive made him quickly change his words. I have a disease that feels like I will die if I do not listen to you. Is there any hope? Lin Ye smiled. Very pleased. See, I said there are still smart people here. As long as there is a disease, there is a cure. He gently placed the brick on the table, making a dull sound that startled all the ghosts. Since no one has any objections, then let's talk about the new rules. Lin Ye pulled over a chair and sat at the other end of the round table, which originally belonged to the deputy director. First, starting today, except for specific garbage, no patient is to be consumed. Violators. Lin Ye glanced at the red-cloaked ghost on the wall. Then they will be treated as medical waste. The ghosts fell silent, trembling. Not eating people? They could only eat cafeteria pig food or starve. Though it was uncomfortable, it was better than being smashed by a brick. Second, we must promote smiling service. As doctors, how can you always have a deadpan face? You must smile at the patients. If the smile is not good-looking. Lin Ye gestured with the brick. I can help him with plastic surgery. Saying this, he looked at the ghost doctor closest to him with a face full of sores. Come on, smile. The ghost doctor looked like it was about to cry. It struggled to pull its stiff muscles, showing a smile that was even more terrifying than crying. Worms fell out of its mouth. Smack. A brick slammed on the table. Too ugly. Smile again. If you smile so disgustingly again next time, this brick will not be used to hit the table but your face instead. Under Lin Ye's high-pressure policy of using physical means to enhance service quality, the ghost doctors in the entire conference room were forced to undergo a brutal smile etiquette training. The scene was once very touching. If one didn't look at their desperate expressions. And at this moment, the director sitting on the ground finally regained composure. He touched his slightly sunken forehead. Looking at the human who was teaching a group of fierce ghosts, his expression became very complex. Anger? Of course, there was. But more so was a kind of calculation. He had been sitting in this position for too long. Above him was a fierce headmaster pressing down, below him was a group of oblivious deputy directors watching. Recently, the headmaster's temper had become increasingly volatile, and it was said he wanted to initiate a purge. If he could use this madman. Ahem. The director stood up from the ground. The black fog recongealed, and though it weakened in momentum, it still maintained the authority of a quasi-demon lord. Well said. This sentence made all the ghosts freeze. The director actually agreed? 95-27 No, Dr. Lin. The director returned to his main seat as if nothing had happened after being sent flying earlier. Your treatment philosophy, though radical, is quite enlightening. Since you have this ability, then, I will temporarily hand over the management of the first floor ward to you. If you can increase the performance there by 50% within a week. The director's bloodshot eyes flashed with a glimmer. I'll promote you to deputy director. Deputy director? Lin Ye raised an eyebrow. This old ghost is painting a big pie. However, this suits me just fine. To access more core secrets, like that S-class director or the key clues for passing through, higher permissions are needed. Deal. Lin Ye put away the brick. He showed the director a sincere smile. However, my treatment fee is quite expensive. This week's performance bonus. Lin Ye rubbed his fingers. The meaning was clear, extra money is needed. The director's lips twitched. He suddenly felt that if he hadn't woken up just now, continuing to play dumb might be more profitable. This human is simply a bandit. But he still gritted his teeth and nodded. As long as there are results. Money is not a problem. Very well. Lin Ye seemed to perform a magic trick, pulling out a thermos from his pocket and pouring a steaming liquid for the director. The color looked a bit like cola, but there was an indescribable strange smell. To celebrate our collaboration. This is my special soothing tea. Especially for treating headaches and excessive temper. Lin Ye smiled sincerely. Director, will you do me the honor? The director glanced at the cup of tea. Then looked at the brick Lin Ye still held. He hesitated for a moment. Although this tea smelled strange, in the perception of the B-class quasi-nemesis, this thing was not poisonous. To maintain the boss's demeanor and to appease this madman. He picked up the cup and drank it in one go. It's a bit sweet. The director smacked his lips. Sweet is just right. Lin Ye's smile deepened. Life is too bitter, it needs some sugar. In the live broadcast room, the audience was already in a daze. What the hell? Is this how you get into management? Not only did he hit the boss, he also made the boss pay more? Is this the reverse operation of workplace PUA? Lin God, as long as I'm crazy enough, the boss won't dare to fire me. This is no longer a psychiatric hospital, this is clearly Lin God's promotion diary. As the meeting ended, Lin Ye swaggered out of the conference room with the brick in hand. Behind him followed a group of ghost doctors, their faces reluctantly forced into professional smiles. At that moment, the sky of the entire Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital changed. From a gloomy, terrifying ghost domain to Lin Ye's one-man carnival. Chapter 031 Physical Therapy Method. With the director's verbal authorization, Lin Ye completely let himself go. He walked at the front, spinning the feared, use virtue to overcome others, brick in his hand. Behind him were 6 ghost doctors wearing stiff, eerie smiles. The atmosphere of this team was more unsettling than a simple parade of 100 ghosts. Listen up. Lin Ye stopped in front of the iron door of the first-floor ward. What is our mission? The ghost doctors behind him replied with varied voices, some choked with sobs. Human-centered, smiling service, abolish medical disputes. Very good. Lin Ye nodded in satisfaction. Now, let us go in and see which patients are stubborn or which are the troublemakers. The first-floor ward was the light symptom area. Though it's called light symptoms, most of the patients inside were D-class to C-class anomalies, as well as some unlucky players who hadn't died yet. The order here was chaotic, with ghostly cries and howls everywhere. A ghost patient with 6 hands was clinging to the ceiling, trying to grab a new player curled up in the corner to eat him. Stop! Lin Ye shouted angrily. The 6-handed ghost froze for a moment and looked down. It saw a group of doctors and the leader was a human. It smiled. What kind of intern is this? Do you not know that the first floor is my turf? Get lost. Or I'll eat you too. Lin Ye sighed. He turned to look at the ghost doctors behind him. Did you see that? This is a typical case of violent tendency manic syndrome. As doctors, can we just stand by? The ghost doctors shook their heads wildly. What a joke, who would dare to nod now? That brick would appear on their face in a second. Then, let's treat it. Lin Ye waved his hand. He looked just like a gang boss from a movie. Go! Hold it down. The ghost doctors rushed in. Although they might not win in a one-on-one fight against the 6-armed ghost, they were too many, plus Lin Ye was watching from behind, they unleashed unprecedented fighting power. Before the 6-armed ghost could react, it was pinned to the ground by 7 or 8 ghostly hands. What are you doing? Are you crazy? I'm a red-clothed evil spirit. I'm a red-clothed evil spirit. The 6-armed ghost struggled desperately, its 6 hands flailing everywhere. Lin Ye walked over. He crouched down and looked at the 6-armed ghost. The all-seeing eye opened. Entity, multi-armed ghost, level, C. Status, bound. Weakness, joint of the 3rd arm on the left side. Evil spirit? Lin Ye sneered. Even if you are a fierce god, Once you are in the hospital, you have to listen to the doctors. Look at you, with so many hands, you must have done a lot of bad things in the past. This is called limb hyperplasia malformation. It needs treatment. After saying that, Lin Ye raised the brick in his hand. This is the latest shockwave therapy. It might hurt a little. Just bear with it. Bang! The brick fell. It precisely smashed into the joint of the third arm of the six-armed ghost. Ah! A heart-wrenching scream echoed throughout the floor. That arm was directly broken and turned into black smoke, dissipating away. There are still 5 left. Lin Ye's expression was unchanged. Bang! 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 With each hit, there was a scream and an arm disappeared. The surrounding ghost doctors felt their scalps tingle. So brutal. Is this treatment? This is simply execution. Where is the doctor? This is clearly a devil more vicious than the evil spirits. A few minutes later, only a bare body remained on the ground. The six-armed ghost was no longer screaming, because it had been physically anesthetized. Lin Ye stood up. He wiped the non-existent dust off the brick. The operation was very successful. The patient has had all excessive limbs removed, and its emotions have stabilized. Lift it back to the ward. Lin Ye pointed to the corner where the player was still in shock. Make space for him. From today onward, no form of fighting is allowed here. Whoever dares to touch my patient. Lin Ye glanced around the room. This is what happens next. The entire first-floor ward instantly fell silent. Those ghosts who were still shouting retreated back into the shadows one by one. The players who were originally desperate looked through their fingers at the figure standing in the center, radiating a terrifying aura in a white coat. Their eyes were filled with confusion and hope. This doctor. Although he looked quite perverse. But he seems to be here to save us? Continue. Lin Ye did not stop. He led his medical team, starting a round of visits room by room. Wherever they went, any ghost that dared to attack was subjected to physical treatment with a brick or a stun baton. Any surviving players were all gathered together for protection. In just 2 short hours, the chaotic first-floor ward of Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital, once viewed as a newcomer's grave, miraculously had order. A new order based on absolute violence and eerie logic. In the live broadcast room, the audience from Great Xia had transformed from initial shock to wild celebration. Lin, the master of physical treatment, Yi. The six-armed ghost has become a no-armed ghost. I'm dying of laughter. This surgery is truly successful. Is this the legendary if you remove the evil organs, will a person become good? Although the methods are a bit brutal, he is really saving people. That one crouching in the corner is our country's contestant, right? Look at that expression, he's about to kneel to Lin God. And in the hospital's monitoring room, the director watched the images on the screen. Those 2 points of red light flickered faster and faster. Such speed. Such ruthless methods. This human cannot be left alive. The director's fingers gently tapped on the table. Although it had just promised to give Lin Ye a week. But that was a delaying tactic. It could feel that the power within Lin Ye was rapidly expanding. If he really managed to heal the entire hospital, then what would happen to this director? Notify those incoming rats. The director suddenly spoke. Speaking to the air. Tell them. If they can help me deal with this troublesome intern, I can give them what they want. For example, a key to the level. In the darkness, a cold voice responded. Yes. Director. Chapter 032, The Fall of the Godslayer Team. After receiving the director's secret order, the remaining 4 members of the Beacon Country Godslayer team, who were originally hiding in the sewer, seemed to have found a lifeline. As long as they killed Lin Ye, not only would they not die, but they could also obtain the key to the level? This was like a pie falling from the sky. Listen. Vice Captain Mike lowered his voice and spoke to the 3 members behind him. That Lin Ye is a bit creepy, but he is still a mere mortal. The spiritual guns in our hands are specially designed to target souls, but they are also deadly to living humans. Right now, he is in a lone state, with only a few low-level ghost doctors around him. We go all out together, and shoot him dead. And Mike touched a red injection in his waist, which was the latest Tyrant Serum, experimental, from the Beacon Country Lab, said to grant temporary powers of a fierce ghost. For this operation, the country even used the A-level item, Gathering Order, that had been treasured for 5 years. If we still can't kill him, we'll be dead once we go back. At a necessary moment, we must spare no effort. Mike's plan was perfect. Using firepower and numerical advantages to carry out a special raid. If it were on a regular battlefield, this tactic might succeed. But here is a mental hospital. They quietly crept to the corner of the first-floor corridor. Lin Ye was facing away from them, seemingly examining some stains on the wall, while the ghost doctor nearby had just been sent to carry garbage. An excellent opportunity. Attack! With Mike's order, the four suddenly rushed out, their spiritual guns spewing out ghostly blue flames. Tat-a-tat-a-tat. The dense bullets rained down on Lin Ye's back. However, just as the bullets were about to hit the target, the surrounding space suddenly twisted. That was not magic, but a defensive mechanism of the rules. Warning, large-scale melee detected. Emergency evacuation program activated. All doctors present received anti-riot shields, lasting 30 seconds. A faint golden light shield lit up behind Lin Ye. The spiritual bullets, which could penetrate steel plates, hit the light shield as if raindrops hit glass, only stirring up ripples and then weakly sliding down. Lin Ye slowly turned around, looking at the four frightened soldiers from the beacon country. He adjusted his glasses that hadn't fallen off. I knew it. Once the cleansing of evil begins, there will always be dark forces jumping out to resist. But Lin Ye glanced at the shells on the ground. Possessing firearms? Gathering for a brawl? This is a serious crime in a mental hospital. Mike panicked. He frantically pulled the trigger, trying to break through that shield. But it was useless. That was a rule-level defense. Unless their attack power could exceed the limit of the dungeon, they could not break through the defense at all. Retreat! Quick retreat! Mike realized something was wrong and turned to run. But how could Lin Ye give them that chance? He picked up the electric baton in his hand and pressed a red button on the wall. That was the master switch controlling the entire floor's electronic locks. Click! Click! The iron bars at both ends of the corridor suddenly dropped, trapping the four in this 30-meter-long corridor. Like a turtle in a jar. Where are you running? Lin Ye smiled gently through the still-glowing shield. Since you have so much energy, you can even play gunfight. That means your condition is very serious. Late-stage mania. Immediate collective treatment is necessary. Lin Ye pointed to an iron door beside the corridor. Written on it was, Severe Electric Shock Treatment Room. But through the window, it was clear that it was not empty. Inside was a giant flesh lump monster, over 3 meters tall, bound in iron chains. That was the glutton who had starved all night and whose sanity was already in the negatives. Send them in. Lin Ye spoke into the air. In the next second, dozens of black tentacles suddenly appeared in the previously empty corridor. The tentacles wrapped around four soldiers, dragging them toward that hellish door no matter how they struggled and screamed. No! Fuck! Let go of me! Lin Ye! You can't do this! We are players. We are the same kind. Mike shouted in despair, desperately gripping the doorframe. His nails were broken. Lin Ye walked in front of him. He squatted down, looking into those fear-filled blue eyes. Same kind? Lin Ye shook his head. No. In my eyes, there are only two kinds of people. One is obedient patience. The other is a damned virus. Lin Ye extended a finger and gently pried open Mike's fingers. Go in. Enjoy, this party's specially prepared for you. Bang! Mike was thrown inside. The iron door closed heavily. Automatically locked. Immediately after, the horrifying sounds of chewing came from inside. And that kind of soul-tearing scream. Help! What is this? Don't eat me. My leg. My organs. The B-level glutton, facing four little loaves with guns but restricted by the rules, was like a wolf among sheep. Moreover, because it was in the treatment room, all damage was considered part of the treatment process. System judgment during treatment. Lin Ye stood in front of the observation window outside the door, with his hands behind his back, calmly watching the scene of blood flying everywhere. There was not a trace of emotion on his face. It was like watching a boring silent film. The omniscient eye was continuously refreshing data. Entity, Lighthouse Country Squad, 4/4. Status, cleared through physical treatment. Cause of death, rule utilization plus monster feeding. Loot, psionic gun, damaged, D-class talent orb, collectible. A few minutes later, the screams inside gradually faded away. Only the satisfied burps of the glutton remained. Lin Ye turned and left, not looking back even once. He never showed mercy to those who schemed to kill him. Mercy? That's for good people. Being merciful to enemies is cruel to oneself. In the live broadcast room, the audience of Lighthouse Country completely crumbled. Fuck. Our assembly order. Our A-level items. 5 against 1 and still got counter-killed? Are these idiots here to deliver food? Give our items back. They were our life-saving trump cards. Demon. He is a demon. He didn't even do it himself. He fed our heroes to the monsters. This is a crime against humanity. I will take him to the international court. Save your breath upstairs, this is a life or death game after all. On the Daxia side. Although some in the comments found it cruel, more felt a sense of relief. Well killed. They struck first. Lin Ye was just defending himself. Is this the physical version of the doctor's heart? Stop being so self-righteous. If Lin Ye lost, those Americans would be 100 times more cruel. Lin Ye did not care about the chaos outside. He only had one thought now. After cleaning up the flies. Next. It was time to meet that biggest tiger. The big boss, the director. I hope your drug resistance is stronger than these small fish. Chapter 033, Concentration Camp for Normal People. With the total destruction of the Lighthouse Country Squad, the last unstable factor on the entire first floor ward was cleared. Now, what remained were only two types of creatures. Obedient ghosts. And people who could still breathe. Lin Ye stood in the middle of the corridor. He clapped his hands. That one, who was that? He pointed at someone cowering by the doorway of room 301. Witnessed throughout the whole process was the Taoist player. The Taoist was jolted all over and crawled over in a panic. I am Zhang Daoshan. No. I'm just Zhang San. Not. I'm Zhang Lingyu, the 68th generation disciple of Zhang Tianshi. The Taoist was incoherent. What he just saw was too terrifying. For fully armed special soldiers were thrown in to feed the monsters. And all this while, Lin Ye didn't even lift a finger. This is not a doctor? This is simply the Yama reincarnated. Enough, stop reporting your identity. Lin Ye waved his hand. Can you draw talismans? He pointed at Zhang Lingyu's dusty hand. Yes. Just a little. Zhang Lingyu nodded hurriedly. Ghost-repelling talismans, house-suppressing talismans, peace talismans. I can draw them all. Although my powers are suppressed here by 90%, it's no problem to draw some basics. Very good. Lin Ye pulled out a stack of blank A4 paper from his pocket and tossed him a red pen. Draw me 100 clearing heart mantras. Although they can't stop fierce ghosts, at least they can calm people down and reduce some sand value. Once you're done, I'll give you a chicken leg tonight. Chicken leg. Hearing these two words, Zhang Lingyu's eyes immediately sparkled. Greener than a ghost. God knows he felt like throwing up after eating slop these past 2 days. I guarantee to complete the task. He took the paper and pen, looking more serious than when he took the Heavenly Master exam years ago. Lin Ye then looked at the other survivors. In this instance, apart from those who died at the beginning, about 20 players remained. Spread across various hospital rooms. There were strong men from Bear Country, painters from Galia, and several compatriots from Great Xia. They all looked at Lin Ye with eager eyes. That kind of gaze was like looking at a savior. Listen up. Lin Ye's voice was not loud, but clear enough for everyone to hear. I don't care what your previous identities were. Here, you all have only one identity, my patients. As long as you obey, don't shout or run around. I guarantee you will not die. But if someone wants to create trouble. Lin Ye pointed at the still bleeding door of the electroshock treatment room. The meaning was clear. We will listen. We will listen. Long live Dr. Lin. Whoa. I want to go home. The players expressed their opinions one after another. In such an extremely desperate environment, as long as they could survive, they would call Lin Ye daddy. In the next hour, the first floor ward transformed into a unique shelter. Originally, a camp war instance that should be killing each other was forcibly transformed by Lin Ye into a nurturing game. The ghost doctor was cleaning up. Players were bandaging each other's wounds and sharing food distributed by Lin Ye. That oppressive and terrifying atmosphere surprisingly dissipated quite a bit. All rational value monitoring, average rose from 45 to 55. Looking at these numbers, Lin Ye nodded in satisfaction. This was the effect he wanted. Not because he was being overly compassionate, but because he needed anchor points. In this impending midnight event, the very existence of living people was a force against the bizarre rules. What is called popularity is not just a descriptor. In metaphysics, it represents the young fire that dispels energy. With over 20 living people gathered together, even if they did nothing, the young energy they emitted was enough to deter low-level ghosts. Almost there. Lin Ye glanced out the window. The sky had completely darkened. The blood-red moon hung at the treetops, dyeing the entire psychiatric hospital in a dark crimson. Tonight is the full moon night. Also the day that the fierce headmaster loves to come out and wander. Dr. Lin. At this moment, the little nurse in red who had been following him suddenly ran over. Her expression was frantic. Not good. The broadcast is on. Before her voice fell. The hospital broadcast, which had been broken for a long time and had always emitted a buzzing electrical sound, suddenly conveyed a voice. It was a piece of music. Very elegant, very noble. But in this environment, it felt incredibly eerie. The Blue Danube. Accompanied by the melody of the waltz. A magnetic yet crazily intense male voice echoed. Dear employees, lovely patients. I am your director. The moonlight tonight is truly beautiful. How can such a wonderful night be spent in a dull hospital room? In 20 minutes. Please gather everyone in the first floor hall. We will hold a grand, midnight ball. Remember, everyone must participate. Absentees will be permanently removed from the registry. Oh no, the household registration. The broadcast suddenly stopped. But the suffocating pressure washed over everyone like a tide. Grade A. A fierce god. The legendary director. Finally about to make an appearance. Lin Ye took a deep breath. He looked at the trembling players. And then out at the blood moon outside the window. A ball? Just right. I have also prepared an accompaniment for you. Lin Ye's hand gently pressed against something at his waist. It was an artifact he had redeemed from the system mall, spending all the soul coins he had saved over the past few days. Though it wasn't a weapon. But in a specific situation. Its power was greater than a nuclear bomb. Everyone. Lin Ye turned and shouted. Fix your appearance. Form a line. Tonight. We are going to give the director a dance. Chapter 034, Director, it's time to take your medicine. There were 10 minutes until midnight. First floor hall. The originally empty space had been set up as a strange dance floor. Countless human head balloons hung from the ceiling, and the pale energy-saving lamps were replaced with blood-red spotlights. On the floor, faint dark red patterns flowed, like blood vessels. Lin Ye stood in the corner of the hall with his survivor team and several fully submissive ghost doctors. On the other side. Black mist surged. The director descended with the elite troops from the top floor. Its aura was even more violent than in the afternoon. Clearly, to welcome the director, or to take credit in front of the director, it had made some preparations. 95-27. The director's gaze pierced through the black mist, fixating on the group of living players behind Lin Ye. Greed. Unconcealed greed. Well done. You brought all these sacrifices over. With the nourishment of this fresh flesh and blood, my performance at the ball will surely satisfy the director. The players behind Lin Ye exploded in a panic. Sacrifices? Weren't we brought here for refuge? Lin. Dr. Lin? Zhang Daozhang trembled and tugged at Lin Ye's clothing. What did it say? Lin Ye did not turn back. He maintained a faint smile. Watching the director step closer. Director. Have you misunderstood something? These people are my patients. Not your snacks. The director stopped in its tracks. The black mist dramatically expanded, and 2 points of red light transformed into a gaping maw. Misunderstanding? Kid, do you think you can bargain with me just because you have a bit of cleverness? This is Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital. I am the director. I say they are snacks, and they are snacks. As for you. The director sneered. Since you won't listen, then you can join them and become my nourishment. Boom. A terrifying gravitational field instantly enveloped the area where Lin Ye was. Except for Lin Ye, the other players were instantly crushed to the ground, unable to move. This was the power of a peak grade B fierce god. In the face of such absolute rules, numbers were meaningless. Die. The director's ghostly claw came crashing down from the sky. However, just as that ghostly claw was about to turn Lin Ye into a pulp. Cough cough. A sudden violent coughing erupted from the black mist. The director's movements froze. Its seemingly indestructible ghostly claw began to tremble in the air. Not just its hand. Its entire body, that mass of solid black mist, began to leak like a deflating balloon, emitting smoke. What is happening? The director, in terror, discovered that the power within it was rapidly fading. An indescribable weakness was devouring its soul. You haven't discovered it yet? Lin Ye pushed up his glasses. He slowly pulled out an empty bottle from his pocket. That was the bottle he had deliberately added some ingredients to while serving tea to the director in the meeting room this afternoon. Director, it seems your forgetfulness is quite serious. This afternoon, you said you had a headache. As your subordinate, I added a little special medicine to your tea. Medicine? The director recalled that cup of tea from earlier. At that time, he thought it was Lin Ye showing weakness, so he drank it without defense. You poisoned the tea? Impossible. I am a ghost. Normal poison has no effect on me. Who said it was poison? Lin Ye shook his head. That was medicine. Specifically for greed and gluttony. As for the ingredients, just a bit of holy water, a pinch of the softening with virtue brick powder, plus. Lin Ye pointed to his own forehead. Plus a bit of the mentally ill person's delusion. The all-seeing eye determined effectiveness. Concept attack, placebo effect. Logical chain, the patient firmly believes the medicine is poison. The medicine is indeed poison. Source, the director's own suspicion. Originally, this medicine isn't that strong. Lin Ye explained with a smile. But director, didn't you just suspect that I poisoned your tea? You are too paranoid. In the world of ghost stories, once you believe in a certain possibility, that possibility will become reality. This is called, sincerity brings miracles. Puff. The director spat out a mouthful of black blood. He wasn't killed by poison. He was killed by anger. Even more so, he was killed by the backlash of the rules. He never imagined that as a master of manipulating people's hearts, he would fall to a human psychological suggestion. You, despicable. The director's body began to collapse. Falling from B level to C level, then to D level. Finally, it shrunk into a ball of black mist the size of a fist. Shivering. Lin Ye stepped forward. He picked up the ball of black mist. Just like picking up a piece of trash. Despicable? No. This is called medical advice. Director, it's time for your medicine. Lin Ye casually stuffed the ball of black mist into an empty medicine bottle and tightened the cap. From this moment on, the second in command of Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital, B-level near brute god, had completely turned into a specimen. The entire place fell into silence. The players stared at Lin Ye's back as he put the director into the bottle, having lost the ability to think. Is this a doctor? Is this a deity? All right. Lin Ye threw the bottle to the nearby red-clad nurse for safekeeping. He clapped his hands. The biggest obstacle has been removed. Next. He looked up at the huge mahogany door on the second floor that was slowly opening. An even more terrifying atmosphere was overflowing from there. That was the pressure of a brute god. The true boss was about to appear. All stand. Lin Ye commanded. The players, who had been slumped on the ground just a moment ago, instantly sprang up like springs. Music ready. Lin Ye took out the anti-speaker that was hanging at his waist. Let our dean see what it means to be professional. Chapter 035, The Arrival of the Brute God. As the bottle containing the director's vengeful soul was tightened, the hall on the first floor fell into a brief silence. But this silence didn't last long, as it was broken by a deeper, more desperate atmosphere. The mahogany-carved door on the second floor, which had been closed for a long time, seemed to be slowly pushed open by an invisible giant hand at this moment. Creak. The grating sound echoed in the empty hall, each sound like a serrated edge pulling at the players' taut nerves. Behind the door was an unfathomable darkness. Then, footsteps began to sound. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of leather shoes on the old wooden floor, crisp and elegant, yet carrying a strange rhythm. With each step, the foundation of the entire hospital seemed to tremble, and the chandelier above shook violently. In the chaos of light and shadow, countless ghostly faces seemed to struggle and roar on the ceiling. No need for amplifiers, no need for any special effects. Just the sound of footsteps made everyone present feel as if their hearts were tightly gripped by a cold hand, blood rushing backward. Breath was hard. Finally, that figure stepped out of the shadow. It was a middle-aged man dressed in a well-tailored black tailcoat, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, and with his hair neatly combed. A vivid red rose pinned to his chest was bright against the black suit, as if dyed with freshly spilled heart's blood. He looked too normal. Normal like a conductor about to perform at the Vienna Golden Hall or an elegant gentleman at a high society dinner. But the shadow dragging behind him was as black as ink, twisting and uncertain, as if countless wronged souls were wailing and gnawing within it. That shadow was no longer a mere inorganic object but a living collection of malice. It spread across the mahogany floor. Where it passed, the once hard floor began to rot, soften, and ooze dark red blood. Level A Doom God, the director. The true ruler of this scenario. The all-knowing eye was going crazy with alarms. The data streams on the retina crashed like a waterfall, finally dissolving into garbled code. Warning! Warning! Entity level, A, Doom God / Catastrophe level. Title, Despair Conductor. Sanity hazard level, extremely high. Direct sight may lead to permanent logical collapse. Rule priority, absolute authority, king of this realm. Good evening, everyone. The director stood at the second floor railing, hands resting on the mahogany handrail, looking down at the group of beings below, like ants. His voice was rich and magnetic, carrying the authority of one who had been in power for long, with a hint of nonchalance. His gaze swept over the ghost doctors kneeling on the ground. Under that mountain-like pressure, these usually ferocious ghosts trembled like chaff, not daring to lift their heads, as if just looking up would be the greatest sacrilege. Then, his gaze passed over the group of shivering players. Seeing the fear and despair in their eyes, the director smiled with satisfaction. That smile was gentle and cultured, yet it sent chills deep into the bones. Finally, his gaze landed on the center of the hall, on the only figure still standing. That was Lin Ye, sitting in a wheelchair. And the medicine bottle containing the director he had casually tossed to the nurse in the red dress. Oh! The director adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, a glint of interest flashing behind the lenses. It seems that this year's first-floor ward has produced an interesting talent. That earlier display of psychological manipulation was splendid. Using the weaknesses of human hearts to transform them into the blades of rules, this is not just medicine, it is art. He gently clapped his hands, as if admiring a fine exhibit. Even that fool of a director has fallen into your hands, not unjust. Lin Ye did not speak. Because he realized that the gravity of the air seemed to increase tenfold at that moment. The pressure of the level A Doom God pressed down on his vocal cords as if it were a physical substance. If he attempted to speak, the fragile cartilage in his throat might shatter in an instant. This was the true boss. No need for action, words alone held power. However, the director's tone changed abruptly, the temperature in his voice dropping. Smart people often die young. In this world, clever tricks may help you survive temporarily, but they will not help you truly stand firm. In my territory, only one kind of person can live long. That is, those who understand and appreciate art. The director snapped his fingers. Snap. As if some switch had been flipped. The dim hall was suddenly filled with light. But that light was not warm white, but an eerie blood red. High-powered spotlights shone down from the ceiling, forming swirling rings of light on the floor, like scarlet singular eyes. From the long-broken hospital broadcast, suddenly came a beautiful yet eerie melody. The Blue Danube. However, this piece seemed twisted by some force. The originally lively melody became heavy. Suppression, like the sound of human bones rubbing against piano strings. The moonlight is beautiful tonight, it's the perfect time for a ball. The headmaster opened his arms, as if to embrace the entire hall. The rules of the ball are simple. No matter if you are human or ghost, please dance to the music. The dance we will perform is the most wonderful dance in the world, the Death Waltz. Those who cannot keep up with the rhythm, die. Those who step wrong, die. Those who stop to rest, die. 3 deadly rules. Instantly in effect. An invisible, irresistible force enveloped the entire venue. Those ghostly doctors who were originally kneeling on the ground were lifted like puppets by unseen strings, their joints cracking loudly as they were forced to stand. Their rotten faces wore stiff smiles, and in pairs, they awkwardly began to twist their bodies. And the players fared worse. Their bodies began to move uncontrollably with the music. A painter player from Gallia tried to resist this force, but he was terrified to discover that his will could not control his body at all. Crack! A sharp sound. His thigh bone was forcibly broken from resisting the rules, white bone piercing through skin. Ah! Before the scream could escape, his body was forced into a spinning motion. Bang! The entire person burst like a smashed watermelon, instantly exploding into a cloud of blood mist. Wonderful notes. The headmaster watched this scene with an entranced expression. He lightly waved the baton in his hand, directing that cloud of blood mist to merge into the underground network of veins. Continue, do not stop. Despair. True despair. Is this the final boss battle of the A-level dungeon? No intense fighting, no flashy effects flying around. Only this elegant, brutal, and irresistible rule of annihilation. Lin Ye stood in place. His body also trembled, a result of the rules forcibly controlling his muscles, trying to make him dance. But his back remained straight. The all-knowing eye was madly calculating the odds of breaking through. Escape probability, 0.0001%. Resistance probability, 0%. Rule conflict, none. Conclusion, either dance or die. A deadlock? No. Lin Ye pushed up the glasses on his nose, a glimmer of madness in his eyes. Since the rules demand dance with the music. Since I cannot change the result of dancing. Then, can I change the music itself? His hand slowly reached for his waist. There hung a heavy black square. That was the only treasure he obtained from a beginner's 10 consecutive draws with his last 1,000 spirit coins before entering the dungeon, amidst a pile of white junk. At that time, there were no dazzling golden effects, only a sound reminiscent of poor electrical contact. But when he saw the attribute panel, he knew it was a gain. Item, Senior Square Dance Anti-Speaker, Purple Epic. Effect, Absolute Domain. Once activated, the BGM within a radius of 500 meters will be forcibly overridden. No power can stop the music until the song ends. Curse, anyone who hears this music, human or ghost, will suffer great mental pollution and perform uncontrollable dance moves. No distinction between friend or foe. System note, this item originates from the grievances of 100 million square dance enthusiasts. Please use with caution. Lin Ye was drawn to it because of those 4 words, priority, absolute home field. In the world governed by rules, is there anything more rogue than forced override? No. So, he did not hesitate to bring it along. Even if the system warned that this thing could cause everyone to socially die. Headmaster. Lin Ye spoke with tremendous pressure, struggling to utter the words. Each word felt like it was squeezed out through his teeth. I think your taste is too outdated. This antique piece from hundreds of years ago is already out of date. In this passionate burning era, we need something with a more exciting rhythm. The headmaster was stunned. Outdated? This human actually said his elegant art is outdated? What did you say? The headmaster's face instantly twisted. The once elegant scarlet shadow behind began to boil, transforming into countless grimacing ghost faces. You are desecrating art. Whether alive or dead, you will pay for this statement. Desecration? Lin Ye's finger had already touched that red play button. A smile more insane than a ghost curled at the corners of his lips. No. This is called artistic innovation. Next, please enjoy the Requiem brought to you by me. Chapter 036, Death Waltz? Artistic innovation? Before the dean could comprehend the meaning of these 4 words, the human bone staff used to conduct art hung motionless in the air. Ziz ziz ziz. The black box at Lin Ye's waist, covered in colorful stickers, suddenly emitted a faint buzzing sound. Like the last chirp of a cicada before a storm, brief yet ominous of destruction. The next second. Boom! A bass so powerful it could shatter souls, penetrate the Earth's core, and even make space tremble, erupted in the entire Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital like a 10-million-ton nuclear bomb explosion. That was not music. That was a physical attack. That was a sound wave weapon. That was the soul shouting of 300 million retired aunties from the great Xia nation. The vast horizon is my love. Under the endless green hills, flowers are blooming. What kind of rhythm is the most swayable? This is the epic item, sound system of the square dance aunties. This is the ruler of community squares in the great Xia nation, making countless basketball youths exit in tears and countless workers break down on weekend mornings. The most dazzling ethnic style. The massive sound wave instantly turned into a tangible shockwave. The originally elegant blue Danube was like a canoe facing a level 10 typhoon, instantly torn to shreds, disappearing without even a splash. Item effect triggered. I am gazing at the moon above. Determination, sound system BGM priority A-class evil god domain BGM. Result, forced override. Full venue control. What kind of singing is the most joyful? Phoenix Legend's penetrating voice, filled with a captivating and irresistible charm, echoed in the closed hall, forming a terrifying reverberation. The crystal chandelier above shattered violently, and glass shards fell like rain. The dean, who was originally gracefully waving the conductor's baton, instantly froze. The human bone conductor's baton came to a standstill in the air. His handsome and indifferent face showed cracks for the first time, a look more shocked than seeing himself being cheated on. That was astonishment. It was the shock of a collapsing worldview. What the hell is this thing? His voice was drowned in the massive BGM, like a drop of water in the ocean. An even more terrifying thing happened. The rules of the Death Waltz had not disappeared, they were still in operation. Rule: everyone must dance to the rhythm of the music. BGM change detected. Current music rhythm, for a 4-beat, fast-paced. Forced adaptation in progress. No bugs detected, system is regenerating dance steps. Thus, the ghost doctors and ghost nurses, who were gracefully dancing the 3-beat waltz, faced the biggest Waterloo of their ghostly lives. Even the ghosts who had once died couldn't complete a seamless transition from classical ballet to country disco in 0.01 seconds. Bang! A headless ghost in a tuxedo, originally intending to perform an elegant spin, should have completed a perfect waltz turn. But the rhythm suddenly changed to a strong beat. Its waist twisted violently, the force was too great, sending it flying. That elegant spin painfully turned into a big step, filled with rustic flair, like a yanga twirl. Crack! That was the sound of its already decayed old waist completely breaking. But that was not the worst part. Snap! Its hanging ghost partner beside it hadn't even reacted to what had happened. He was actually blasted out by the headless ghost's powerful yanga step, something he had never felt so intense in his whole life, and he smashed against the wall like a rag doll, sticking there unable to pull away. At the same moment, on the other side of the dance floor, a contestant from the land of the rising sun, dressed in a kimono and with an exquisite face, was trying hard to maintain her smile. Her dance partner was a stitched-up monster, with seams all over its face and emanating a strong smell of formaldehyde. Do you see? Are my dance steps standard? She tried to please this monster with the social dance skills she had practiced for years. However, just at the moment when the music suddenly changed, her high heels, due to the chaotic rhythm, stepped on one of the monster's toes. That toe exploded. You stepped on me. The stitched monster lowered its head, and its mouth split to the roots of its ears. As compensation, give me your foot. No. The scream was drowned out by the huge BGM. Accompanied by the festive, the most dazzling folk style, her legs were forcibly torn off. Blood sprayed on the smooth marble floor, mingling with the crushed flesh, releasing a nauseating sweet smell. Crack! Crack! That was the crisp sound of bones being chewed. In this joyful rhythm, it felt out of place and horrifying. Move it! Move it! The rhythm was too dense. Too captivating. The monsters had no time to think, nor to adjust. Their bodies were controlled by the rules of that absolute home ground, instinctively searching for the most suitable actions for this rhythm. And the magic of the most dazzling folk style lies in. No matter whether you are a human or a ghost, as long as you hear it, all that remains in your mind is one set of moves. That is a set of moves engraved in DNA. Expand the chest. Spread the arms. Twist the hips. Spin around. In that moment, hundreds of fierce ghosts were dancing wildly in the hall, as if they had gone mad. There was no elegance, no horror, only a screen full of ridiculousness. This square dancing? Zhang Dalong's eyes were about to pop out. He had just been desperately trying to match the waltz tempo with his yubu step, almost wearing out his legs. But now, as he instinctively followed the rhythm and made a golden chicken stance movement, the power of the rules that had wanted to tear his heart apart miraculously disappeared. Because he hit the beat right. Every drumbeat of this song perfectly matched the square dance movements. Dance! Everyone dance with me! Lin Ye stood on his wheelchair, holding a gray, worn-out item he won from the System Mall lottery, glow stick. At that moment, he looked like the dance master, standing at the center of the stage. Left hand draw a dragon. Right hand draw a rainbow. Twist the waist. Flail the arms. Make big movements. Show excitement. Get your wig spiked up. Rotate those hip bones. Under his guidance, those 20 or so survivors who had been in despair, waiting for death, actually danced with a sense of vitality amidst the encirclement of ghosts. Especially the several players from the Great Xia country. This was simply a gift of points. Who doesn't have a mom or grandma who does square dancing at home? With that daily exposure, this rhythm felt so familiar. They were like fish in water, even starting to correct each other's movements. Hey, that French guy, your moves are too stiff. Be soft. Use your thighs to exert power. Imagine you are stepping on cigarette butts. That Russian brother, don't force it, just sway along. Don't use your combat skills, this is called rhythm. No. This is impossible. The director trembled madly at the railing on the second floor. He was resisting. As an A-level boss, his resistance was much stronger than those low-level ghosts, but the impact he was experiencing was also the greatest. He tried to suppress the sound with his ghost domain, attempting to shatter the damned speaker with the pressure of a killer's presence. But it was useless. One characteristic of the speaker was that absolute home ground. As long as the music is playing, this is the domain of the square dance antis, no one can stop it. Even a god must follow the rhythm and sway. The director's feet. Those noble feet, clad in shiny leather shoes, symbolizing a prestigious status. They were uncontrollably tapping on the floor. Move, beat, move, beat. It was quite rhythmic. Even his shoulders began to shake in time with the drums. His gold-rimmed glasses slipped, and his tailcoat was disheveled. On his indifferent face, there was a look of humiliation and anger, but his body honestly started to sway. At this moment, the terrifying atmosphere of the horror dungeon had completely vanished. In its place was a grand stage of rural hell. Chapter 037, The Square Dance Anti-Speaker. The railing on the second floor had been crushed. That once symbolic redwood railing of power and grace had turned to dust in the director's hands. His eyes, hidden behind gold-rimmed glasses, were now filled with bloodshot veins, his previously indifferent gaze replaced by an almost mad killing intent. He could not bear it. As a god of art with high cultivation, he could accept defeat, even being killed by a stronger ghost, but he absolutely could not accept his waltz ball turning into this vulgar scene of a 1,000-person folk dance. Enough! The director let out an angry roar loud enough to shatter glass. The voice carried with it hundreds of years of resentment built up in the mental hospital. Stop it for me. Boom! A wave of black energy erupted from him. This was not an ordinary wave, but his ghost domain, Silent Corridor. In this realm, all sounds should be swallowed, and all rules should be set by him. However, just as that black silent force was about to touch the speaker at the center of the hall, flashing with cheap strobe lights, the two large horns on the speaker suddenly shook. Stay! Stay! The piercing high notes of Phoenix Legend pierced through that layer of black silence like an indestructible sword. Not only did it pierce through, but it turned the rebounding sound waves into an even stronger accompaniment. The silent corridor shattered. Shattered completely. Not even a splash of water was kicked up. How is this possible? The director looked at this scene in disbelief. His ghostly domain, his ghostly rules, actually lost to a broken speaker? What level of strange artifact was that speaker? Legendary level? Or perhaps the legendary forbidden level? Lin Ye stood beside the speaker, hands in his pockets, even shaking his legs to the rhythm. He looked at the director on the second floor, who doubted his very existence, and since the other party couldn't hear him, he mouthed the words. Don't struggle. This is a racial talent. Item, Square Dance Anti-Speaker, Purple Epic Level Bound. Tray 2, Absolute Home Court, Passive. Description, as long as the music hasn't finished playing and the battery still has power, no one can destroy it. In the realm of Square Dance BGM, the antis are gods. And now, I am the spokesperson for the antis. Durability, infinity/infinity. Destroy the source. As long as I destroy it, everything will return to normal. The director, after all, was an A-level boss, and quickly snapped back from the shock. Since rules can't suppress, then physical destruction. Killing intent surged in his eyes. His hands slowly raised, countless shadows behind him coalescing into a 3-meter-long black spear. Black lightning danced at the tip of the spear, ready to destroy. Black domain pierce. Whoosh! The black spear pierced through the air with a tearing howl, plummeting like a meteor. The power of this strike was enough to blast the entire first-floor hall into ruins. The surrounding players were so scared their faces turned pale. Zhang Daolang was still maintaining the golden rooster stands on one leg pose, watching the spear fall, wanting to scream, but his throat was choked by fear. It's over. The speaker is going to explode. A thought flashed through everyone's mind. Once the BGM stopped, the square dance rules would disappear and the waltz rules would immediately strike back. At that time, those who had already messed up the dance steps wouldn't survive. However, Lin Ye didn't even blink. He even stretched out his hand to wipe the dust off the speaker. As if what was about to fall was not a deadly strike from an A-level ghost, but a falling leaf. Boom! The spear hit the speaker precisely. A huge explosion sound rang out. A black energy wave swept across, lifting the surrounding floor and raising clouds of dust. Even the platform where the speaker stood was blasted into a big pit. Poof! The dean sneered. Looking at the billowing dust below, a glimmer of pleasure flashed in his eyes. Finally! That annoying sound was gone. That damn vast horizon finally shut up. Worms are just worms. With just a little real effort, well. But. Before he finished his words. In the next second. From the dust, that familiar, mesmerizing melody that made people want to bang their heads against the wall, rang out again. And, it seemed to raise the volume by 20% in protest of the previous attack. You are the most beautiful cloud in my sky. Let me use my heart to keep you here. As the dust settled, there stood the black speaker, covered with colorful stickers, perfectly fine in that big pit. Not only was it undamaged, but the colorful lights seemed to flash even more joyfully. Red, green, blue. As if it were playing disco club ambience lights. And under the lights, Lin Ye was brushing off the dust from his clothes, making a please continue gesture to the dean on the second floor, who had a face like he had seen a ghost. Dean. Lin Ye shouted loudly. This is made in Dasha Nation. Shockproof, waterproof, explosion-proof, ghost-proof. Were you just scratching an itch? You. The dean trembled with anger. An old mouthful of blood stuck in his throat, unable to be spat out or swallowed. His black domain spear. His ultimate skill. It didn't even scratch the surface? Since physical means can't eliminate it. Then let's eliminate you, noisemaker. The dean completely went mad. He no longer cared about dignity or grace. His figure flashed, jumping directly from the second floor. Target, Lin Ye. As long as he killed the person controlling the speaker, everything would end. But just as he fell into the first floor's BGM domain, an invisible force suddenly wrapped around his ankle. That was rhythm. Your heart, bump, is beating, hit. This part of the song happened to be a strong accent turn. According to the square dance motion guidelines, this should be a chest expansion pull. Thus, in midair, the dean's body was forcibly taken over by the rules. What was originally a handsome superhero landing pose resulted in his legs uncontrollably sliding apart to the sides as he touched the floor. Rip. A clear sound of fabric tearing. In the deafening music, it sounded particularly harsh. The dean's tuxedo pants ripped from the crotch up to the thigh, revealing the pink floral patterned panties specially chosen to match the outfit. The whole place fell silent. The music kept playing. But everyone and every ghost forgot to dance. Everyone stared blankly at the dean, who was sitting on the floor in a perfect split position. The scene was too beautiful. It was simply unbearable to look at. The dean's face changed from pale to bright red, from bright red to dark purple, and finally to a dead gray. If there was a crack in the ground, he would definitely crawl in. Even if the crack were filled with magma, he would accept it. Social death. This was 1,000 times more terrifying than soul flying and spirit scattering. Social death. A formidable fierce god. In front of hundreds of subordinates in food. Did the splits. While showing off pink panties. But no one knew who couldn't hold back a laugh. Ha 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 ha. Laughter spread like a virus. First it was the players. Then it was those few traitorous ghost doctors. Finally, even those that were still trying to maintain their horrifying appearance couldn't help but cover their mouths, trembling all over. I will kill you all. You all must die. The director let out a piercing roar. He wanted to stand up. But the climax of the music arrived. You are the most beautiful cloud in my sky. Let me keep you with my heart. The power of the must dance rule erupted once again. This time, because the director was too close to the speakers. That kind of compulsion reached its peak. So, just as the director was about to get up and kill, he had no choice but to twist his waist. Then he made an extremely enchanting lift motion, in sync with his pink underwear. The effect was explosive. Lin Ye covered his eyes. He couldn't bear to watch. Director, your dance moves are truly lewd. Isn't this much more exciting than a waltz? Chapter 038, The Vast Horizon is My Love. If there were a regret medicine, the director would now be willing to trade the entire psychiatric hospital for just one. He would even give up his hundreds of years of cultivation. He regretted it. Why did he organize this damned midnight ball? Why did he set the rule of must follow the rhythm to dance? Now look. The rule became a dog leash around his neck, with the other end held in that person's hands at the broken speaker. Singing the most dazzling ethnic style. Let love wash away all the dust. The music continued. And it seemed to have entered some kind of remix version. The rhythm was 1.5 times faster than the original. The drum beats pounded on every ghost's heart like relentless raindrops. Thud. 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 Each beat accompanied by a heart's convulsion. Meanwhile, in the real world, the scenery in major live stream rooms around the globe had completely collapsed. The audiences from various countries, who were originally watching their contestants die tragically, were now staring at the screen, bewildered. Is this really a horror livestream? Isn't this a certain fruit company's Spring Festival gala? Especially in the livestream of the Great Xia country, the number of comments directly exceeded the server limit. Why can't I help but shake my legs to this song? Hey, your DNA is moving. I laughed so hard in bed that I squealed like a pig. My mom thought I was possessed and slapped me. Now she's singing along too. This isn't a creepy arrival, this is cultural export. Lin is awesome. turning the underworld into a plaza. This wave is in the stratosphere. Look! That ghost nurse is dancing so enticingly. Upstairs, your XP system is a bit weird, but I like it. The director stood in the center of the dance floor with a face full of humiliation. His body was performing a high-difficulty Thomas full spin. His long legs wildly waved in the air, making the already torn tailcoat crackle like a high-speed spinning blacktop. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. With his spinning, the surrounding air was generating sparks from friction. That was the sound explosion produced by the A-grade ghost body fiercely rubbing against the air. Stop. Stop it for me. The director spun while trying to mobilize the ghost energy inside him. That was his last stubbornness. Bloodfiend black domain without light. Boom. He exhausted all his strength, unleashing all the dark energy inside him. He tried to create an absolutely dark domain, cutting off vision, and thus cutting off perception of that damn dance. As long as he couldn't see it, as long as he couldn't hear it, maybe he could stop. A thick black barrier instantly enveloped the entire venue. All light was swallowed. The world fell into pitch darkness. Only that bewitching music continued to play. Am I done? The director felt a flicker of joy in his heart. As long as no one sees, it doesn't matter even if he stops. But the next second. With a loud beat, from the speaker. That just unfolded black barrier actually began to flicker with the rhythm. The originally terrifying pure black. It turned into a laser rain, alternating flashes of red, green, and blue. Not only that. The ominous energy particles floating in the air actually rearranged themselves, forming two sparkling big words. Hi! Get up! The dean was filled with despair. Even the ghost realm got derailed? Is this some kind of nightclub mode? His big move not only failed to stop the dance party but provided top-notch lighting effects for this absurd square dance. And at this moment, under the illumination of the laser rain, the entire first-floor hall had completely turned into an ocean of revelry. Led by Lin Ye, the players had completely let themselves go. They realized that as long as they didn't think about it being a horror dungeon, it was just like dancing in a disco. Even more thrilling. After all, who has seen hundreds of real ghosts dancing with you? Hey! Friends over there! Raise your hands! Lin Ye stood on the speaker, holding a glow stick, like a DJ controlling everyone's fate. He pointed at a group of ghost nurses in the corner. Friends on the left, let me see your enthusiasm. Twist it. Your waist. Your waist. That group of originally eerie ghost nurses had now thrown off their nurse caps. They were all moving in unison, twisting their waists. Although some had broken waists and some had intestines popping out, their enthusiasm was really strong. Woo woo woo. A hanging ghost cried and jumped. Though it was very sad because its tongue was too long and always hit its own face, its body just couldn't stop. I can't raise my hands. A ghost without hands cried out. It truly couldn't raise them. Shut up. Raise them with your mind. Lin Ye glared. Being a ghost requires belief. Look at that headless ghost, it knows to wiggle its hair even without a head. The ghost with a broken arm shivered in fear. It hurriedly used its ghostly energy to gather two semi-transparent fake hands at the broken arm, holding them high. Moving in rhythm. Very good. Next up is swing time. Lin Ye pointed to the dance floor's center, where the dean was performing a full Thomas spin. Look at our lead dancer, Dean. Everyone, give some applause. Where are the screams? Clap clap clap. Ah ah ah. The whole place erupted in thunderous applause. Mixed in with the cheers of players and the screams of ghosts. This might be the loudest applause the dean had ever received in his life. But he only felt like dying. Like dying again. The feeling of being stared at by hundreds of eyes, being played with like a monkey, was 1,000 times more painful than being struck by a Taoist's lightning technique. It was a mental laceration. San value attack. Not only did the players lose sanity, but the ghosts did too. The dean felt his soul trembling due to excessive shame and anger. The original A-grade realm showed signs of instability. His majesty was gradually crumbling. I will kill you. The dean was spinning with big arms while glaring intensely at Lin Ye with eyes almost ready to burst. That was a curse from an A-grade evil spirit. When the music stops, even if it goes against the rules, I will kill you. Tear your body into pieces. Extract your soul to make a wick. Lin Ye heard it. But he just smiled. He pulled out a spare battery from his pocket, tossing it in his hand. Stop. Dean, you probably don't know this product's tagline. Charge for 2 hours, talk for 5 minutes, oh no, super long standby for 7 days and nights. 7 days? Hearing those 3 words, the dean's movements visibly froze for a moment. 7 days? Dancing the most dazzling ethnic style in this ghostly place for 7 days? Would he still be an imposing evil spirit then? He would probably have turned into the king of dance in the ghost realm by then. No. By then, he would probably have completely fallen apart from muscle strain. No. No. The dean let out a desperate, heart-wrenching scream. The cry was piercing, sorrowful, yet somehow, still on key. Perfectly matching the high notes at the end of the song. It was like a harmony specially made for this song. You are the most beautiful cloud in my heart. Pour the fine wine to keep you here, stay here. As the last drumbeat fell, this 5-minute divine song finally came to an end. Everyone let out a breath. The director finally stopped spinning. He lay on the ground, like a pile of mud, gasping for breath. His tuxedo had become rags, and his pink underpants were now full of holes. His eyes were vacant. Life had lost its meaning. Finally, it was over. The nightmare had ended. He wanted to kill. He definitely wanted to kill. However, before he could get up, before he could gather even a trace of ghostly energy, that cursed speaker emitted an emotionless electronic female voice. Single loop mode has been activated. Next round. Loading. The vast horizon is my love. Put. The director finally couldn't hold back. Another mouthful of old blood shot out, turning into a black fountain in the air. This time, he really didn't want to live anymore. Chapter 039, Master of Rhythm. This was no longer a dance party. This was a massacre. But the way of the massacre was not through blades and swords, but BPM, beats per minute, and shame levels. After enduring 3 loops of the most dazzling folk style, even the strongest monsters were tortured to the point where their bodies crumbled and their spirits were on the edge of collapse. But this was just the beginning. As the master of rhythm, Lin Ye clearly did not intend to let these free dance partners off so easily. He looked at the group below, who were still dancing but clearly slowed down and even started to slack off, frowning. What's wrong? Are you tired already? This is just the beginning. As the elites of the asylum, as natives of the A-level dungeon, is this really your physical limit? Lin Ye held a scalpel pretending to be a microphone, loudly scolding. You've disappointed me so much. To boost morale, I decided to give everyone something more exciting. Lin Ye pressed the song change button on the speaker. Ding. The familiar K-pop intro began to play. It was the song that had once swept the globe, making countless people want to ride a horse upon hearing it. Gangnam Style. Open Gangnam Style. With that iconic shout, a whole new, more intense power of rules descended. If in the most dazzling folk style, everyone danced the yanga, then this song was pure aerobic intense exercise. Horse dance. Left foot. Right foot. Cross jump. Lin Ye commanded from above. Below, it was a terrifying sight. Snap. A one-legged ghost, supported only by one leg, broke its only leg trying to perform the difficult cross-jump move. But it didn't fall. The power of rules held up its broken leg, forcing it to continue jumping. With each jump, the broken bone scraped against the floor. That sound made one's teeth ache. I can't do it anymore, really can't do it. The gluttonous ghost with a big belly found the horse riding action torturous because of its weight. The fat inside its belly bounced up and down with the jumps, and it was eventually thrown out, spreading all over the ground. Now the floor was slippery. The group of ghost doctors dancing the horse dance behind slipped down like dominoes. But even while lying on the ground, their legs still wildly kicked in the air. It looked like a group of frogs turned upside down, performing some weird convulsion ritual. And the worst off of all was our director. As the only fierce god in the room, he enjoyed the lead dancer treatment. That meant he had to dance the most standard and put in the most effort. At this moment, the director had lost all gentlemanly demeanor. He crossed his hands over his chest, spread his legs, and made a horse dance motion, even though there was no horse. With every jump, his pink underpants drew a beautiful arc in the air. His face was streaked with tears. Those were tears of humiliation. Because of shame. He was a fierce god. He was the director who controlled life and death. Why make him do this kind of action? It's more painful than killing him. Please. Just kill me. The director was jumping the horse dance while weakly pleading to Lin Ye. His throat was already hoarse. His dignity was shattered, unable to be pieced back together. Want to die? Lin Ye shook his head. That's not allowed. According to Article 444 of the Mental Hospital Management Regulations. As the director, you must lead by example and encourage staff to actively participate in cultural and sports activities. You are setting an example. Look, everyone is having so much fun dancing. Lin Ye pointed to the group below, all twitching on the ground. Happy? Indeed happy. One after another, they were foaming at the mouth. Some even had their eyeballs popping out, still bouncing along to the rhythm. Next song. Lin Ye saw that the horse dance was about over. He switched to another track. This time, it was an even more addictive song, Little Apple. You are my little apple. A style change. From the wild horse dance, it turned into a cute dance. Watching a group of one-armed, one-legged, blood-stained ghosts doing face-holding kills and heart signs. The visual impact. It was pure mental pollution. The audience in the live stream couldn't take it anymore. I'm going blind. I beg for a pair of eyes that haven't seen this scene. It's scary, but why can't I stop laughing? The director's heart sign. I want to throw up and laugh at the same time, help. Lin God is using magic to defeat magic. Using mental pollution to conquer bizarre pollution. Finally. After bombarding for half an hour. There were no standing ghosts left in the entire hall. Even the director was kneeling on the ground, mechanically moving his arms to the music, like a toy without batteries. The dark energy around him had completely dissipated. Class A pressure? Long gone. Now even an E-class cleaning lady could kick him over. That's enough. Lin Ye glanced at the director, who was on the brink of collapse. Then looked around at the ghosts that had completely collapsed. Physically and mentally. They had reached their limit. It could even be said, they had been played to death. Snap. Lin Ye pressed the stop button. The world became quiet. That moment of silence was like heavenly music to all the ghosts present. They lay limp on the ground, not even wanting to move a finger. Only the rhythmic sounds of breathing filled the air. Lin Ye put away the speaker. He got off the wheelchair. Holding that familiar red brick in his hand. The word virtue shimmered warmly under the light. Warm-up is over. Lin Ye pushed the wheelchair, walking through the motionless ghostly crowd. He went straight to the director. Looking at the former Class A boss who lay on the ground, convulsing, unable to lift even a finger. Lin Ye showed a true smile, one that belonged to a doctor. That kind of smile that says, I'm going to perform major surgery on you. Exercise therapy is very effective. The patient's resistance has now dropped to the lowest. Then next. Lin Ye lifted the brick. It's time for the second phase of treatment. Bone correction. That is, physical adjustment. The director raised his head. Looking at the brick getting closer. There was no fear in his eyes. Only relief. Hurry up. Hurry up and knock me out. Even getting knocked to death is better than doing another round of Little Apple. Thank you. The director used his last bit of strength to say these two words. Then he closed his eyes. Waiting for the arrival of the falling brick. Chapter 40, Is This a Slaughter? Bang! The first brick fell. Directly hitting the back of the director's head. Crisp, loud, even carrying a slight echo of a metallic crash. Using virtue to dominate, effect triggered dizziness for 3 seconds. The small amount of ghost energy the director had just gathered was scattered by the brick. His eyes rolled back, his body weakened, and he knelt down on the spot. Though he was Class A, dizziness is a rule judgment that doesn't look at level. Just like a forced control skill in a video game. Only by declaring effect can even the gods be dazed. What did I just say? Lin Ye squatted down, looking at the dizzy Dean, his tone gentle, as if asking a patient, where does it hurt? The hospital prohibits noise. Personal worship is forbidden. And even more forbidden, forcing good to become bad. You. Just 3 seconds passed, the Dean returned to his senses, ready to curse. Bang! The second brick. Once again it hit the back of his head. The aim was precise, the force just right. The dizziness effect refreshed. As the Dean, you should pay attention to your manners. Lin Ye kept swinging, patiently teaching. Don't speak so loudly. Words like kill me or tear me apart are too violent. We need to build a harmonious doctor-patient relationship. Gore. The Dean let out a low growl, trying to struggle and get up. Bang! The third brick. This one hit his right cheek. It matched up. Now the Dean's left face was swollen like a steamed bun, while the right was swollen like dough. The whole person looked like a pig head monster. Those once fierce and intimidating red eyes now only held an overwhelming grievance. He was a fearsome god. In his own domain. Being pressed down by a human without any spiritual power. Rubbing his face with a brick. And it was an infinite barrage with no chance to resist. Is there any justice left? Is there any law? Are you convinced? Lin Ye stopped his movements. But he didn't put away the brick, he waved it in front of the dean's eyes. That red brick, in the dean's eyes, now seemed scarier than a nuclear weapon. I submit. The dean wanted to say something soft. But his fearsome dignity made him hesitate for a moment. Just this moment of hesitation. Bang! The fourth brick. Hesitation means you don't submit. Lin Ye said coldly. It seems your condition is still very serious. A larger dose is needed. For the next minute. Only one sound remained in the hall. Bang, 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 bang. That was the sound of bricks meeting flesh. Extremely rhythmic. It even made one wonder if Lin Ye had not yet stepped out of the recent Gangnam style. The surrounding ghosts were already frightened silly. They huddled in the corners, shivering. So brutal. So violent. Is this really a doctor? This is even more butcher-like than a butcher. The dean, who once instilled fear in them, was now beaten so badly he couldn't even recognize his own mother. His cries transformed from "I will kill you" to "don't hit me" and finally to "wah." Just as Lin Ye raised the brick for what seemed like the umpteenth time, a trembling hand grabbed his pant leg. Don't hit anymore. The dean was truly crying. Black ghost blood mixed with tears and mucus covering his face. I submit. I really submit. I won't be the dean anymore. You take over. At this moment, the system prompt finally sounded. Ding. Detected that the instance boss dean has completely submitted. Congratulations player 9527, achievement unlocked, winning people over with virtue. You have gained the temporary management rights of Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital. Current position, acting dean. Lin Ye glanced at the prompt. Finally, he put down the brick in his hand. He stood up. Pulled out a handkerchief swiped from the nurse and read from his pocket, wiping the blood off his hands. Then, he turned around. Facing the group of ghosts that were scared out of their wits and the dozens of stunned players. He adjusted his glasses, revealing a bright smile. Everyone. Tonight's treatment was very successful. Through my patient guidance, the former dean has deeply recognized his mistakes and decided to take responsibility and resign. He pointed at the twitching pig-headed dean beneath his feet. From now on, here, I have the final say. The entire venue was silent. 3 seconds later. Swish swish. All the ghosts, whether they were doctors, nurses, or patients who had just been beaten half to death, all knelt down. Their movements were synchronized. That was the submission to winning people over with virtue. Bow down to the dean. The ghostly howls shook the heavens and the earth. Lin Ye nodded in satisfaction. He sat back down in the wheelchair. But that didn't mean it was over. He looked at the former dean, who, though submissive, still had flickering eyes. Don't play dead. Hand over the things. The dean's body stiffened all over. What things? Don't pretend to be stupid with me. Lin Ye raised his brick once again. Those 2 things. The keys that manage the whole hospital's rules. And those contracts that have kept these poor souls trapped here for hundreds of years. Upon hearing the words contracts, the dean's face instantly changed. That was his lifeline. It was also the true, core secret of this copy. He never expected that this human not only wanted power but also the roots. What? Don't want to give? Lin Ye's gaze turned cold. It seems the treatment just now wasn't thorough enough. How about we dance to Little Apple for some cheer? Upon hearing Little Apple, the dean shuddered violently. That kind of controlling fear instantly overwhelmed everything. Give it. I'll give it. Don't play the song. Absolutely don't play the song. In the safe. All in the office is safe. Lin Ye smiled. Very good. Passing was just the first step. Next was the big event he truly wanted to do. He raised his head and glanced at the dark, cavernous office on the second floor. There hid the truth of this hell. Also hid the key to whether he could obtain an SSS rating. Chapter 041 I Want to Be the Dean. Even in a strange world, power has a taste. In the luxurious office on the top floor of Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital, the taste of power mingled with the aged scent of blood and the expensive aroma of cigars. Lin Ye sat on the boss chair made from the spine bones of some giant creature, with his feet unceremoniously propped on the priceless mahogany desk. He held a cup of freshly brewed high fragrance. The steam rose. It clashed with the eerie, luxurious decoration style that emanated a scent of decay. Dean. A humble voice sounded beside him. It was the former dean, who had just been arrogant below but now wore a pig-headed expression, currently the vice dean of Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital. He was bowing low, holding a small notebook, looking at Lin Ye with a fawning expression. How about, is the temperature of this tea okay? Should I go and change it for you? I still have some blood infant tea stored for 300 years. No need. Lin Ye blew at the froth in his teacup. I don't drink human blood. Nor do I eat human flesh. He lifted his eyelids and casually glanced at this former A-level boss. Write it down. New official takes office with 3 fires. This first fire is the hospital's recipe. Recipe? The vice dean was stunned for a moment and quickly picked up his pen. From today onward, the hospital canteen is forbidden to serve any human meat products. No more braised human hands, steamed human hearts, stir-fried eyeballs, all taken off the shelf. Violators. Lin Ye glanced at the red brick on the table used as a paperweight. Not only will they be dismissed from public office, but they will also be made into specimens and hung at the entrance as mascots. The vice dean's hand trembled. The pen tip almost pierced through the paper. Not eat humans? Then what would these fierce ghosts eat? Drink the northwestern wind? But Dean. He cautiously squeezed out a grin from the gaps in his pig face. After all, we are ghosts. Not eating blood food will lead to starvation. And without resentment to supplement, everyone's strength will decline. Starve to death? Lin Ye let out a cold laugh. He pulled out the menu he had snatched from the cafeteria lady. Who said ghosts have to eat humans? See, it says here there is still a fear value set meal? In the future, it will be changed to fear energy supplied. Scaring people is allowed, but eating is not. Do you understand sustainable development? If you eat all the people, what do you eat for the next meal? Eat yourself? And in another corner of the desk, 3 surviving foreign players were huddled together, trembling. They had barely survived to this point, thinking they would finally see the boss battle. But instead, they saw that madman from the great Xia country, sitting in the boss's chair, sipping tea and giving orders. He won't settle accounts with us too, right? Shut up. Don't talk. Play dead. As long as we don't move, he won't see us. They buried their heads in their laps, wishing they could become air. This strong contrast made the audience and the live broadcast sigh. Is this the unevenness of the world? While others are playing the fool to survive, Lin Shin is teaching ghosts to be fools. So powerful, this aura. Those who don't know might think he is the final boss. The vice principal dared not speak. Although he felt this theory was a bit ridiculous, in the face of physics persuasion, Lin Ye's words were the truth. Yes, sustainable development, insightful. Truly insightful. The second point. Lin Ye continued speaking. Abolish the damned everyone works non-stop system. Implement the 8-hour workday. Doctors also need rest and entertainment. That square dance is pretty good. From now on, everyone must participate twice a day, morning and evening, as a regular assessment criterion. Hearing the word square dance, the vice principal's legs visibly went weak. He almost fell to the ground. That fear dominated by Little Apple surged back up. If he weren't a ghost, he would have definitely peed himself by now. Dance, still dance? He asked with a cry in his voice. What? Do you have an opinion? Lin Ye touched the brick. No. I love dancing the most. Dancing makes me happy. Dancing makes me healthy. To prove himself, the vice principal forced himself to do a chest expansion exercise, even though his posture was twisted like a cramp. The third point. Lin Ye put down his legs. His expression suddenly became serious. The temperature in the entire office seemed to drop a few degrees. The password. He pointed to the huge black safe in the corner. It was a seamless metal cabinet, flowing with strange black runes. The all-seeing eye showed that it was the core of the entire instance. The vice principal's face turned pale in an instant. This was the key point. The previous dietary changes in square dancing were just preambles. This human was truly wanting to shake the foundation of this mental hospital. This. The vice principal hesitated. Director Lin, that's safe. Even if you are the director, you can't just open it. What's locked inside is not just medical records. It's a curse. It's the contract of all the vengeful spirits that died here for hundreds of years. Once it's opened, if not controlled, the whole hospital will collapse. Collapse? Lin Ye stood up. He walked to the safe. His fingers gently caressed the cold metal surface, feeling the tsunami-like resentment and wailing coming from inside. Do you think I want this hospital? Do you think I want to be a ghost king here, living with a pile of rotten flesh? Lin Ye turned his head, looking at the old remnants of an era, shivering in fear. A manic smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Wrong. I came here not to inherit hell, but to empty it. The password. Lin Ye repeated again. His voice was not loud, but carried an undeniable command. The vice principal looked into Lin Ye's eyes that glinted with cold light in the dark. He knew. This human was serious. He really was crazy. More insane than all the mental patients. He wanted to release those souls. He wanted to sever the roots of this A-level instance. 0404. The vice principal slumped to the floor, as if drained of all his strength. He uttered that string of numbers representing destruction. Lin Ye entered the password. Click. The heavy metal door slowly opened. A rich, dense black mist instantly surged out. Within that black mist, there were tightly packed black folders. On each folder, a name was written in blood. Those were the souls imprisoned here, never to be reborn. What great fuel! Lin Ye picked up one medical record. It read: Zhang San, cause of death, misadventure, dismembered. Soul belongs to Qingshan. Zhang San, cause of death, accidental entry, dismembered. Soul belongs, Qingshan. Li Si, cause of death, excessive fright, heart failure. Soul belongs, Qingshan. In this pile of black death files, one item stood out as out of place. It was a bright red invitation card. On it was embossed with golden double happiness characters, but the gold seemed mixed with ashes. Lin Ye picked up the invitation card and opened it. The groom's section was left blank. And in the bride section, 3 blood-red words were written boldly. Su Hongyi. The return address, 10 miles of red wedding. Su Hongyi. Lin Ye squinted his eyes, memorizing the name. This invitation card being locked in the Dean's core safe clearly indicated its significance. One by one. Item by item. All were filled with blood and tears. This is the essence of the rule of weird tales. Devouring people. Not just consuming the flesh, but imprisoning the soul, using it as an eternal battery. Vice Dean. Lin Ye threw the medical record back into the cabinet. He wiped the dust off his hands. Go. Call all the doctors, nurses, and the players who are still alive. What for? The Vice Dean asked, trembling. Lin Ye took out a lighter from his pocket. Click. The flame flickered in the dim office, illuminating his face, which was eerily calm. Tonight, we are having a big bonfire party. Chapter 042, The Flames of Purgatory, also the Red Lotus of Karma. The wind on the rooftop was strong. It rustled the mountain of black medical records loudly. Hundreds of ghost doctors and ghost nurses surrounded it, their eyes fixed on the mountain of paper. There lay their fates locked away. As long as that stack of paper existed, they would forever be slaves of this hospital, never able to leave, and always reliant on devouring humans to maintain their meager existence. The players were also present. Zhang Daolong gazed at the mountain of invaluable A-grade items, feeling heartbroken. What a waste. This is too much of a waste. Just taking one out could trade for a rare supernatural item on the black market. So many, how much is this worth? Though he said this, he did not stop it. For he saw the light in Lin Ye's eyes. That kind of light he had seen in the eyes of the old master at Longhu Mountain. That was the Tao. Are we all here? Lin Ye stood before the mountain of paper. He played with the 1 yuan lighter in his hand. He looked like a janitor ready to burn garbage. All here. The Vice Dean stood at the front. His body trembled. With both fear and a hint of excitement, he couldn't believe himself. 400 of years. He guarded this hospital, guarded these rules, thinking this was eternity. Until today. This human told him, eternity is nonsense. Freedom is real. What do you think this is? Lin Ye pointed to the mountain of paper behind him. Wealth? Power? Eternal life? No one responded. The ghosts only gazed greedily and fearfully at those documents. Wrong. Lin Ye shook his head. This is garbage. It is the garbage that binds you. It is the poison that turns humans into ghosts and ghosts into monsters. Click. The lighter ignited. The faint flame flickered in the wind, as if it could extinguish at any moment. But when it touched the first medical record, boom! A strange flame surged up instantly. It was not ordinary orange-red flames, nor the ghostly green phosphorescence that the ghosts were used to, but a pure, faintly golden, milky white flame. At the moment of ignition, Lin Ye consumed a full 10 points of mental energy, activating the hidden feature of the persuasion brick, purification. Although the brick was a physical attack, who said physical attacks can't have magical enchantments? Moreover, this brick had struck an A-grade fierce god's merit brick. Ah! As the flame soared, the surrounding ghosts suddenly let out a collective scream. But in that scream, there was not much pain. More so, a shudder from deep within their souls, and a sense of release at something long suppressed. Black smoke billowed thickly from the bonfire, a culmination of resentment, curses, and evil accumulated over centuries. It twisted and howled in the air, trying to escape, but was firmly bound by that platinum flame, sizzling as it burned. And amidst the dense black smoke, countless white lights flew out like fireflies. They circled in the air, gathered together, and ultimately transformed into translucent human figures. Once a decaying headless ghost had regained its head, becoming a farmer wearing coarse linen clothes, with a simple and hearty smile. Once a glutton covered in pinholes, its belly that resembled a ball shrank down, turning into a slender youth with clear eyes. And that pregnant ghost that always wanted to eat babies, her terrifying large belly flattened, revealing a sleeping baby spirit in her arms. Mother and child exchanged smiles, a scene so warm it could bring tears. Purification. This was not slaughter. This was redemption. It was liberating them from the monstrous shells, returning to them human dignity. Oh my God! Zhang Daoist fell to his knees with a thud. As a member of the Taoist sect, he had only seen such scenes recorded in ancient texts. Not only him, all players from the Great Xia country knelt down. They were stunned, their souls shaken by this scene. Infinite Celestial Lord. Zhang Daoist pressed his palms together, his eyes reddening. Who would have thought this maniac? This is the reincarnation of King Ksitigarbha. Hell is not empty, I vow not to become a Buddha, so this is the meaning. In the live stream room, the once dense barrage of comments had come to a stop. Billions of viewers worldwide stared intently at the screen, watching the thin figure standing in front of the raging fire. The firelight illuminated his face, which once appeared slightly sickly pale, now coated with a layer of sacred golden glow. At this moment, no one saw Lin Ye as a madman who would do anything to win or a mere bug hunter looking for shortcuts. What he burned was not a treasure trove worth billions. It was the evil of the entire instance. He was using a great fire to disinfect this twisted world. Thank you. It was unclear which ghost spoke first. The voice was soft, yet it clearly echoed throughout the venue. Soon after. Thank you, Director. Thank you, Benefactor. Countless spirits knelt down to Lin Ye. Their bodies began to turn transparent, transforming into faint starlight, slowly drifting towards the sky. That was the rising to heaven after the dissipating of their obsessions. They could finally leave this hell that had imprisoned them for hundreds of years, heading to where they should go. By the bonfire. The vice director was also in tears. He felt his body lighten. The chains of rules that had pressed upon his heart for centuries, forcing him to eat humans and commit evil, shattered. His strength dropped from A grade straight down. D grade. C grade. D grade. Finally, he became an ordinary wandering soul with no attack power, an elderly man in a tattered suit. But he smiled. Smiled like a child, revealing a mouth missing 2 front teeth. He adjusted his shredded tailcoat and bowed deeply to Lin Ye, this bow exceeding 90 degrees. Mr. Lin. You were right. This is not just healing. This is rebirth. Ding. Detected collapse of core rules of the instance. Detected large amounts of resentful spirits being purified. Hidden S-rank task completed, redemption. Because you not only saved humans, but also saved ghosts, even purified the core resentment of the entire instance. Rating increased to SSS. You have obtained a special title, Savior of Ghosts. You have received a special reward, Qingshan Sanatorium. From now on, this place, once a hell that consumed people without spitting out the bones, has become Lin Ye's private estate. And it is a clean, legal, and summonable estate at any time. The flames gradually extinguished. Daylight arrived. The oppressive blood moon that had hung in the sky for so long transformed into a warm sunrise without anyone noticing. The golden sunlight tore through the long-lasting gloom. Scattered in every corner of the hospital, it also splashed on Lin Ye's face. He pushed up his glasses, feeling the warmth of the sunlight. looking at the land deed in his hand, which emitted a soft white light. He smiled. Spending recklessly? He murmured to himself. No. This is called bad asset restructuring. Only purified industries are quality assets. The light fell. The transport opened. From hell, returning to the human world. This time he returned with not just victory, but also a brand new dawn. Chapter 043, Return, shock the world once again. Instant settlement in progress. Calculating hidden story. Counting purification degree. Survival count, 7/100. In his mind, countless golden data streams rushed like a waterfall. That exaggerated special effect was like winning the only jackpot in the entire server. Finally, all the golden light gathered into 3 huge letters, illuminating Lin Ye's awareness and bursting out of the instance space, turning into a golden light column, shooting into the sky. Completion rating, SSS. Review, you are a doctor and also a madman. You used the most violent means to perform the most merciful surgery. You didn't just leave there alive, you changed that place. You turned a hell that devours people into a sanctuary of redemption. You proved to the whole world that, in the face of the bizarre, besides fear and slaughter, there is a higher way to conquer rule restructuring. A huge holographic screen unfolded in Lin Ye's mind. That series of golden evaluations, like thunder, spread through the last wave of the live broadcast signal, reaching every corner of the world. Global shock. Once again, he received an SSS rating. This is a miracle that has never happened since humans began to fight against the ghost story game. Reward calculation. 1. Underworld coins, 20,000 points. Note, this is an astronomical number. Ordinary players can only earn a few hundred points for completing a D-level instance, risking half their lives. You earn more money than others would in several lifetimes. It is advised to immediately save it in a fixed deposit. 2. Free attribute points, 10 points. Suggestion, the brain is a good thing, add more points. The body is also the foundation of revolution, don't be too weak. 3. Special title, Savior of Ghosts and Monsters. Effect, all ghosts and monsters start with plus 20 favorability towards you. You can exempt most low-level instance opening kills. But please be aware that some evil ghost kings that feed on evil may take great interest in you. 4. Special item, Qingshan Sanatorium. Quality, Legendary, Orange Growing. Type, Portable Territory/Special Building. Description, this used to be hell, now it is your exclusive backyard. You can place it in the real world, but it requires a lot of underworld coins to maintain the territory expansion, or it can be used as a portable space. Internal facilities, outpatient building, inpatient department, canteen. Current staff, 326 members. Functions, treatment, detention, special training, and production of special potions. 5. Legendary reward. Eye of Destiny, Foreknowledge card. Effect, can be activated before instance matching to view the specific name, difficulty level, and core drops of the next randomly matched instance. Note, do you want to see the future, or do you want to be scared to death by the future? The light flashed. The nauseating smell of blood and corpses finally disappeared completely. In its place was the familiar smell of disinfectant and the slightly noisy sound of medical equipment operating. Lin Ye opened his eyes. He returned to the special care ward. Outside the window was the midday sun. It felt like a long and absurd dream. But the heavy, warm white architectural model in his arms, along with the still flickering SSS golden badge in his mind, both told him everything is real. Huff. Lin Ye let out a breath. His whole body felt as if all the bones had been pulled out, slumping in the wheelchair. Although he had killed fiercely in the instance, watching enemies turn to ashes with a laugh, that intense mental tension, once released, brought a wave of exhaustion like a tide. All he wanted now was to sleep. Sleep until he naturally woke up. Crack. But someone clearly didn't want him to sleep. Almost the moment he opened his eyes. The ward door was violently pushed open, and with such strength that the doorknob made a dent in the wall. It wasn't an enemy. But it was Qin Feng. This leader of the dragon team, known for his calmness even in the face of great danger, now looked like a middle-aged man who had just run a marathon. His hair was messy, his tie was crooked, dark circles under his eyes like a panda, and his eyes were filled with red bloodshot veins. But those eyes shone frighteningly bright. Bright like 2 searchlights. Lin Ye. Qin Feng rushed in, before reaching the bed, stumbled and slid to his knees in front of the wheelchair. He grabbed Lin Ye's hand tightly. His hands trembled, the grip so strong it nearly crushed Lin Ye's bones. SSS. No one else can do this. Do you know? The United Nations headquarters is in an uproar right now. All chaos. The ambassador from the Lighthouse Nation slammed the table in an emergency meeting, shouting that we must have cheated in demanding to see your bodily data. The representative from Cherry Blossom Nation even committed seppuku on the spot, saying he couldn't accept reality, and has already been sent for emergency aid. Our great Xia country has truly stood up this time. And we've stood on the table. Qin Feng spoke incoherently. Tears were even glistening in the corners of his eyes. In these past few days, the pressure they faced outside was truly enormous. The threat from the Hunter Squad, the combined pressure from various countries, the panic in domestic public opinion, and that countdown of national fortune clear-out looming overhead. Every second felt like dancing on the edge of a knife. Everyone thought they were about to lose their national fortune entirely, even prepared for the worst. Who would have thought? Lin Ye not only survived but also dealt the whole world a resounding blow. Not only did he wipe out the Hunter Squad, but he also achieved an SSS rating. Calm down, Uncle Qin. Lin Ye struggled to pull his hand from Qin Feng's iron grip. He moved his bruised wrist a little. For various reasons, I really want to sleep right now. Just basic operations. If the foreign media caught you in this state, they'd say our great Xia country's high-level mental state is concerning. Qin Feng took a few deep breaths. He tried to regain some rationality. But his lips could not suppress their upward curve, the deep-seated joy couldn't be hidden at all. Cough cough, lost my composure. He adjusted his collar, trying to regain a bit of the leader's authority. But this time, you indeed achieved a great merit. National fortune increased by 10%, national mental resistance raised, and that level of Soul Guardian Halo. Do you know what this means? It means that in the next year, the number of strange occurrences emerging within our country will be reduced by at least 30%. Countless ordinary people will be spared from disaster. This is a saving grace. A tremendous good deed for many lives. And Qin Feng lowered his voice, a hint of awe flashing in his eyes. That true eye talent has now been classified as absolute confidentiality. It can see through all falsehoods. This is simply a nemesis for rule-related strange tales. No wonder you could so accurately find every single bug. This is indeed stable. Lin Ye smiled. He did not linger on this topic. These grand matters could be left for those above to worry about. He was more concerned about the practical. He placed the Jingshan Sanatorium model he was holding on the table and pushed it to Qin Feng's front. Uncle Qin. I don't understand about national fortune, that's your matter. But this thing. I think you would be more interested. Qin Feng's gaze fell on the model. At first, he was just curious. But when he saw the properties of the model, especially the words, territory/special building, and, can be brought into reality, his pupils instantly narrowed to the size of needles. Breathing became rapid again. Even more excited than when he saw the SSS rating just now. This is a territorial item? And it is purified, can be brought into reality. A territory with a complete ecological chain? Qin Feng's voice trembled. He knew all too well the strategic value of this thing. Exactly. Lin Ye pointed at the small, ant-sized figures in the model, those ghosts practicing Tai Chi or dancing square dances. Inside there are over 300 professional ghost doctors and nurses. Although their combat ability is not top tier, not comparable to the mighty Ghost Kings. But they have one huge value. Lin Ye paused, showing a meaningful smile. They are obedient. And they can heal. If we use this place as a training base and let the new recruits of the Dragon Team come here for further study, whether it's to toughen up or improve their skills. What do you think? Qin Feng froze. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Damn. As a trained senior official, he cursed again. There was no helping it, this was simply too shocking. A special training base? A special training base controlled by an SSS-level player, absolutely safe, with a large number of ghosts as sparring partners? If this could be realized, the Daxia country's strategy group's strength would leap forward in no time. This was even more terrifying than a mere national fortune reward. This is a production line for strong fighters. This could fundamentally change Daxia's passive position in the Ghost Stories game. A strategic weapon. Lin Ye. Qin Feng looked at the sickly young man in the wheelchair in front of him. His gaze had completely changed. If before he had seen Lin Ye as a genius, a hero, now he saw Lin Ye as a strategic nuclear weapon. Even the future of Daxia. You. What do you want? Qin Feng knew that since Lin Ye had presented this, he must have a request. A tool of this level could be exchanged for anything. Even if Lin Ye asked to be the leader of the Dragon Team, Qin Feng thought he could step down right there and then. It's simple. Lin Ye pushed up his glasses, his eyes clear. I want absolute freedom. And help me find someone. Or rather, a ghost. Who? Su Hongyi. The mysterious name that appeared in the director's safe. Also the owner of that bright red invitation. Chapter 044, Next Stop, Midnight Last Bus? The intensive care unit became a temporary command center. Less than half an hour after Lin Ye proposed the idea of the Qingshan Special Training Base, several confidential documents with red stamps arrived on his desk. The efficiency of the national machinery was terrifying. Especially when it involved matters of national survival, like the country's fortune. Pleasure doing business. Qin Feng signed the last document. His hand was steady. Because he knew, this could be the most profitable deal he would ever make in his life. The Daxia government would provide all the logistical support needed to manifest the Qingshan Sanatorium in the real world, including but not limited to a massive amount of electricity, ritual offerings, and an entire military restricted zone to cover up their activities. In return, the Dragon team would receive 100 annual spots to enter the sanatorium for further training. This wasn't just about leveling up. More importantly, the strange medical techniques possessed by those ghost doctors were invaluable for researching how to counteract rule pollution. By the way, just as Qin Feng was about to leave, Lin Ye stopped him. Has the prediction for the next instance dungeon come out? As an SSS level passer, Lin Ye knew the system had its eye on him. And those hostile countries were also watching. The next one would definitely not be easy. Qin Feng's expression became serious. He pulled out an analysis report from his briefcase. Based on the think tank's simulation and the recent patterns of strange occurrences globally, the next one is highly likely to be a moving vehicle type. It could be a ghost ship, a death train, or even a bus. And Qin Feng paused, lowering his voice. According to our informants in Lighthouse Country, they are gathering a special group of psychics. Although the God Hunter squad was wiped out, but they did not give up. This time, they might use some unconventional methods. Unconventional methods? Lin Ye raised an eyebrow. Like? Curses. Qin Feng spat out these two words. The Lighthouse Nation has unearthed an ancient witch-doctor tribe from the jungles of South America. It is said that the high priest of that tribe possesses a forbidden technique that can curse across space. As long as there is an image of the target and a medium, they can launch a deadly strike the moment the other enters the transport. They might strike when you are at your weakest, during the transport process. Lin Ye narrowed his eyes. A sneak attack during transport? These foreign devils really have no sense of honor. But he touched the account book of his grandmother that he always kept with him. A cold smile crept onto his lips. Since they want to play dirty, then let them play. As long as they can afford the cost. After sending Qin Feng away, Lin Ye opened the system panel. Even though he was already a demon slayer savior, his own hard power was the foundation. Spirit coin balance, 20,000 points. Free attribute points, 10 points. Let's allocate some points. Lin Ye decisively poured all 10 attribute points into spirit. As the familiar warm flow surged into his brain, he felt the entire world become a little clearer. He could even vaguely see the trajectory of dust floating in the air. Spirit, 3545, ordinary limit is 10. Intelligence? Cannot quantify. The boost in spirit directly enhanced the analysis speed of omniscient eye and improved resistance to spiritual contamination. Next is shopping. Lin Ye opened them all. After experiencing the mental hospital instance, he deeply realized the importance of professional tools. That electric baton, although useful, was too crude and not elegant enough. As someone determined to become a divine physician, in physics, he needed more refined equipment. This surgical knife is good. Item, Ghost Doctor's Willow Leaf Knife, Blue Rare. Price, 5,000 points. Special effect, cut spiritual bodies as easily as cutting tofu. Comes with a dual switch for hemostasis/bloodletting. Automatically attracts lesion. Cost, each use requires 100 spirit coins as an activation fee, or it will also cut the user's hand. Bought it. Lin Ye paid, and a gleaming silver surgical knife appeared in his hand. He twirled it around his fingertips, finding it very handy. This acupuncture package is also nice. Item, Soul Lock Silver Needles, Blue Rare. Price, 4,000 points. Special effect, poking ghosts makes them scream, poking people makes them laugh. Can block ghostly energy. A total of 81 needles, each soaked in corpse oil. Cost, requires extremely high spirit control. Bought it. A black leather roll appeared on the table. When unfolded, it revealed rows of fine silver needles. And this? Lin Ye's gaze browsed through them all. Suddenly, a prompt caught his attention. Because it was about the mobile vehicle type instance Qin Feng mentioned. He specifically searched for related items. Item, Ghost Train Conductor Uniform, Pseudo-Fine Version. Price, 1,000 points. Description, this is a high imitation of a conductor's uniform. Although it has no real authority, the workmanship is incredibly realistic. Wearing it, you might trick some not-so-smart low-level ghosts. Note, if you encounter a real conductor, please take it off immediately, or you will be killed. Uniform temptation? Lin Ye stroked his chin. Although it was fake. In the world of rule-based horror stories, identity is often more important than strength. As long as you act like it, the fake can become real. Bought it. While Lin Ye was crazily swiping his card. On the other side of the earth. In Lighthouse Nation, in the basement of the Black Palace. There was no light here, only hundreds of burning black candles. On the floor was a massive blood ritual array. And in the center of the array, there were 1,000 fresh corpses. They were vagrants from slums, illegal immigrants, and death row inmates. For this operation, the top brass of the Lighthouse Nation had completely lost their minds. Mr. Wizard. A golden-haired old man stood in the shadows, watching the black-robed figure kneeling among the piles of corpses, chanting incantations. Are you ready? As long as Lin Ye is alive, our Lighthouse Nation's dominance is doomed. The man in the black robe slowly raised his head, revealing a face covered with strange patterns. His eyes had no whites, just pure black. In his hand, he held a doll made of straw and human skin. The doll's face was stuck with a photo of Lin Ye. Don't worry. The sacrifice has been completed. The demon god has received the offering. When the pillar of light shines, it will be the moment his soul is swallowed by the black snake. The wizard's voice was hoarse and venomous. Like a curse from hell. This time. Don't say it's an SSS-level player. Even a god can't save him. Chapter 045. Who dares touch my grandson? 7 days may just be a few sneezes for an ordinary person. But for the high-ranking officials in the Great Xiao Nation preparing for war, and for the conspiring Lighthouse Nation, every second was torment. The real world seemed calm, but in reality, it was turbulent. The Great Xiao Nation quickly established several defense drills against mobile vehicle-type anomalies nationwide, using the intelligence derived from simulations. Meanwhile, the Lighthouse Nation staked all its hopes on that black-robed wizard from the jungles of South America. Finally, the countdown reached 0. The third round of the Ghost Talk game is about to start. Selecting the chosen ones. Detected ID 9527, with MVP reserved seat, forcibly selected. In the intensive care unit. The white light arrived as expected. Lin Ye sat in a wheelchair, holding that burning ledger in his arms, gripping a newly bought scalpel. He did not resist, letting that familiar teleportation force envelop him. It's here. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and prepared to face the next challenge. However, at the moment his body was about to become ethereal, and his consciousness was about to leave reality. An anomaly suddenly occurred. A strand of extremely venomous, viscous black gas, like oil, suddenly mixed into the originally pure white teleportation beam. The black gas twisted and deformed wildly in midair, instantly transforming into a black poisonous snake with a human face, covered in curse runes. The human face was twisted in pain, as if pieced together from countless wronged souls. It opened its maw full of fangs, with a viciousness that threatened to devour the soul completely, and bit hard at Lin Ye's forehead. This was a rule-level curse. A result of the Lighthouse Nation sacrificing 1,000 living people, using ancient evil magic, tearing open a gap in the system's rules. This strike avoided the system's defensive detection. It exploited a loophole while the player was in an absolute stillness state during teleportation. Die. In the void, the black-robed wizard's venomous laughter seemed to echo. This is a greeting from hell. Your soul is mine. The poisonous snake was less than a centimeter from Lin Ye's forehead. Lin Ye could even smell the nauseating stench of blood and decay. He couldn't move. During the teleportation process, his body was locked by the rules. The all-seeing eye frantically alerted, with red warning codes all over the retina, but against such a cross-dimensional blow, its calculation speed was still a beat too slow. Critical warning. Soul strike detected. Defense, 0. Death rate, 100%. Is it a certain death situation? The high-ranking officials of the Lighthouse Nation stared at the satellite monitoring screen, each revealing a grim smile. Finally, it was going to end. This nightmare of the Great Xiao Nation was finally going to die. But, just as the poisonous snake was about to touch Lin Ye's skin, at that critical moment, in Lin Ye's arms, the seemingly tattered old ledger that had been kept close by him suddenly lit up. Not glowing with golden light, but shining with a light darker than the abyss, more tyrannical than a curse. Snap. A crisp sound. Like a slap on a mosquito. An old, withered hand, full of calluses, suddenly appeared in front of Lin Ye. That hand looked ordinary, just like the hand of a rural old woman who had done a lifetime of farm work. But it was just this hand. Steadily, casually, like grabbing a loach. It firmly clutched the 7 inches of the black poisonous snake. Hiss. The poisonous snake let out a terrified scream. Its originally fierce human face twisted in fear in an instant. It felt a crushing force. It was a pressure from a higher dimension, an older, more terrifying existence. In front of that existence, its so-called witchcraft curse was like a child's prank. Which blind fool dares to touch my grandson? A furious roar. It seemed to come from the deepest part of the abyss. Filled with endless love for protection and overwhelming murderous intent. It was grandmother's voice. The terrifying breath of calamity, though only a projection, was enough to suppress all evil beings. Get lost. Grandmother's phantom squeezed hard. Poof. That black poisonous snake, condensed from the grievances of 1,000 living people, had no chance to struggle. It exploded into a cloud of black mist. Not only that. This power did not dissipate, instead, it followed the causal line, like a tracking missile, and directly backfired. At the same time. On the other side of the earth. In the basement of the Black Palace in the Lighthouse Nation. No. What is this? This is impossible. The black-robed wizard, who was feeling proud, suddenly changed his expression. He felt a force like a mountain crashing down, rushing back through the magic array. That was the power of a god. Ah! A shrill scream. The wizard's 7 orifices spurted black blood at the same time. His body was as if squeezed hard by an invisible giant hand. Bang! The whole person instantly exploded, turning into a mass of flesh mud. Even the soul was crushed in that instant, never to be reborn. The candles around instantly extinguished. The president standing nearby was splashed with blood and flesh. He stood there in a daze, trembling all over. It was over. Not only did the curse fail, the backlash destroyed the entire basement's defense array. What kind of monster is standing behind Lin Ye? In the transmission beam. The crisis was averted. Grandmother's phantom did not immediately disappear. She turned back to look at Lin Ye. The fierce look in her eyes vanished without a trace, becoming extraordinarily kind. She reached out her dry hand, wanting to touch Lin Ye's face, but because she was a phantom, could only hover in midair. Good grandson, when you're out, take care of yourself. If you run out of money, tell grandmother. If someone bullies you, remember to burn paper for grandmother, no, shake people. After saying that, the phantom dissipated, turning into tiny spots of dark light that drilled back into the ledger. Lin Ye touched the blazing ledger in his arms. The corners of his eyes were a bit wet. Got it, grandmother. The next second, the transmission was complete. Lin Ye's figure completely disappeared, leaving only a faint trace of the exploded curse residue in the air. Illegal intrusion detected. Intrusion has been eliminated. Player 9527 is affected by the curse's aftermath, gaining a special status. Mocking aura cannot be dispelled. You carry the breath of the curse. All ghosts and monsters within 100 miles will feel that you are easy to bully, and will have a strong appetite for you. Lin Ye looked at this prompt. Not only did he not panic. Instead, he smiled. The smile carried a hint of madness. Mocking aura? Isn't this a monster drawing artifact? Perfect, the new surgical knife hasn't been consecrated yet. Chapter 046, The Daily Life of a God. Although the transmission was just a brief moment, for Lin Ye, that feeling of his soul being torn and reassembled still made him a bit dizzy. However, this dizziness did not last long. Because just when he thought he had entered the so-called Midnight Last Bust dungeon, he found he was still in the hospital room. Lin Ye froze for a moment. He looked at the electronic clock on the wall. Only 1 second had passed. Transmission failed? No. The all-seeing eye gave the answer. System prompt, transmission was interrupted by external forces. System error, delay in entering the dungeon. New entry time, 24 hours later. So that's it. Grandmother's slap was too fierce. Not only did it crush the curse of the lighthouse country, but it also shook the system's teleportation channel to an unstable state. The system needs time to fix the bug. In other words, he gained an extra day of vacation. That's fine. Lin Ye stretched lazily. Although he was always ready for battle, who wouldn't want to lie down for another day? Moreover, he wanted to try the power of that account book in reality. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking sound rang out. It was the little nurse responsible for taking care of him. Mr. Lin. The little nurse's voice was trembling. Your dinner is placed at the door. Since seeing the global live broadcast just now, watching this usually quiet patient beat an A-rank fierce god like a pig in the instance, all the staff in the special care ward had developed a kind of even fear. This is Yi Gong's love for dragons. Everyone online was shouting Lin God is awesome, but if Lin God was sitting in front of you and casually pulled out a blood-stained brick, you see if you wouldn't panic. Bring it in. Lin Ye's voice was calm. But the little nurse nearly dropped the tray when she heard it. She took a deep breath, as if preparing to blow up a bunker, and tremblingly pushed the door open. She placed the food down. Then turned and ran. The speed of her action was no less than a 100-meter dash. Lin Ye shook his head helplessly. Am I that scary? He asked the ugly doll in his arms. The ugly doll was a ragged toy, of course, it couldn't speak. But its button-like eyes seemed to turn slightly. As if to say, what do you think? After eating, Lin Ye maneuvered his wheelchair to the window. It was late at night. The city's neon lights flickered in the distance. But under Lin Ye's omniscient eye, this bustling night scene revealed another image. Negative energy. Faint negative energy shrouded some corners of the city like smog. Although suppressed by the golden light of national fortune, there were still some dirty things breeding. It seems that the real world isn't absolutely safe. Lin Ye narrowed his eyes. Suddenly, his gaze locked onto a small garden downstairs in the hospital. There, a shadow was lurking. Not a ghost. It was a person. A person in a black trench coat, sneaking around. Target, unknown. Threat level, E, extremely low. Currently executing, spreading curse seeds. A spy? Or a cultist? Lin Ye scoffed. Perfect. Since he was free anyway. Since someone came knocking at his door to entertain him. Then, Deputy Director. Lin Ye gently called into the air. Here. A black smoke floated out from the Qingshan Sanatorium model on his desk. Transforming into the familiar pig head, oh no, the Deputy Director. Though its power was suppressed to C level. But dealing with an E level little minion. It was like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Go. Lin Ye pointed downstairs. Clean up that trashy person. Remember. To be civilized and polite. Don't dirty the flowers and plants. As you wish. Director. The Deputy Director revealed a cruel and excited smile. Great. Finally, there was work to do. Dancing square dance in the model had almost made him sick. Finally, he could go out and kill. In the next second, the black smoke dissipated. In the small garden downstairs, the trench-coated man who was burying some black insect in the ground suddenly felt a chill behind him. He turned around. Only to see a monster in a tattered tailcoat and a pig head standing behind him, elegantly bowing as if to tip his hat. Good evening, sir. It's forbidden here to defecate anywhere, oh no, to bury things carelessly. According to the Qingshan Sanatorium Environmental Sanitation Management Regulations. You will not only be fined, but also blood compensation. Ah. A short scream echoed. Quickly blown away by the night wind. 10 minutes later. The Deputy Director returned. Holding the black bag in his hand, with a trace of blood on the corner of his mouth. Director, it's been cleaned up. The body has been turned into fertilizer for the flowers. This is the confiscated tool for the crime. Lin Ye nodded. He took the bag. The omniscient eye scanned it. Item, low-level curse seed, made in Lighthouse Country. It seems to be the follow-up means of the Lighthouse Country. But, too weak. Lin Ye casually threw the bag into the system space. Well done. As a reward, you can skip one round of square dancing tonight. Thank you, Director. The Vice President was so excited he almost cried. In that moment, he felt that following this human wasn't so bad after all. Chapter 047, The Ultimatum from the West. Lighthouse Country, Black Palace. The atmosphere was oppressive to the extreme. The air seemed to be stuck with an invisible lead cloud, heavy enough to suffocate. Everyone's breathing became cautious, fearing to break this deathly silence. Just a few minutes ago, they lost all contact with that black-robed great wizard. It was more than just a communication failure. The monitoring instruments showed that the underground altar, regarded as a top-secret weapon and costing billions to build, along with 1,000 corpses serving as offerings inside, vanished completely in an instant. There was no warning of energy overflow. Nor was there an explosion in the conventional sense. It was as if an invisible giant hand from a higher dimension had casually erased it from the map of the Earth. Not even a speck of dust was left behind. On the site of the desolation, there remained only a bottomless giant pit. And a line written in blood on the floor debris. Do not provoke the child, a warning from the east. The writing was glaring red, seemingly radiating a chilling aura that exuded an undeniable dominance. Bastard! The president suddenly stood up. Clatter. He smashed the crystal ashtray on the table hard onto the ground. The crisp sound of shattering echoed in the dead silence of the office, sounding particularly harsh. Pieces flew, tearing the carpet. Is this what you call foolproof? Is this what you paid $50 billion for the master? He pointed at the trembling defense minister in front of him, spitting as his face twisted. We didn't even see the other party's face, and we were counter-killed? And we lost 1,000 offerings. Do you know how troublesome it is to handle those corpses? How do we explain it to the media? How do we explain it to the voters? The defense minister lowered his head, saying nothing. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead, dripping onto the carpet, creating deep dark spots. He also didn't expect it to end like this. What exactly is this Lin Ye from the great Xia country? If he were a normal player, even with S-level talent, he shouldn't be able to strike from half a globe away, right? This has completely surpassed the category of player. This precise eradication that ignores spatial distance is simply a miracle. Mr. President. Beside him, a research advisor in a white coat swallowed hard and spoke tremulously. Based on the residual energy analysis at the scene, the level of that power is extremely high. It instantly rewrote the material structure of that area, transforming the matter into some unknown energy form. This is at least A-level power. It could even be the legendary S-level. S-level. Hearing this term, the air in the office froze even more. If it were A-level, they might still rely on nuclear weapons or other trump cards to fight back. But if it's S-level, that would mean a god has descended. Mortal weapons are merely toys before a god. We, perhaps, really provoked the wrong person. The advisor's voice carried a hint of despair. Provoked the wrong person? The president suddenly sneered. He turned around and looked at the huge world map behind him. There was no fear in his eyes, instead, a gambler's mania surged. It was the madness of someone who had lost everything. Yes, it's already provoked. From the moment we decided to launch the hunting plan, there was no turning back. He quickly walked to the map, his finger heavily tapping several times on the Red Rooster map. If he continues to grow, the rise of the Great Xia Kingdom will be unstoppable. Our hegemony will completely turn to dust in history. This is no longer a simple game of winning and losing, but a zero-sum game of national fortune. Either Lin Ye dies, or the lighthouse country falls. There are only these two outcomes, with no third path. Initiate Plan B. The president's voice suddenly became calm, terrifyingly calm. He straightened his slightly messy tie and sat back in the chair that symbolized the highest power. Since magic cannot defeat him, then we shall use technology. Prepare that thing. The defense minister suddenly looked up, a flash of horror in his eyes. You mean, that which is still in the experimental stage? Exactly. The president interrupted him, his eyes gleaming coldly. Since we cannot kill him outside the copy, because he is protected by an unknown guardian spirit, then let it follow him into the copy. Inside the copy, without that guardian spirit, let's see how he survives. Great Xia Kingdom, Special Care Ward. Lin Ye was unaware of the farce happening across the ocean. Even if he knew, he would probably just mockingly say, incompetent rage. At this moment, he was chatting with a mysterious person. Not face to face, but through the dark web connected by the hacker chip he bought from the system mall. This one-time consumable, though expensive, allowed him to bypass surveillance in the real world and access deeper information. 10 minutes ago, he saw his name in the bounty section of the dark web. The long string of zeros made his heart race a little. A chat window floated on his retina, the dark glow flickering in the darkness. The other party's ID was a simple 0. 0, your bounty has surpassed $100 million. And it doesn't matter whether you're dead or alive. 0, congratulations, you have become the highest valued newcomer in dark web history. Right now, who knows how many bounty hunters and killers are drooling over your neck. Lin Ye looked at this line of text, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. He leaned against the headboard, fingers lightly tapping the void, typing out a reply. 9527, just 100 million? You really underestimate people. I think my worth should be at least 1 billion. 0. The other party seemed to be speechless by his attitude. After several seconds, they sent a new message. 0, your mindset is really good. 0, but I must remind you, if magical means fail, they might resort to more extreme methods. A cornered dog will jump over the wall, let alone those madmen used to tyranny. 0, according to my information, there have been unusual energy fluctuations in Lighthouse Country's Area 51. They seem to be awakening something. 0, codenamed Terminator. 0, this is a weapon combining top technology and the remains of bizarre creatures sealing the limbs of vengeful spirits in a mechanical exoskeleton, forcibly controlled by an AI chip. It is not limited by conventional rules, and even in a copy, it can unleash terrifying destructive power. 0, if the next scene is truly a mobile vehicle type copy, this narrow space is just right for it. Half mechanical, half bizarre? Lin Ye squinted his eyes. A glimmer of interest flashed in his gaze. This is quite interesting. Not purely a ghost, nor purely a human. What would the rule code of this stitched monster be like? Would there be any bugs? There must be, right? After all, forcibly fusing two conflicting species together is itself the biggest bug. Thank you for the reminder. Lin Ye silently thought. 9527, if it really comes, I will dismantle it and sell the scraps to the system mall. Just right, I need money. He closed the chat window. Lin Ye looked out the window. The eastern sky had already turned a fish belly white. The morning light began to reveal the outlines of the city, making it seem vague. A new day had begun. But for him, the new slaughter was just beginning. The 24-hour rest period was almost over. Technology and harsh actions? Lin Ye touched the cold surgical knife in his pocket. The fingertips glided across the blade, stirring a slight shiver. Just right, I've never dissected a robot before. I wonder if their souls are as cold as programs. At that moment. Ding! The cold system notification sound abruptly rang out, breaking the morning's tranquility. System maintenance completed. Copy passage will soon restart. All players, please prepare. Countdown, 10. 9, 8. This time, there were no targeted curses or disruptions like before. Only the emotionless mechanical countdown, like a heavy hammer, striking at everyone's hearts. It was the footsteps of death. Step by step. Approaching. Chapter 048 Grandma's Advice. 3, 2, 1. Teleportation starting. As the countdown reached 0, an irresistible dizziness instantly struck. White light devoured everything. The pristine walls of the special care unit, the morning light outside, the city's silhouette. All shattered in that moment, turning into countless bizarre fragments. The noise of the real world faded away. At the same time, on Blue Star, in a live streaming room in Dasha country, the celebration atmosphere from Lin Ye's victory froze in an instant. Hundreds of millions of viewers watched as that familiar figure appeared on the screen again, and the barrage instantly exploded. What the? What's going on? Seamless transition? How come he's back in without catching his breath? Is the horror dimension buggy? Where's the mandatory break? Too intense. Is this the backbone of Dasha? I'm teary-eyed. What replaced it was the frantic whistling of the wind, as if countless invisible hands were tearing at his consciousness. Lin Ye felt like a small boat, caught in a surging, indescribable torrent of rules. Ready to capsize at any moment. Just as his consciousness was about to blur, as if his soul was about to be pulled from his body. The seemingly ordinary old ledger in his arms suddenly became scorching hot. And it began to shake violently. Buzz. Buzz. The vibration reached his heart through the skin of his chest, bringing an odd sense of calm. Like a distant relative making an overseas call. A pulse of connection through the bloodline. Lin Ye instinctively raised his hand, pressing firmly against the hot ledger through his clothes. The next second. Zzzzz. After a noisy electric sound. An old yet loving voice pierced through the thick fog of rules, directly ringing in his mind. That voice was no longer the powerful and majestic one from when he crushed the poisonous snake in the copy. But instead held a tenderness that only comes when facing loved ones, even a hint of nagging. My dear grandson. Can you hear me? Hello? Hello? The signal in this damn place is always so bad, I don't know what those little devils responsible for communication are doing. Lin Ye's heart suddenly trembled. Grandma. In this world filled with strangeness and malice, this voice was his only warmth and support. Grandma has been down below these days to play mahjong with some old friends. Luck hasn't been good, lost a few hundred years of cultivation. But it's okay, I'll find a chance to win it back later. The old woman's voice carried a hint of teasing, as if that fearsome below was just her neighborhood game room. He could even hear faint ghostly cries in the background, as if they were pouring her tea and lighting her cigarette. By the way, Grandma found out a little something for you. At this point, the elder's tone became slightly serious. Your worthless parents seem to have gotten into some big trouble. They are trapped in a place called Yamahal and can't get back. But don't worry too much, those two are tough, they won't die. That's a debt they owe themselves, they must pay it back. Lin Ye's fingers tightened around the ledger. The knuckles turned slightly white from the force. Parents are not dead. This was the first time in 10 years he definitively knew his parents' whereabouts. After that car accident, they did not disappear, instead, they went to a deeper place. Trapped in the Yama Palace? What kind of place is that? Is it a terrifying abyss zone even worse than an S-grade instance? But he did not speak. Or rather, he could not speak in the teleportation passage, he could only listen quietly and engrave every word in his mind. Alright, let's not talk about those two troublesome ones. Let's talk about the bus you are taking next. Grandma's voice had become a bit low, carrying an unusual seriousness. Grandson, this bus is not safe. It's not just a ghost bus to that little girl's territory. It also passes through the Yin Yang Road. That's the boundary between life and death, a place even I am reluctant to step into. Remember, after you get on the bus, no matter what you see or hear, do not believe easily. It's all nonsense. The human heart is even more unpredictable. In this instance, only the dead things are the most honest. At this point, her voice suddenly paused. Zzz. The sound of electricity became harsh, the signal seemed to be interfered with by some powerful force, becoming intermittent. Also, you must find that red umbrella. The one your grandma used to pick you up from school on rainy days when you were little. Do you remember? That patched red oil paper umbrella. There is a bonded knot under the umbrella handle, that's the mark your grandma specifically left. Grandma left it, on the bus. Find it. It can save your life. And also, help you bring that little girl in red, back home. Her voice grew fainter. Like a candle flame scattered by a fierce wind, filled with uncertainty and weakness. Zzz, remember, red umbrella. Don't be fooled by the driver. Beep. Accompanied by a harsh static sound, the communication was completely cut off. Lin Ye suddenly opened his eyes. Who? He gasped heavily. The feeling of dizziness disappeared. Before him was a gray mist, with visibility of less than 5 meters. The air was filled with a damp, decayed scent, like the smell of moldy paper money, or the stale odor of old coffin boards. But at this moment, his mind was completely focused not on the surrounding environment. His right hand pressed tightly against his chest. There, the warmth of the account book had not yet dissipated. In his mind, Grandma's words echoed like a series of thunder. Red umbrella. Lin Ye murmured to himself, his gaze gradually deepening. The door of memory was gently pushed open by those two words. In his childhood, every rainy day, that bright, patched red oil paper umbrella always appeared on time at the school gate. Under the umbrella was Grandma's crooked but exceptionally warm silhouette. At that time, he thought it was just an ordinary old umbrella, even feeling a bit embarrassed because of the patches on it. But looking back now, that was far from being an ordinary umbrella. It was clearly an item, stained with countless entanglements, possibly even a legendary bizarre tool. So, I have been a weird second generation since childhood. Lin Ye smiled bitterly. Yet there was a hint of self-mocking warmth at the corner of his mouth. Not only did he have a grandma who could easily crush S-grade curses, he also had parents who could stir up trouble in a place like the Yama Palace. This background, if placed in any novel, would probably be a god-tier starting point, right? No wonder he always felt that those two ghostly parents in the Warm family instance were a bit fake. Turns out they were imposters. However, he quickly gathered his thoughts. His gaze became cold as ice once again. Background is background, strength is strength. The warning Grandma specially sent across 2 realms was definitely not alarmist. Not safe, Yin Yang Road, and that little girl he had never met. It seemed this instance was far more than just taking a bus ride. This was a trap that had long been arranged. Who? A cold wind blew through, stirring up the dried leaves and paper scraps on the ground. The mist scattered a corner with the wind, revealing a rusted and seemingly dripping blood bus stop sign. Yin Yang Road number 444. Terminal station, unknown. Lin Ye sat in a wheelchair, pushing up his glasses on the bridge of his nose. In the reflection of the lenses, a black bus appeared. It was cutting through the thick fog, flashing 2 green headlights like ghostly flames, slowly approaching with a suffocating stench of death and a sense of oppression. That was the train to hell. But there was not a trace of fear in Lin Ye's eyes. Instead, a sharp gleam flashed through them. Red umbrella. Red clothes. Red invitation. Since everything is gathered, let me see where this journey paved in red truly leads. Chapter 49, The Odd Person at the Bus Stop. Lin Ye was not the only person at the platform. As the fog slightly cleared, several blurry figures gradually emerged, standing like ghosts in the cold air. Lin Ye did not hurry to observe those things lurking in the depths of the fog, which could possibly be ghosts. His gaze first swept to the few humans beside him, who were equally dazed and clearly had just been transported here. On his left side was a high school student in a blue and white uniform. The boy looked no more than 16 or 17 years old. At this moment, he was huddled behind a rusty billboard, shaking all over uncontrollably. He tightly clutched a yellow talisman, its rough red string already soaked in cold sweat. The boy's eyes were filled with terror, his lips pale, constantly muttering meaningless self-comforts. "Can't see me, can't see me. This is all a dream. I'll wake up." The all-knowing eye scanned over. Rows of data appeared on the retina. Player, Li Xiaoming, ID, 3341. Level, LV.3, F grade/newbie. Sanity value, 62/100, extremely unstable. Talent, breath holding, F grade. Description, can temporarily stop breathing for 3 minutes, slightly reducing presence. But in front of fierce ghosts, this slight reduction in presence is nearly useless. A typical newbie cannon fodder talent. In an A-grade dungeon, this ability, only useful for hide and seek, combined with his nearly collapsing mindset, usually doesn't last beyond 10 minutes at the start. He might even die from fear before even boarding the train. Lin Ye shook his head helplessly and withdrew his gaze. On his right side was a middle-aged man with a face full of flesh, a burly figure. The man wore a bulletproof vest he had somehow acquired, and even held what looked like a homemade shotgun. Even though the equipment seemed intimidating, his bloodshot eyes darting around revealed his inner panic and unease. Player, Zhao Chang, ID, 79282. Level, LV.12, D grade/veteran. Sanity value, 70/100. Talent, brute force, E grade. Item, homemade shotgun, modified version, barrel engraved with rough exorcism inscriptions, belongs to folkcraft technology. Another one meant to become cannon fodder. In a dungeon filled with rules and spirits, holding a physical firearm is useless except for boosting one's courage. Even with those negligible inscriptions, it's no more effective than scratching a ghost sitch. Unless he can coat every bullet with a high monk's relic powder, otherwise this thing is less reliable than a brick. From the configurations of these two people, it was clear that the quality of this match's teammates was uneven. Besides the two of them, there were 5 or 6 other people at the platform. All were foreigners. A blonde, blue-eyed couple was quietly complaining in English about something. A muscular black man covered in tattoos warily surveyed the surroundings. And a Caucasian mercenary in camouflage was playing with a military knife, along with a somewhat neurotic brown-haired white woman. Clearly, this was a multinational platter brought by the system. In a bizarre dungeon, language barriers often meant communication obstacles, which are a big taboo. However, Lin Ye's gaze did not linger long on these foreigners. Instead, it fell on the shadow in the corner. There stood a tall man in a black trench coat. He wore a hood, making his face hard to see. But those eyes hidden in the shadows exuded an unmistakable, killing intent. That killing intent was not aimed at the ghosts. It was aimed at everyone present. Player, codename weapon. Level, LV. Special. Description, a fusion of top technology and eerie biological remains. To him, teammates are merely walking supply packs and bait. Interesting. Lin Ye narrowed his eyes. This instance, it seemed, was more lively than expected. There were a total of 10 players. The configuration was quite complete. Finally, Lin Ye's gaze fell on a woman standing in the corner. She was special. On this cold, biting platform where even breath could crystallize into white frost, everyone wished to wrap themselves up like Zongzi. Yet she wore a thin red qipao. The tailoring of the qipao was very form-fitting, with high slits, exposing legs that were abnormally white. Unlike others, she did not look around. Instead, she stood quietly at the edge of the fog, back to the crowd. In her hand was a folded black long-handled umbrella. On her fair wrist, there was a silver metal ring engraved with intricate runes, spirit suppression ring. The metal ring was deeply embedded in her flesh, as if suppressing some terrifying thing. Lin Ye could feel her aura, it was very cold. That kind of cold wasn't low temperature in a physical sense, but a chilling, bone-deep corpse-like atmosphere. It was like a corpse that just crawled out of a freezer. Player, Luo Yan, ID, 5566. Level, LV.34, Master. Sanity value, 45/100, moderate contamination. Talent, spirit medium physique, sea level. Status, symbiosis, light possession. Observation log, inside her, there is a desire to live, she is trying to use her body as a container to nourish a hungry ghost. currently in an unstable puzzle adjustment period. Spirit medium? A hint of surprise flashed in Lin Ye's eyes. This woman was not simple. Her sanity value had dropped below 50, teetering on the edge of serious contamination. Yet she showed no signs of madness or loss of control. On the contrary, she seemed to adapt very well to this state. Symbiosis. This meant that besides her own soul, there was another entity residing within her. She used her body as a cage to imprison a vengeful spirit. She was a tough character. It seemed she sensed Lin Ye's unrestrained gaze. The Qipao woman slowly turned her head. What faced him was a delicate yet extremely pale face. Her eye sockets were sunken, painted with black lipstick, giving her an eerie sense of desperate beauty. She did not speak but fixed her pitch-black eyes on Lin Ye. Then suddenly, a strange smile curled up at the corners of her mouth. It was an excited smile, like that of a predator seeing its prey. Her lips moved slightly, making no sound. But Lin Ye, with his excellent dynamic vision, read her lips. "You smell very good." Lin Ye raised an eyebrow. "Good?" He soon realized. He still carried that mockery halo which attracted hatred. It seemed that the thing inside this woman was not only a glutton but also had an exceptionally keen nose. From such a distance, she could smell the unique, enticing scent of fried snake meat on him. If it smells good, take a good whiff. Lin Ye not only felt no fear but instead returned a gentle smile. He even generously opened his collar slightly, as if inviting her to taste. After all, this might be the last meal. If you don't smell it well now, you won't have the chance later. The woman was taken aback. Clearly, she had never met such an arrogant meal. Normal people would be trembling before such an obviously abnormal spirit medium, right? The greed in her eyes instantly retracted. In its place was a deep sense of caution. This man in the wheelchair was anything but normal. In this eerie world, those who appeared harmless were often the most dangerous. Luo Yan withdrew her gaze, turned around, and no longer paid attention to this side. At that moment. Boom! A dull, thundering sound of an engine abruptly shattered the silence of the platform. The ground beneath began to tremble slightly. Fog rolled in. Two grim green beams pierced through the darkness like swords. The black bus finally arrived. It broke through the thick fog, bringing with it a strong, nauseating smell of death and a terrifying pressure that could crush the spirit, slowly stopping in front of the crowd. The vehicle was mottled, covered in dark red rust. The windows were pitch black, completely obscuring what was inside. Creak! The front door slowly opened with a horrible metallic scraping sound. That dark entrance resembled a long-awaited abyssal mouth, ready to devour. Board the bus. A hoarse, heavily electronic voice resonated from inside the bus, echoing in the empty station. Welcome aboard the train of death. Chapter 050, since you're on the bus, you can only ride to the end. Inside the bus, there was a deathly silence. The dim lights flickered inconsistently. The voltage seemed extremely unstable, each flicker stretching the shadows inside the bus into thin, twisted forms, making it all the more terrifying. The air was filled with a stifling foul odor. It was a mix of old mildew, rotten flesh stench, and formaldehyde, a unique scent. Just one whiff churned the stomach violently. On the seats, there were already a sparse few passengers. By the window, there sat a man soaked through to the bone. His body continuously dripped black water, spreading a large puddle at his feet. In the puddle, there seemed to be faces of suffering people struggling and floating, letting out silent wails. By the aisle, sat a woman who had only half a head left. Bright red brain matter slowly flowed down her shattered skull, dripping onto her once colorful floral dress. She was mechanically combing her long hair, matted together with blood, using a comb with broken teeth. There was also an old man dressed in a funeral suit. He held a black urn in his arms, his eyes rolled back, making a creak-creak sound with his grinding teeth. This was what was called the passengers. When Lin Ye and his group stepped onto the bus, all the ghosts turned together to look at them. Dozens of eyes, filled with malice, greed, and hunger, hungrily fixed on these fresh live beings. The feeling of being scrutinized as food was enough to make anyone with a weak mental defense collapse instantly. Especially when Lin Ye pushed a wheelchair onto the bus. The enticing meat fragrance from the mocking halo instantly exploded in the closed bus. Several weak-willed low-level ghosts drooled black saliva from their mouths. Greedy swallowing sounds came from their throats. Slurp. This sound was particularly jarring in the silent bus. Ugh. The student named Li Xiaoming felt his legs weaken. If it weren't for Zhao Chang supporting him from behind, he probably would have collapsed on the ground. Although Zhao Chang was not in much better shape. His face was as pale as paper, and his hand grasping the soil sprayer shook like it was sifting rice. But at least he remembered they were in a dungeon and couldn't make a fuss. Only the woman named Luo Yan remained unusually calm. She seemed to relish the atmosphere filled with the scent of death. Taking a deep breath, she showed a hint of intoxication on her face. As if what she smelled was not the stench of decay, but top-tier perfume. Then, she ignored the greedy gazes and walked straight to a seemingly slightly cleaner empty seat in the second row. Next to her was that dripping water ghost. Lin Ye did not rush to find a seat. His gaze calmly swept over every ghostly face. The all-seeing eye throbbed wildly on his retina, analyzing the data of these ghosts. But what he was looking for was not the small fry. He was searching for that umbrella. The red umbrella that Grandma had reminded him about 1,000 times. Found it. His gaze finally locked onto the last row of the carriage. The dimmest spot, known as the death corner. A red oil paper umbrella quietly leaned against the corner. The umbrella's surface had faded a bit, with several noticeable patches, looking like a tattered item abandoned for many years. But in Lin Ye's eyes, this seemingly ordinary old umbrella radiated a faint dark glow. The light, though weak, formed an invisible force field, isolating the surrounding negative energy. Even the sea-level ghosts, eager for the living, instinctively avoided that corner, not daring to get close at all. There was an absolute forbidden zone. It was also the only safe spot on this bus. Lin Ye pushed the wheelchair. Ignoring the pairs of eyes around him that seemed eager to devour him alive, he walked straight down the long aisle toward the last row, passing by the headless female ghost combing her hair. The female ghost seemed to lose her sanity, stimulated by the fragrance emanating from him. That pale hand, almost unconsciously, reached out, wanting to touch Lin Ye's shoulder. Slap! A crisp sound of impact rang out. Lin Ye didn't even turn his head. With a reverse swing, the handle of his scalpel accurately struck that ghost hand. Don't want your hand anymore? His voice was icy, carrying an undeniable authority. What are you messing around for? Don't you see this is a disabled person's bus? The ghost was stunned. It had been wondering this scenario for so long, yet it was the first time encountering a disabled person bold enough to hit ghosts. Moreover, in that moment, it sensed a terrifying aura from this human that made ghosts tremble. That was the residual fierce energy left after battling fierce spirits. It was 100 times scarier than those ordinary ghosts. It shrank its neck in fear. Though its head was still cradled in its arms, that instinctive fear made it obedient immediately, no longer daring to make a sound. With this little interlude, the other ghosts also became more subdued. This human was a tough nut. Lin Ye successfully reached the last row. He looked at the familiar red umbrella, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. It was the umbrella that sheltered him from wind and rain on every rainy day in his childhood. Now, on this bus to hell, it still waited quietly there, like a guardian crossing the threshold of life and death. Lin Ye reached out, grasping the cold bamboo umbrella handle. Though the touch was chilly, it exuded a familiar sense of safety. It was as if Grandma's rough but warm palm was holding him. Ding! Acquired special item, Grandma's red oil paper umbrella, orange legendary grade sealed. Description: this is an umbrella full of love. Open it, and you can shield yourself from the blood rain. Close it, and you can crush the skull of any disobedient ghost with it. Current holder, Lin Ye. He got it. The stone that had been hanging in Lin Ye's heart finally touched the ground. With this umbrella, he had at least 50% confidence for this dangerous journey. He smoothly sat in that corner, resting the red umbrella across his knees. Then he slowly raised his head, looking toward the driver's seat. In the rear-view mirror, the headless driver was peering ominously at everything in the carriage through the mirror. Lin Ye adjusted his glasses and showed a friendly smile at the rear-view mirror. Driver, everyone is present. Let's drive. Since it's an A-level scenario, let me see where this bus can take us in hell. Boom. The engine roared again. The black bus shook violently, the body swaying, slowly starting. The heavy door closed completely, isolating the last trace of vitality from the outside. The electronic display screen at the front of the carriage suddenly lit up. Blood-red words began to scroll across it. Departure station, 444, Huangquan Road. Destination? Lin Ye leaned back against the cold chair, feeling the push of acceleration as the vehicle sped up. The smile at the corner of his mouth grew wider. The show was starting. Chapter 051: The First Rule, Buy a Ticket. Z. The blood-red big letters on the electronic display continued to scroll. Rules. 1. This vehicle operates in a fully enclosed manner. Getting off midway is strictly prohibited unless at a designated station. 2. Ticket price, 100 Ming coins /person/station. 3. Please keep your ticket safe. Traveling without a ticket will be considered as being an outsider and will be eliminated. 100 Ming coins per station? The muscular man named Zhao Chang gasped, nearly dropping the dirt spray gun in his hand. Is this a robbery? What kind of bus is this so expensive? You should know that, in the previous D-level dungeon, the reward for clearing it once was just a few hundred Ming coins. Even in a C-level big dungeon, you might get 1 or 2,000 after risking your life. If this trip is a bit longer, wouldn't it completely drain his savings? And it's charged by station. Li Xiaoming beside him was about to cry with worry. He searched his entire body, finally pulling out a few wrinkled Ming notes, barely adding up to 300. I can only afford 3 stations. What about after 3 stations? Will we be thrown off? His voice trembled, looking at the eerie ghost passengers around, his body shook uncontrollably. You should know. He had just sneaked a glance at the route map of this vehicle. From here to the destination, there were only 4 stations. Crematorium, unkempt graveyard, ghost gate, and finally? The whole journey costs 400 Ming coins. And he only had less than 300. Little brother, you are too naive. Do you think you can get off early just because you're out of money? Don't forget, there is only one condition to clear the dungeon, reach the destination. Getting off midway means giving up the task. In rule-based ghost stories, the outcome of giving up the task is only one. She made a motion across her throat. That is death. And she pointed at the figure slowly standing up at the front of the carriage. It seems he does not plan to allow us to buy on credit. Everyone followed her gaze. Next to the driver's seat, the ticket collector, dressed in a tattered uniform and with his head bowed, had stood up without anyone noticing. He held a rusty iron box, which was an old-fashioned ticket clip. His face looked like it had been burned, with features melted and stuck together, leaving only a dark hole for a mouth, producing a rough, hoarse voice. Buy ticket. First, buy ticket. He walked stiffly around the carriage. Every time he reached a seat, he would extend that iron box, making a clink-clink sound. The water ghost sitting at the front quietly pulled a soggy Ming note from his wet pocket and stuffed it into the box. The ticket collector showed no reaction and continued to move toward the next one. The female ghost with only half a head dug out a gold ring from her hair and tossed it in. The ticket collector paused for a moment, seeming to evaluate, then nodded and tore off a yellow ticket, handing it to her. It seems they accept not only Ming coins, but also hard currency. Zhao Chang felt a bit relieved. Although he didn't have many Ming coins, he carried quite a few gold chains and watches, all prepared for emergencies in the dungeon. Soon, the ticket collector reached Luo Yan's position. Luo Yan remained calm, taking out 5 100 Ming coins with ease and placing them gracefully into the box. No change needed, cover the whole journey. The melted face of the ticket collector seemed to twitch, probably smiling. It tore off a special red ticket and handed it to Luo Yan. Then, it turned to Zhao Chang. Zhao Chang did not dare to be careless, quickly took off the big gold chain around his neck and placed it inside. Smooth passage. Since they were passengers, as long as they followed the rules, the ghosts seemed not to deliberately cause trouble. This is the characteristic of rule-based ghost stories: danger and survival coexist. Finally, it was Li Xiaoming's turn. The boy trembled as he stuffed the more than 200 ghost coins in his hand into the slot. The ticket seller did not tear the ticket. Its eyes, wide all around, stared intently at Li Xiaoming as it shook the iron box again. Clatter, clatter. Although it didn't speak, the meaning was clear: not enough. I only have this. Li Xiaoming, with a trembling voice, looked to Zhao Chang for help. Zhao Chang hesitated, reached into his pocket, but pulled back his hand. He thought that if it were a short trip, it would be fine, but if it were a long trip, even his own money might not be enough. In this damned instance, a saint does not live long. No money. The ticket seller's voice suddenly became sharp. Its originally stiff body began to twist at a strange angle, and its dark mouth suddenly opened wide, revealing rows of sharp teeth inside. A strong smell of decay hit them directly. No money, get down. It reached out a bony hand directly towards Li Xiaoming's neck. Its nails were sharp as knives, glowing with a faint green light. Help! Li Xiaoming shut his eyes in fear and screamed in desperation. Just as the ghostly claw was about to touch his throat. This hand could advance no further. Because a cold scalpel handle was pressing against the ticket seller's wrist joint. The ticket seller froze. Although it felt no pain, the faint malevolent aura emanating from the handle instinctively made it wary. It slowly turned its head. It looked at the young man sitting in the shadow of the corner, holding a red umbrella in his arms. Are you looking for death? The ticket seller's voice was filled with evident anger. The temperature in the carriage dropped several degrees instantly. All the ghostly passengers excitedly turned their heads, anticipating a feast of slaughter. However, what no ghost or human expected was. The young man in the wheelchair showed no signs of fear. Instead, he adjusted the gold-rimmed glasses on his nose and revealed a professional smile. Don't get me wrong. I just want to remind you, in the service industry, you need to be patient with customers. Lin Ye's tone was calm, as if he were discussing work processes with a colleague. How much does he owe? The ticket seller was stunned for a moment. Its burnt brain seemed to still be processing this human logic. 100. Plus yours, starting at 200. Very well. Lin Ye nodded. Then, in front of everyone's eyes, he pulled out a thick stack of glowing ghost coins from his pocket. Every bill was worth 100. This was the 20,000 reward he received from the system when settling the instance in Qingshan Mental Hospital. He had spent 8,000 on equipment and now had over 10,000 left. On this C-class ghost-ridden bus, this was simply a devastating blow. Slap. Lin Ye directly slapped a stack of 100 ghost bills onto the ticket seller's iron box, a total of 10, exactly 1,000. His action was as bold as a rich tycoon wanting to buy drinks for everyone in a bar. This will count as our fare. 400 each, 800 for two. No change needed, the remaining 200 is for the tip. Now, can you retract your clause? Lin Ye smiled at the ticket seller. In the live stream, the comments were going wild. Wow. Having money really allows you to do whatever you want. Others are struggling to survive in the instance, but God, Lin is doing charity in the instance? Those 20,000 ghost coins must be the MVP reward from the last round, right? If he didn't spend money this time, the teammates would be doomed. In front, what God Lin is doing is called money ability paving the way, he's opening up the game. Li Xiaoming was about to cry, this feeling of holding onto a big leg was too great. The all-seeing eye was furiously analyzing the ticket seller's data. Target, ghost ticket seller. Level, C+ level. Weaknesses, greed, rule-bound. Core logic, as long as money is given, you are God. Indeed. When he saw that pile of ghost money, the ticket seller's terrifying face changed instantly. If it had an expression, it would surely be smiling like a flower at this moment. The terrifying killing intent disappeared without a trace in an instant. It carefully collected the huge sum of money, even kindly helping Li Xiaoming smooth out his crumpled collar, and returned those crumpled ghost bills. Welcome aboard. It tore off 2 golden VIP tickets and respectfully handed them to Lin Ye. Then, it bowed deeply to Lin Ye and retreated to the driver's seat beside him. The entire carriage fell into a dead silence. Those ghost passengers, who had originally been ready to watch the show, silently turned their heads away, no longer daring to look at this corner. Money can move ghosts. This saying is the supreme truth in the underworld. Li Xiaoming slumped in his seat, panting heavily, looking at the golden ticket in his hand, tears streaming down uncontrollably. Thank you, big brother. In the future, I will work hard as a horse or an ox. No need to work like a horse or an ox. Lin Ye collected the stack of ghost money and leaned back against the chair, closing his eyes to rest. His tone was so calm, as if he had only done a trivial thing. If you encounter danger, just remember to stand in front of me. Li Xiaoming. Although this sounded very practical, in such an environment, it gave a sense of inexplicable stability. At least, this big brother really could handle things. This person is a bit interesting. Luo Yan in the front row turned around, casting a deep glance at the man resting in the shadows, the corners of her mouth curling up in a playful arc. At this moment, the vehicle shuddered slightly and began to slow down. A creepy female voice came from the announcement ahead. Ding! Next stop, crematorium. Passengers getting off, please take your urn and exit in an orderly manner. A strong, stench-filled black smoke began to seep in through the cracks of the door. The crematorium has arrived. Chapter 052, Stench of Burnt Flesh. Put. As the pressure valve released, the rusty door slowly creaked open. The outside scenery finally revealed itself to everyone. It was a gigantic, black building towering over the wasteland. There were no plants around, only swirling black ash, like an endless black snowstorm. From the top of the building, thick smokestacks were spewing out dense smoke. That nauseating stench was emanating from there. The crematorium. This is the end for the dead and the starting point for this last bus. Cough, cough, cough. Thick smoke filled the carriage, causing several living people to cough uncontrollably. Even the ghost passengers seemed to dislike the smell, all covering their mouths and noses with their hands or other things. Is no one getting off? The driver's eerie voice came from the front. The carriage fell silent. No one moved, and no ghosts moved. Clearly, the passengers on this bus all had destinations further away. Since no one is getting off, then let's take on new passengers. The driver pressed a button. A heavy footstep came from the smoke beneath the vehicle. Thud, thud, thud. With each step, there was a sound of something dropping to the ground. Then, a hand still sparking with embers grabbed onto the doorframe. The flesh on the hand had completely carbonized, revealing red-hot bones inside. Following closely, a tall shadow stepped up. Even Lin Ye, who was accustomed to terrifying scenes, couldn't help but twitch his eyelids at this passenger. This could no longer be called a person. It looked like a piece of charcoal just taken out of the furnace. Every part of its body was in disrepair, flickering with dark red flames. Its face had completely burned away, leaving only 2 hollow eye sockets and a mouth that continued to ooze hot grease. Target: charred corpse ghost. Level: C+, raging. Status: extremely hungry, energy deficit. Rule trait: it will borrow warmth from those around it. The target will be forcibly burned if it refuses or cannot provide. Data flashed quickly across Lin Ye's retina. Borrow fire. This feature looks very dangerous. After the charred corpse ghost got on the bus, it did not sit down in an empty seat like the other ghosts. It stood at the front of the bus, its deep black eye sockets slowly scanning the entire vehicle. With its appearance, the temperature in the cabin began to rise sharply. The originally cold and damp air instantly became unbearably hot. Even the water ghost in the front seat, who had been dripping water, let out a hissing sound of discomfort as its moisture evaporated quickly, producing white smoke. The water ghost seemed to fear this newcomer, silently shrinking its body into the seat, trying to reduce contact. So hot. Li Xiaoming loosened his collar, dripping with sweat. This was not just heat but a burning sensation coming from deep within his soul. It felt as if the moisture in his body was being forcibly extracted by some power. The charred corpse ghost began to move. It walked with heavy steps, slowly coming towards the back. Every time it passed a seat, it would stop and lean its oily face over. Its hoarse voice sounded like 2 pieces of charcoal rubbing together. Borrow some fire. Seated in the first row was an old man ghost holding a urn. Facing the inquiry of the charred corpse ghost, the old man ghost trembled as he opened the urn in his arms. A chill ghost fire floated out from the box. Only this. The charred corpse ghost opened its mouth and sucked in sharply. That strand of ghost fire was instantly swallowed into its belly. Not enough. It shook its head, seemingly dissatisfied, but did not trouble the old man and continued to move on. It's looking for a specific fire? Lin Ye frowned slightly. No, that's wrong. The omniscient eye shown that its core need was heat or life force. Ghost fire is cold, so of course it's not enough. Borrow some fire. The tattooed black man sitting by the aisle was the first to bear the brunt. He was already emotionally unstable due to fear, and upon seeing this disgusting creature come closer, he immediately cursed in broken Chinese mixed with English. Fuck off. Get away. Don't touch me. Saying this, he grabbed a folding knife in his hand and stabbed fiercely at the charred corpse ghost's chest. Ding. The knife point felt like it had struck a steel plate, sending sparks flying. The charred corpse ghost slowly turned its head, its black hollow eyes staring at him. No, fire, will, die. It extended its hand. That large hand, burning with dark red charcoal flames, directly grabbed the black man's head. No! No! A chilling scream instantly rang out. In just 1 second, that strong black man turned into a lit match, instantly becoming a human-shaped torch. He struggled wildly, rolling on the ground, letting out desperate howls, but that flame seemed like a cursed plague, impossible to extinguish. Moments later, all that remained on the ground was a pile of black ashes. Too weak. The charred corpse ghost shook its head, seemingly dissatisfied with this fuel. In the corner, a man-coated weapon coldly watched the scene. A stream of data flashed in his eyes. Target burning efficiency, low. Threat assessment, trash. He was even a bit disappointed. This fool had little value even as bait. The charred corpse ghost continued forward. Soon, it stood in front of the headless female ghost. Borrow some fire. The female ghost was already in a bad mood and was now even more irritated. It turned its head aside, not wanting to pay attention to this smoky creature at all. However, in the next second, a scalding charred hand directly grabbed its neck. I ask you. Do you have fire? Boom! A burst of flames erupted from the charred corpse ghost. The headless female ghost didn't even have time to scream before being ignited instantly. It struggled madly, flailing, but that flame was like a cursed plague, impossible to extinguish. In just a few seconds, an S-class vengeful ghost was burned to ashes right before the eyes of everyone. Even her most treasured long hair turned to flying ash. The entire vehicle fell into silence. Even Luo Yan, who had been watching the show, looked serious. The killing rules of the charred corpse ghost were too domineering. It targeted not only the living but also the dead. No, fire. The charred corpse ghost released its grip, allowing the pile of ashes to scatter on the corridor. It shook its head, seemingly disappointed. Then, Those hollow black eye sockets lifted once again. This time, it looked at the living people in the back seat of the carriage. The living fire burns brighter. It murmured, its previously slow pace suddenly quickened. It charged directly towards Lin Ye and the others. It's coming. Li Xiaoming was so scared he almost wanted to crawl under the chair. Zhao Chang gritted his teeth, raising the soil sprayer in his hand. Don't shoot. Lin Ye suddenly spoke, pressing down on Zhao Chang's arm. Physical attacks won't work on it, instead, they will ignite the thermal energy inside it. Then, what should we do? Zhao Chang was drenched in sweat. I didn't even bring a lighter. Even if I did, it definitely doesn't want that kind of fire. It wants the fire of life. Lin Ye calmly analyzed. As long as you are alive, you have fire on you. What it wants to borrow is your life. As he spoke, a scorching heat was already rushing towards them. The charred corpse ghost stood in front of Luo Yan. Although Luo Yan was experienced, facing such a nonsensical rule and strange tale, she was also a little nervous. She clutched a blue talisman in her hand, seemingly ready to fight to the death. Borrow some fire. That dripping oily face leaned closer to Luo Yan, the stench nearly suffocating. Just as Luo Yan was about to activate the item, the charred corpse ghost suddenly stopped. Its nose twitched, as if it had caught a whiff of a scent that intrigued it more. That came from the last row. The man sitting in the wheelchair was exuding an incredibly tempting taunt aura. For it, in its extreme hunger, that scent was like a lighthouse in the dark. Thus, it directly bypassed Luo Yan. Luo Yan? I felt happy for the first time for being ignored. The charred corpse ghost stood in front of Lin Ye. It looked down at the disabled person from a height. It cracked its terrifying mouth, revealing a cruel smile. You seem very warm. Can I borrow some fire? With its inquiry, a wave of heat that could instantly roast a person enveloped Lin Ye completely. Game rules triggered. A satisfactory answer must be given to this question. Otherwise, it will be judged as a refusal to lend fire, leading to annihilation. Everyone held their breath. Only Lin Ye. He remained calm as he sat there, adjusting his glasses. Then, he slowly pulled out a thick black iron rod from his backpack, on which blue electric arcs flickered. Item: portable physiotherapy device, modified. Description: originally used to treat internet-addicted teenagers, this magnetic storm coil has been modified to increase power output by 1000%. It also has a system-certified physical exorcism characteristic. Note: Professor Yang said it was good, the system thinks so too. Lin Ye raised his head, revealing his signature warm smile. There is no fire. But I have plenty of electricity here. Do you want some? Chapter 053, I only have electricity, do you want it? Electricity? The charred corpse ghost's dull brain clearly couldn't immediately understand the meaning of this word. It only knew that this human in front of it hadn't given it the fire it wanted. That was a refusal. To refuse, one must die. No, fire, then, die. It roared, and the dark red flames on its body surged. That charred ghostly claw, radiating terrifying heat, directly reached for Lin Ye's head. It wanted to burn this human to ashes just like it had crushed the female ghost earlier. Zhao Chang and Li Xiaoming in the back row had already closed their eyes in despair. Even Luo Yan furrowed her brow slightly, the talisman in her hand lighting up. Although she didn't want to reveal her strength too early, as an official member, she couldn't watch Lin Ye get slaughtered right in front of her. However, just when that ghostly claw was less than 10 centimeters away from Lin Ye, Zila! A dazzling blue arc of electricity suddenly lit up the dim train carriage. Like a dancing bolt of lightning, it instantly tore through the air. Lin Ye pressed the physical therapy device directly against the palm of the charred corpse spirit, reaching out. Tens of thousands of volts of high-voltage electricity were released in just 0.01 seconds. Ah! A shrill and piercing scream sounded, nearly shattering the train window. That voice didn't even seem human, it was more like a glowing iron block being thrown into ice water. The enormous body of the charred corpse spirit twitched violently. If it were an ordinary physical attack, it could have reformed like fluid, even if its body were smashed. But electricity was different. Especially this type of exorcism current intensified by the system. The current raced through its bones, paralyzing its movements and wildly destroying its spiritual structure. The flames on its body were forcibly suppressed by the current, turning the originally dark red fire into an eerie blue-purple. You know, I really am something. I forgot you're a carbon-based life form, and although you've been carbonized, your conductivity should still be good. Lin Ye sat in his wheelchair, and instead of stopping, turned the power adjustment knob of the electric baton to the maximum high-voltage setting. Increase the intensity. The terrifying sound of electricity roared like 1,000 birds in chorus. The charred corpse spirit began to breakdance from the shock of the electricity. Its already carbonized body began to shed black fragments under the force of the strong current. No. No. Don't. It struggled to squeeze out a plea for mercy from its throat. That paralysis and intense pain, stemming from deep within its soul, made even the C+ level evil spirit feel fear. It wanted to retreat. But the electric baton in Lin Ye's hand seemed to be stuck to it, unable to be thrown off. Moreover, due to the baton's adhesive property, the more it struggled, the tighter it clung. Don't? Lin Ye pushed up his glasses, his tone still gentle. That won't do. As a doctor, when the patient says don't, it's often because the treatment hasn't taken effect yet. Just look at you, burning up all over. It's clear you have a fever. A fever needs treating. Come on, take a deep breath, just hold on for a moment. As he spoke, Lin Ye thrust the electric baton into the charred corpse spirit's gaping mouth. Woo! The black hole-like eye sockets of the corpse spirit almost split open. If it had eyeballs, they would probably have popped out by now. This wave was a soul electric therapy from the inside out. Finally. After a full 10 seconds of ultra-high voltage output. With a bang, the charred corpse spirit's tall body toppled backward, crashing heavily onto the train floor. It didn't die. Evil spirits are difficult to kill unless devoured by specific rules or more advanced evil spirits. But it was completely paralyzed. Its body twitched at intervals, emitting puffs of black smoke, sputtering white foam from its mouth, with a vacant expression as if it had been utterly defeated. The all-seeing eye displayed. Target, charred corpse spirit. Status, severe paralysis/soul shock. Remarks, it probably never wants to see an electric baton again in its life. Ha! Lin Ye turned off the switch, shaking the now somewhat heated electric baton. Looks like it really works. The physical cooling method doesn't lie. At this moment, the train carriage fell back into a deathly silence. Everyone was dumbfounded. Including the ghosts. The water ghost shrank tighter, wishing it could evaporate itself. The old ghost was so frightened that it closed its urn, fearing Lin Ye might whimsically decide to apply the same treatment to it. In the front row, Luo Yan's beautiful eyes were filled with shock. She had imagined countless ways for Lin Ye to cope. Using props for defense, exploiting rules to exploit bugs, or sacrificing teammates. But she never expected. This seemingly cultured, wheelchair-bound person with a disability would choose the most plain and simple approach, going head-to-head. And it was an overwhelming beating at that. This can really happen? Zhao Chang's mouth fell wide open, and the dirt shotgun in his hand suddenly seemed unappealing. Boss, impressive. Li Xiaoming was at a loss for words, only able to repeat this one sentence. Only the man in black sitting in the corner showed a flicker of annoyance in his eyes. He had already calculated the angle of attack, planning to use his mechanical hand to crush the ghost's head. He wanted to see if he could create greater chaos to take advantage and eliminate these annoying yellow-skinned monkeys. Unexpectedly, he was intercepted by the man in the wheelchair. Busybody. He muttered under his breath, retracting his hand back into his trench coat. The dark red electric arcs on his mechanical hand jumped twice, seemingly expressing its owner's frustration. Lin Ye ignored everyone's gaze. He controlled his wheelchair forward, coming to the charred corpse ghost that lay limp on the ground. Though the charred corpse ghost couldn't move, it was still conscious. Seeing the demon approach, it instinctively tried to crawl backward, but lacked the strength. Don't be afraid. I won't kill you. Lin Ye smiled at it. After all, I didn't buy your ticket, killing you wouldn't bring any reward. However, Lin Ye picked up a ticket it had just knocked off the ground. Since you're on board, you must follow the rules. Killing passengers randomly is not right. Go, find a seat and sit properly. If I see you running around looking for fire again... Lin Ye pressed the switch on his electric baton. Zizz. A blue light flashed. The charred corpse ghost shivered all over. Miraculously, it truly overcame its paralysis, rolling and crawling to the first corner of the first row, curling up and trembling. It looked even more pitiful than the bullied little girl from before. Good. Lin Ye nodded in satisfaction. It seems that electric shock therapy truly works wonders for patients with mania. We can promote it after returning to the mental hospital. He put away the electric baton and returned to his corner of death. The red umbrella lay quietly on his lap, exuding an aura of tranquility. After this battle, Lin Ye's position in this carriage was completely established. Not only were those ghosts afraid of him. Even the headless driver, through the rearview mirror, looked at him with a somewhat evasive gaze. Chapter 054, Luo Yan's Gaze. The atmosphere in the carriage became very subtle. The blackened ghost that should have dominated the scene was now curled up in the front row like a frightened quail, not even daring to look back. And the real terror of the ghosts, the big demon king, was quietly sitting in the back row, browsing his phone. Although there was no signal in this scenario, Lin Ye was still focused on checking the offline maps and data he had downloaded earlier. The screen's faint glow illuminated his calm face, showing a tranquility that contrasted with the surroundings. Interesting. A slightly lazy, smoky voice sounded from Lin Ye's side front. Luo Yan turned around. She stopped looking out the window, resting her delicate chin on the chair's back, her long fingers lightly tapping on the leather seat, gazing at Lin Ye with great interest. Her narrow, phoenix-like eyes sparkled with the glimmer of a hunter spotting rare prey. Hey, handsome. That stick of yours must be specially made, right? Ordinary Taoist artifacts or technological products can't electrify a C+ grade raging ghost like that. I felt it earlier, it seems to be sealed with some kind of thunder method? She pointed to the electric baton still radiating heat, her eyes filled with curiosity. Lin Ye didn't look up, his fingers swiped across the screen, seemingly calculating some route. Bought it on a bargain site, $9 with free shipping. Luo Yan's mouth twitched. This conversation was killed dead. Alright then. If you don't want to speak, that's fine. She wasn't angry, instead, her smile became even more enchanting, that kind of professional charm making it hard for anyone to feel dislike towards her. Let me introduce myself again. My name is Luo Yan. You can call me Luo Yan. As for my identity. She paused, pulled out a black badge from her pocket, shaking it slightly. It bore a golden national emblem, shining brightly under the dim light of the car. 749 Bureau Special Operations Team, codename Red Falcon. She extended her slender, fair hand, with a red string tied around her wrist, holding an ancient-looking copper coin. She did not back off due to Lin Ye's indifference. Lin Ye finally raised his head. The eye of all-knowing opened, and golden data streams flashed briefly in his eyes. Target, Luo Yan. Identity, member of 749 Bureau Special Operations Team. Ability, Spirit Communication, Innate Spiritual Vision, Maoshan Talismans, Proficient. Favorability, Curiosity, 55 out of 100. Note, she hides an aura not belonging to the living, a cost of coexisting with some powerful supernatural being. It is advised to keep a distance, or you may get involved. That caught Lin Ye's attention. To evade detection of the beginner-level eye of all-knowing means this woman possesses a high-grade shielding artifact, or she herself is very special. The note about coexistence made him look at her twice. Lin Ye. Lin Ye did not extend his hand, merely nodded lightly. I don't shake hands with strangers, especially in such a place heavy with yin energy. It's easy to get infected. Are you a germaphobe? Luo Yan withdrew her hand, unembarrassed, her eyes shining with deeper amusement. It seems we are of the same kind. However, don't think that defeating that coal ghost will make you safe. She suddenly lowered her voice, her body leaning slightly forward, her gaze becoming sharp, as if trying to detect a flaw from Lin Ye's face. This bus number 444 is recorded in the Bureau's files as S-Class Forbidden, but the survival rate of the chosen ones who were drawn in here is 0. Because it is not just a mobile copy. It is a one-way spirit bus. The terminal directly leads into the depths of the underworld. Once the living enter, they cannot come out. I don't expect you to help me, but at least don't drag me down. 0 survival rate? Lin Ye's heart stirred slightly. The Eye of All-Knowing did not show this data, suggesting it was private internal statistics. I'm not interested in dragging anyone down. Lin Ye spoke truthfully, his tone still calm. I'm only interested in surviving till the end. Since I'm on this bus, there's no reason to give up halfway. TCH, tough outer shell, huh? Luo Yan rolled her eyes, clearly thinking Lin Ye was pretending to be profound. Whatever. But I must remind you of one thing. The first 2 can only be counted as appetizers. The real danger starts from the next stop. She pointed outside the window. At that moment, the bus had already driven out of a desolate charred land, and the surrounding scenery began to grow more eerie. The road that was once barely visible was now enveloped in a thick layer of black fog. That oppressive aura seemed to solidify even the air. Outside the window, intermittent sharp wails could be heard, as if countless wronged souls were wandering in the wind. Lin Ye followed her gaze, and in the darkness outside, it seemed that countless eyes were watching this lonely vehicle as it drove on. Those eyes were filled with greed, thirst, and malice. Next stop. Lin Ye gripped the electric baton in his hand that hadn't cooled yet. He could feel the alert level of the Eye of All-Knowing skyrocketing. It seems this trip is livelier than expected. Chapter 055, Second Stop, The Graveyard of Chaos. The bus cabin fell back into dead silence, only the engine's deep rumble echoed. After the first stop's physical absolution, the previously unassailable coal corpse ghost was now obediently shrinking in the corner of the first row, its body twitching occasionally, clearly traumatized by Lin Ye's electric shock. At this moment, The car body suddenly jolted violently. The temperature around dropped once again, and a thick layer of white frost formed on the car windows. In the front, the eerie female voice echoed again through the broadcast. Ding! Arriving at the next stop, second station, Grave Mound. This is an unmanned station, please do not make loud noises, do not respond to any calls. Grave Mound? Zhao Chang shrank his neck and glanced outside. Outside was still pitch black, but he could vaguely see low dirt mounds lining the roadside, some with broken tombstones inserted, and some merely ragged straw mats exposed to the elements. Occasionally, a few ghostly green flames floated around the tombs. Is there really going to be passengers here? Li Xiaoming murmured softly. Creak. The door slowly opened. A cold wind, carrying the smell of dirt and decay, rushed in. The car was dead silent. No one spoke, even the ghostly passengers held their breath, seeming highly wary of this stop. 1 second. 2 seconds. After a full minute, there was still no movement at the door. No one got on the bus, nor did any ghosts. No one? Zhao Chang leaned forward to take a look, just as he wanted to breathe a sigh of relief. Suddenly, a piercing cry came from the darkness outside the car. Whoa! My child, have you seen my child? The voice floated uncertainly, as if far away in the sky, yet also like it was right beside him. Then, a pale face suddenly pressed against the window next to Zhao Chang without warning. It was a woman's face, swollen from water, with one eyeball having fallen out, swaying on her face. It stared fixedly at Zhao Chang inside the car, its lips moving. Is it you, who stole my child? Zhao Chang was frightened stiff, almost crying out. But he bit down on his hand, daring not to make a sound. The rules said, please do not make noise, please do not respond. Seeing Zhao Chang's lack of response, the ghostly woman rolled her eyes and looked at Li Xiaoming beside him. Is that you? Xiaoming, is it you? Li Xiaoming's eyes widened. How does it know my name? In that moment, an extremely strong impulse surged in his heart, making him instinctively want to deny, not me. In the instant he opened his mouth. A cold hand suddenly covered his mouth from behind. Don't speak. Lin Ye's calm voice rang in his ear. That's an auditory hallucination. It's trying to use the rules to lure you into speaking. Li Xiaoming suddenly came to his senses, cold sweat soaking his back in an instant. What a close call. If he had responded, even just to deny it, he would have triggered the rules in an instant and been dragged out by that ghostly woman. Seeing the lure had failed, the ghost woman outside displayed a vengeful look on her swollen face. Ignoring me. Then I'll come find you myself. Her sharp nails began to scratch the glass, making a cringe-inducing screech sound. She wanted to break the window forcibly. Although the bus's glass was strengthened by supernatural powers, under such a level of resentment, it began to show tiny cracks. This is trouble. Luo Yin frowned, the talisman in her hand already glowing. This is a red-clothed vengeful spirit, if I let it in. Before she could finish her sentence, the corpse ghost, which had been huddling in the corner, suddenly moved. It seemed to want to show off in front of Lin Ye, suddenly pouncing toward the window. Although it was currently weak, it was still a C+ level vengeful spirit. It bared its teeth at the female ghost outside, a faint glow of fire emanating from its body. Get lost. Though it was just a single word, the smell of burnt flesh and heat still seeped through the gap. The female ghost outside clearly hated fire. She screamed and retreated. You're smart. The corpse ghost seemed quite pleased, looking back at Lin Ye as if seeking praise. However, in the next second, a pale, emaciated hand suddenly stretched out from the darkness. A hand grabbed the ghost woman's hair. So noisy. A deep voice sounded. Then, the red-clothed ghost was dragged into the darkness like a little chick by that big hand, accompanied by a chilling sound of chewing. The burnt corpse ghost was so scared that it collapsed on the ground. Even Lin Ye's pupils slightly shrank. What was that thing? C-class red-clothed, just like that, eaten? The data from the all-seeing eye jumped wildly. Warning. High energy reaction detected. Target unknown, suspected platform guardian/predator. Level A class. Looks like this graveyard doesn't just bury dead people. Lin Ye murmured. Chapter 056 Mud and Footprints. After the pale hand took the ghost woman away, a brief silence fell outside the bus. But no one felt relieved. Because the door was still open. According to the bus operational rules, the stopping time at each station is fixed. As long as the time is not up, this damned bus door will remain open, like a big mouth waiting to be fed. Why isn't the door closed yet? Li Xiaoming's teeth were chattering. He huddled in the corner of his seat, eyes fixed on the dark bus door. The chewing sound from just now still echoed in his ears. Shut up. Lin Ye cast a cold glance at him. Do you want to attract that thing in here? Li Xiaoming quickly covered his mouth. The bus was lit only by a few flickering yellow lights. The voltage seemed to be disturbed by some magnetic field, becoming very unstable. Tick, tick. Suddenly, a clear sound of dripping water echoed in the silent bus. Lin Ye's ears slightly moved. The sound came from the bus door. He activated his all-seeing eye and looked at the floor. He saw a puddle of black mud had appeared on the previously dry bus floor, unknown to Wen. Moreover, that puddle of mud was slowly writhing and spreading, as if it had a life of its own. This soil is grave soil. Luo Yan's voice was very low. There's something in the soil. Without her saying it, Lin Ye also saw it. The data from the all-seeing eye was jumping. Warning, high-risk pollution source invasion. Material analysis, millennium grave soil plus corpse oil plus resentment. Properties, assimilation, devouring, unstoppable. The black mud did not spread into the bus. Instead, it slowly gathered and eventually, slowly bulged up. It formed a body outline with only half a body. It had no facial features, only a body covered in oozing mud. It had no legs, the lower half completely merged with the mud on the ground. It crawled at the bus door with two hands made of rotten mud, slowly pulling itself inside. Hiss. It made a hissing sound like a deflating tire from its throat. With each step it crawled, it left behind a black mark that emitted a foul smell. Is this also a passenger? Zhao Chang felt his sanity was rapidly dropping. This was way too disgusting. 100 times more disgusting than the water ghost just now. No. Lin Ye shook his head, gripping the electric baton tightly in his hand. This is not a passenger. This is the grave itself. The name displayed by the all-seeing eye was Nameless Wilderness Tomb, Activated Entity. This was a grave that had come to life. It wasn't here to take a ride. Because its size was getting bigger. As it continuously absorbed mud from outside the bus, its body was rapidly expanding. In just a few seconds, it already occupied the entire aisle. If it continued to grow, this bus would be forcefully burst open by it. We can't let it in. Luo Yan whispered, suddenly throwing out a copper coin. Heaven and earth, secret of the universe, source of all chi. The copper coin turned into a golden light in the air and struck hard at that lump of mud. Puff. Like a stone thrown into a swamp. The copper coin sank right in, not even making a splash. Even. That lump of mud seemed to squirm human-like, as if saying, the flavor is good. Physical attacks are ineffective, spell attacks were swallowed? Luo Yan's face changed dramatically. This thing is completely impossible to fight. Zizzizz. The mud monster seemed enraged, or perhaps hungrier. It sped up its squirming movements. On its featureless face, a crack suddenly opened. It was a bottomless black hole. A terrifying suction erupted suddenly. Ah! A passenger in the third row, who was only half a body, was caught off guard and directly sucked in. Not even able to scream, he was swallowed whole by the lump of mud. Gulu! Accompanied by a nauseating swallowing sound. The mud monster's body grew even larger. And a new human face emerged on it. It was the face of that unfortunate soul from earlier. The face was twisted, its mouth opened in despair, as if silently screaming. It is eating ghosts. Zhao Chang could no longer hold back and turned to run back. But in this narrow carriage, where could he run to? The mud monster had clearly not had its fill after devouring one. Its huge mouth opened again. This time, it was aimed at Lin Ye. Chapter 057, Buried. The terrifying suction was like the eye of a typhoon, dragging everything in the carriage towards that black hole. Seats, armrests, and even the hanging rings on the roof creaked under this force. Lin Ye's wheelchair began to slide backward. Damn it! He clung tightly to the nearby pillar. The all-knowing eye was frantically analyzing its weakness. Target, nameless grave, living entity. Weakness? Physical immunity/magic absorption. Core rule, bury all living beings. Hint to break, only the dead do not need to be buried. Only the dead do not need to be buried? Lin Ye's brain raced. The logic of this mud's attack was to treat all living or conscious things as sacrifices, dragging them into the grave. To stop it, either kill it or make it think there are no living beings here. Don't move! Lin Ye yelled at the two in the back, who were panicking. Hold your breath. Play dead. Zhao Chang and Li Xiaoming didn't know why, but in this extreme fear, this command became a lifeline. The two immediately covered their mouths and noses tightly, their bodies stiff against the chair backs. Lin Ye also took a deep breath and then directly turned off his life sign simulation function. In an instant, the carriage truly felt like a mortuary. There was no sound of breathing, no sound of heartbeat, at least, it sounded that way. The lump of mud that was frantically consuming paused its movements. Its massive black hole mouth sniffed the air. It seemed somewhat confused. How did the scent of fresh food disappear so suddenly? It moved like a blind snake that lost its target, swaying back and forth in the aisle. The faces of the few humans on its body twisted their eyes as well. Those were the souls it had devoured, looking extremely eerie. Time passed second by second. Each second felt as long as a century. Li Xiaoming's face had turned deep purple, on the verge of blacking out from lack of oxygen. But he didn't dare let go. Because the lump of mud was now hovering right above his head. Drops of foul-smelling corpse oil dripped onto his forehead. Cold and viscous. Just when Li Xiaoming was about to break down. Pa! A crisp sound shattered the silence. It wasn't the sound of breathing. But rather, the charred corpse ghost in the first row. It was so scared that it trembled, trying to huddle into a corner. Instead, it accidentally knocked over a fire extinguisher sitting next to it. Though the noise wasn't loud. In this environment, it was like thunder. That fool, Lin Ye cursed inwardly. It was over. The mud monster instantly reacted. Its massive body suddenly turned towards the charred corpse ghost's direction. SSS. Since it couldn't find a living person, this moving charred thing would do just fine. In that moment, the charred corpse ghost's eyes revealed despair. It wanted to flee, but it was already too late. The mud monster instantly pounced, wrapping the poor creature within it. Sizzle, sizzle. Like throwing a hot coal into a mud pit. A cloud of white smoke rose. The charred corpse ghost didn't even struggle, becoming a part of the mud without any resistance. After devouring the charred corpse ghost, the mud monster seemed to taste something sweet. Hot. So hot. Its countless mouths simultaneously uttered sounds. It became more frantic. No longer satisfied with waiting for prey to expose themselves out of fear. It began to actively search. Its giant muddy hands started slapping each seat. Checking if each body was truly dead. Bang. First row, empty. Bang. Second row, that water ghost had already scared itself into a puddle and float away. Bang. Third row. There were less than 3 meters left to Lin Ye's position. The feigned death tactic had failed. It was time to counterattack. But how to counterattack? Electric baton? Useless. Red umbrella? Only for defense, no offensive capability. Moreover, this creature attacked in a full coverage manner. The red umbrella couldn't block the flowing mud. At this critical moment, Lin Ye's peripheral vision suddenly spotted something he had thrown in the corner. An item he had brought out from the last crematorium. At that time, the charred corpse ghost had been scared into dropping something it was holding. Lin Ye had casually picked it up and never looked at it. It was a box of unburned ashes, special. Description: these are the ashes of an elderly person who was extremely obsessive-compulsive in life, hating all things dirty. Special effect: purification? Or desiccant? Desiccant? A spark of brilliance flashed in Lin Ye's eyes. What is the best way to deal with mud? Of course. Solidify it. Without any hesitation, while the mud monster was still checking the front rows, he grabbed the urn violently. Opened the lid. Since you love to eat so much, then try this. With all his might, he hurled the entire box of ashes onto the massive mud. Chapter 058, Coffin Nail. The white ashes flew like snowflakes, exploding over the black mud. Sizzle. Like strong acid splashing on skin. The mud monster let out an unprecedented scream. The cleanliness rules contained in the box of ashes were like poison to the filthy clump of mud. The once sticky, flowing mud began to crack and harden rapidly upon contact with the ashes, turning into chunks of gray-white concrete. Ah! Itchy! So itchy! The mud monster writhed violently, trying to shake off the hardened parts. But the ashes had strong penetrating power. In the blink of an eye, 1/3 of its massive body had turned to stone. Its movements also slowed tremendously. Now's the time. Lin Ye didn't expect a box of ashes to be able to kill this B-ranked monster. This was just to buy time. Time for a lethal strike. He pulled out a long, rusty nail from under the armrest of the wheelchair. This was something he had pried off the door of the isolation room at Qingshan Mental Hospital before getting into the car. Item: soul-fixing nail, replica. Description: though not a genuine product, this nail has pinned countless mad patients. It has a strong fixing effect on spirits. Lin Ye pushed the wheelchair, taking advantage of the mud monster's moment of stiffness, and charged right in front of it. Target, between the eyes, though it didn't have eyes, the biggest black hole above its mouth should be the core. Fix for me. Thud. The 20-centimeter long nail pierced sharply into the hardening mud. Roar. The mud monster's body convulsed violently. As the soul-fixing nail pierced in, an invisible wave instantly spread out. Its body, which was still restructuring, seemed to have hit the pause button. Completely frozen. While it's sick, take its life. Lin Ye did not stop. He once again brought out the live wrench. He smashed it hard against the nail. Bang! 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 Like a carpenter nailing a coffin lid. Each strike was accompanied by the painful wail of the mud creature. Until the entire nail was driven deep into its body. Ha! Lin Ye stopped, panting heavily. The mud creature finally lay still. It stood rigidly in the middle of the corridor like a freshly unearthed sculpture. The black mud on its body had completely dried, turning into grayish-white soil clumps. Kill target, nameless tomb, clone. Acquired item, grave soil, a handful. Is it dead? Zhao Chang peeked out from behind the chair, looking at the creature that had turned into a pile of dirt, incredulously asking. Just a clone. Lin Ye picked up the small handful of black soil from the ground, his brow furrowed. The real body is still outside. This was just a test attack from that cursed cemetery. If even a clone was so hard to deal with, then the real body. At this moment, a sudden and more intense shake came from outside the bus window. It was as if some colossal creature was turning over underground. Next, the pale hand that appeared before burst through the ground again. This time, it did not grab a ghost. Instead, it directly seized the chassis of the bus. Boom! The entire bus tilted by 40 degrees with that one grab. It's trying to flip the bus. Luoyan's face turned cold, her body uncontrollably sliding toward the window, but her voice remained a calm warning. If the bus flipped, everyone would die. Because once they left the bus's protective rules, the cursed cemetery outside would instantly devour them without a trace. Hold on tight. Lin Ye held tightly to the window frame with one hand while the other actually reached toward the driver's seat, which had been silent all this time. The headless driver was still flooring the gas pedal, trying to escape the grip of that big hand. But it was clearly not enough. The tires spun in the mud, producing a sharp screech. Driver! Lin Ye shouted loudly. Just stepping on the gas won't work. You need to use that. He pointed at the red button on the dashboard, sealed with a sticker. That was Boost Start, Soul Burning version. The driver hesitated for a moment. Clearly, that button came with a cost. But feeling the bus tilting more and more, about to flip. Veins bulged on its neck where the head was missing. I'll go for it. It slammed its hand on the red button. Boom! The tail of the bus spewed a plume of blue ghostly fire. That was the power released from the accumulated resentment of this bus for 10 years. The tremendous thrust erupted instantly. Crack! The pale hand gripping the chassis was violently torn and lost a finger. Whoosh! The bus shot forth like a black rocket, escaping the grip of that giant hand, trailing thick smoke. Rushing into the endless darkness. Roar! An angry roar came from behind. It shattered the car windows into pieces. But no matter what, they escaped. Lin Ye collapsed in the wheelchair, looking at the long broken-off finger in his hand. That was the trophy that fell into the cabin when the big hand was severed. Trophy, finger of the Ghost King, A-class material. Ha! In this damn world, surviving is the only truth. Chapter 059, Road to the Ghost Gate. The bus bounced wildly across the wilderness for a full 10 minutes. It felt like riding on the back of an uncontrollable wild buffalo, as if one's insides were about to be shaken out. Until the ghostly fire spewing from the rear of the bus gradually extinguished, the wild pushing sensation slowly faded away. Only when the eerie cursed cemetery was completely out of sight did the driver dare to slightly ease off the gas pedal. But even so, the speed was still alarmingly fast. Obviously, the earlier scene left a significant psychological shadow on this seasoned driver. The cabin was in complete disarray. The severe tilt and acceleration not only deformed the seats but also turned them into a grave for the weak. The white mercenary in camouflage, who wanted to hold onto the handrail, was directly kicked in the spine by the silent man in black for being in the way, and was flung to the back of the car like trash, dying on the spot. The blonde foreign couple fared even worse, tossed out of the broken window in the violent turbulence. They are likely now part of a makeshift graveyard. As for the brown-haired woman who had been cowering in the corner, she was so scared that her heart stopped, curled up and motionless under the seat. Only the man in black remained seated steadily. He coldly watched the corpses, a hint of mockery curling at the corner of his mouth. Trash. He softly spat out a word. In the raging turbulence, his feet felt as if they were rooted to the ground, even the corners of his clothing remained undisturbed. Is everyone still able to move? Li Xiaoming crawled out from a pile of debris, sporting a large bump on his head which was oozing blood, and his face smeared with black dirt, looking disheveled. Not dead. Zhao Chang clutched the car door they had claimed as a trophy, reluctant to let it go. His face remained pale, but his eyes held a glint of relief at having survived. He stole a glance at the dead foreign friends, a chill running through his heart. Especially upon seeing the mercenary who was kicked to death by the man in black, he couldn't help but shiver. Is this something a human would do? Turning against one's own? Though they weren't on the same team, such brutality was too much. Luo Yan immediately began checking her talismans and magical tools. She had exhausted a fair amount of energy in the last battle, especially the copper coin used for protection, which now had a tiny crack forming. Next stop. She took a deep breath, suppressing the tumbling blood in her chest, raised her head, and looked towards the increasingly deepening darkness ahead. Is the Ghost Gate? According to the rules, a danger of that level can only be considered normal at the Ghost Gate. Her words caused the atmosphere in the cabin to freeze again. Everyone could feel that as the vehicle advanced, the surrounding temperature was plummeting. A thin layer of black frost had already formed on the windows. The makeshift graveyard was merely a B-level horror point. And the Ghost Gate, that was a true A-level high-risk area. It was also the real dividing line between the realms of the living and the dead. Lin Ye. Luo Yan suddenly turned her head, looking at the man toying with the Ghost King's severed finger. The severed finger was still twitching slightly, exuding a chilling pressure, but in Lin Ye's hands, it was tossed around like a toy. The urn you just used. Is it also a prop? She was very curious. How many trump cards does this man have? That kind of ashes that could restrain the fierce deity's avatars was definitely not ordinary. She had seen similar items in the 749 Bureau's database, each one was priceless. Found it. Lin Ye casually replied, not even raising an eyelid. Luo Yan rolled her eyes. I believe you, sure. Where did you find it? I'll go find one too. But... Lin Ye put away the severed finger, his expression growing serious. If the Ghost Gate is really as dangerous as you say, then our current equipment might not be enough. He glanced at the nearly dead flashlight in his hand, the indicator light flickering red. He then looked at the red umbrella, which still had 85% durability. Though this umbrella was powerful, it was a token of that person, and Lin Ye didn't want to use it lightly unless absolutely necessary. After all, debts of human affection are the hardest to repay, and debts of ghostly affection can be deadly. They had to make some preparations before arriving at their destination. What are you planning to do? Luo Yan watched him warily. Every time this guy showed that kind of expression, nothing good is going to happen. Lin Ye did not answer. Instead, he pushed the wheelchair, ignoring the gazes of the crowd, and went straight to the front row. That position, which had just been occupied by the charred corpse ghost, was now empty. Although the charred corpse ghost had already been devoured and killed, it left behind some things. For example, the thick layer of black ash on that seat, still radiating warmth. And that broken jar it had used to hold ghost fire. Since we have reached the Ghost Gate, we must follow the customs of the place. Lin Ye pulled out the blood-stained white coat from his pocket. Then, in front of everyone, he grabbed a handful of the black ash from the chair and unhesitatingly smeared it on the white coat. Once, twice. The originally pristine doctor uniform instantly became dirty and eerie, like a shroud dug out from a fire scene. The pungent smell of burnt flesh quickly filled the entire vehicle. With this burning odor, Lin Ye sniffed at his cuff and nodded in satisfaction. Now, do I look like a burn doctor who just crawled out of hell? Luo Yan was stunned. Then, she understood Lin Ye's intention, and a hint of disbelief flashed in her eyes. You want to disguise? At the Ghost Gate, the breath of the living is the guiding light. Only by turning oneself into a ghost, or transforming into something scarier than a ghost. Can we pass through? Lin Ye put on those golden-rimmed glasses, the lenses reflecting a cold light under the dim lights, his eyes revealing a madness. Next stop. We are not passengers. We are quarantine officers. At that moment, at the end of the darkness ahead, a towering black city gate finally revealed itself. It was enormous. Like an ancient beast crawling between heaven and earth, opening its gaping maw. Countless pale lanterns hung high, illuminating the bloodied big characters on the city gate. Ghost Gate. And beneath the city gate, countless ghosts, densely packed like ants, were all raising their heads in unison. Those pairs of eyes glowing with green, red, and white light, sparse in the darkness like dense stars. They were all looking at the last bus speeding towards them. That gaze, filled with hunger. The feast has begun. Chapter 060, The Ghost Gate Wide Open. Is this the Ghost Gate? Li Xiaoming pressed against the bus window, his breath forming a white fog on the glass. But the next second, he was so scared by the scene outside that he jumped back, his body bouncing back into his seat like he had been electrocuted. Because on the other side of the glass, countless faces were pressed against it. Not just one or a few, but countless faces. The moment the bus stopped, it had already become a sea of ghosts. What was before him was enough to give any living person a lifetime of nightmares. It was a gigantic black gate, as if built from countless corpses. The walls rose 100 meters high, piercing the clouds, made entirely of some unknown black rock, each stone carved with grotesque ghostly faces. Dark red liquid flowed down the walls, as if the gate were bleeding, or like some living creature excreting bodily fluids. The city gate was not fully opened, only a small crack was revealed. But this crack seemed to connect to a deep abyss of another dimension, with black mist seeping out, thicker than the night itself. Countless lonely souls and wild ghosts were standing in a line that stretched for kilometers, slowly writhing towards that crack under the watch of the Grim Reapers wielding wailing sticks. These Grim Reapers were tall in stature, their movements stiff, with thick rouge on their faces, and upon closer inspection, they looked like living paper figures. The sounds of crying, screaming, curses, and the clanking of chains dragging on the ground. All kinds of sounds converged into a visible black sound wave, continually striking the bus. Buzzing. The bus shook violently. This was not just due to the sound of the engine. Even more so because the terrifying concentration of evil energy outside was crazily eroding the defense rules of this bus. So many ghosts. Zhao Chang felt his claustrophobia hitting him hard, his stomach churning like a storm. Everywhere he looked, there were heads pressing together, dense and crowded, like a pot of boiling black porridge. Some had missing arms and legs, some were holding their own heads, some were swollen like balloons, and others were just skeletons still crawling. They all maintained the most tragic appearance from their death, filled with endless resentment. They had originally been in line waiting to cross over. For them, that narrow gap in the door was their only hope. But the arrival of the bus shattered this deadly stillness. It was like dropping a bloody piece of meat into a group of hungry sharks. Is that a bus? It's that bus. Number 444. I'm not waiting anymore. I want to get on the bus. There's no security check. Let me on the bus. The orderly line that had been under control instantly exploded. The ghosts closest to the roadside, being nearest, directly abandoned the line, and like crazed beasts, they rushed towards the bus. Bang! 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 Countless ghostly hands slapped against the walls of the bus, making a sickening sound. Some even pressed their faces against the windows. The bus windows were instantly filled with pale faces. Pairs of greedy, resentful eyes stared intently at the living inside the bus. Because they had caught a whiff of the scent of the living. Meat, it's fresh meat. So fragrant. I can smell the heartbeat. Some ghosts even began to stick out their long tongues, mindlessly licking the bus windows, leaving trails of disgusting slime behind. This is too exaggerated. Luo Yan's face turned pale. Although she had anticipated the ghost gate would be dangerous, this was, after all, the largest barrier at the boundary between yin and yang, but this scene of thousands of ghosts surrounding a bus still surpassed her imagination. At this scale, even an entire squad of special forces with heavy weapons would have to kneel. They don't want to ride the bus. Lin Ye sat in his wheelchair, calmly adjusting his dirty white coat and adjusting his golden glasses on his nose. They want to skip the fare. And they also want an all-you-can-eat buffet. The data from the all-seeing eye flashed rapidly, warning red boxes nearly filling his field of vision. Warning, the current area has exceeded 500% of the evil energy concentration. Warning, the bus's defense barrier is under high pressure, cracks are expected in 30 seconds. Suggestion, do not open the door. Do not open the door. Do not open the door. However, rules are rules. Since the bus had stopped, it must open the doors to take on passengers. This is its purpose of existence, and it is a fundamental logic it cannot disobey. If not followed, the bus itself would be erased by the rules. Sigh. In the driver's seat, the headless driver seemed to hesitate for a long time. Because even it knew that once the door opened, the consequences would be unimaginable. But it had no choice. With a sound of resignation. That door, which seemed to separate life and death. Even if it was unwilling, it could only slowly open. Roar! As soon as the door opened a crack, a roar from outside rushed in like a tsunami. It was the desire of hundreds of ghosts overlapping at once. A pale hand reached directly through the crack in the door, sharp nails creating sparks as they scraped against the doorframe, trying to force the door open. Then came the second hand, the third hand. In the blink of an eye, the door was filled with countless ghostly hands. They were like a horde of zombies, eagerly trying to squeeze into this not-so-spacious iron box, even standing on top of each other's bodies. It's over. Watching the door about to succumb, Li Xiaoming closed his eyes in despair. This scale was simply not something human power could stop. Even if Lin Ye had an electric baton, how many could he shock? 10? 100? But outside, there were tens of thousands. Every single spit could drown them. In the live streaming room, the audience's hearts were in their throats. But there was also a group of bold hearts making jokes. Wow! This number. Endless motive plants versus zombies? Fear of crowded places benefits, huh? If it were me, I'd just kneel down and scream Great Granny right here. Is Lin still calmly pushing his glasses? He doesn't think he can play this like a tower defense game, does he? Stop joking. How can we defend this? Unless he can trick these ghosts into crippling themselves. Chapter 061, Deadly Jam. What are you squeezing for? Can't you see there's someone inside? Get lost. I was here first. Ah. Who stepped on my intestines? Don't pull. Don't pull. The car door had turned into a meat grinder. To fight for the first chance to get on the car, the ghosts outside had already begun to kill each other. A strong ghoul brutally tore apart the hanging ghost blocking the way, and just as it got halfway into the car door, it was pierced through the back by the claws of a vicious ghost behind it and dragged out. Blood and meat flew everywhere. Severed limbs and broken arms scattered on the ground. Black ghostly blood splattered on the car door like oil, making a hissing sound of corrosion. But this did nothing to slow their rush in. On the contrary, the stench of blood drove these evil spirits into a frenzy. They were like sharks smelling blood, their eyes turning red. Bang! Finally! With a loud crash, the two car doors, already at their breaking point, were completely shoved open. The first to rush in was a burly ghoul in tattered prison clothes, exuding a foul stench. Its face was full of bulging flesh, covered in scars left by various tortures, some wounds oozing pus. It also had a half-broken chain hanging from its neck, clearly an incarcerated criminal just escaping hell. Target, escaped death row inmate. Level, C+, frenzied. Status, bloodlust/extreme hunger. Note, this guy was a serial killer in life, and after death, evolved by devouring many of its kind. Its chain is both its weapon and its seal. Ha ha ha. A car. It's a car. I don't have to wait in line anymore. It laughed maniacally, swinging its rusty iron chain, its red eyes locking onto the few living people in the carriage. Got some snacks? What great luck, this is really wonderful. It stuck out its barbed tongue, licking its lips, and with heavy steps, it lunged directly at the nearest Luo Yan. Tender woman. I love eating women's hearts the most. Behind it, more ghosts surged in like a flood after a dam burst. The originally spacious carriage instantly became overcrowded. The concentration of Yin energy rose sharply, and the lights on the ceiling began to flicker wildly before finally going out halfway. In the darkness, countless pairs of green glowing eyes swayed, along with waves of nauseating chewing sounds. Heaven and Earth, Law of 9 Chapters. Luo Yan bit her tongue, spraying a mouthful of essence blood on the copper coin sword in her hand. This sword was a makeshift talisman made by stringing several ancient coins with red thread. Although crude, each coin had been blessed. Buzz. Golden light burst forth. The prison clothes ghoul was pushed back a few steps by the golden light, emitting trailing black smoke as if it had been scalded by a red-hot iron. Ah! Stinky Taoist! It screamed in agony but immediately became more ferocious. Little ones! There's a Taoist here. Eating her will be a great boost. With a shout, the few vicious ghosts that had just boarded immediately surrounded her. Although they feared the golden light, their craving for flesh outweighed their fear. Even though Luo Yan had some tricks, 2 fists couldn't match 4 hands, especially in such a narrow and hostile environment. Plus, she had to split her attention to take care of the 2 burdens behind her, Zhao Chang and Li Xiaoming. Her face turned pale, sweat trickling down her forehead. The copper coin sword in her hand grew dimmer and dimmer, a sign that her spiritual power was about to be exhausted. Damn it, too much. I can't hold it anymore. As the defense line was about to collapse, a pale ghostly hand had already touched her shoulder. Lin Ye, who had been sitting still in a wheelchair, finally moved. Cough cough. He didn't shout loudly. Instead, he let out a severe cough, sounding like he was about to cough up his lungs. The sound was hoarse and murky, like an old smoker near death. This sound was not loud amidst the noisy wails of ghosts. But it carried a strange penetrating force, as if it rang directly in each ghost's ear. Lin Ye pushed his wheelchair, gliding slowly out of the shadows. The rubber wheels of the wheelchair rolled over the blood on the ground, making a sticky sound. At that moment, he wore a white coat stained with charred grave dirt, and the foul smell mixed with the strange aura he emitted made him seem more ghostly than any of the ghosts present. He wore a mask, revealing only a pair of frighteningly calm eyes. Gold-rimmed glasses rested on his nose, their lenses reflecting a cold light. In his hands, he held not an electric baton, but an old medical record book, with a red ballpoint pen tightly gripped. He abruptly appeared behind the prison-clothed ghost. Then, he extended a long finger and gently poked the broad back of the prison-clothed ghost. Sorry. His voice was hoarse and deep, carrying a melancholic tone from years of contact with corpses, along with a hint of impatience. This gentleman. You have stepped on my line. The prison-clothed ghost was just about to attack Luo Yan, ready to strike, when it was suddenly interrupted and furiously turned its head. That's suicidal. Its curse abruptly stopped. Because it saw a pair of eyes. Eyes that were calm like dead water but seemed able to see through every secret deep within its soul. There was no fear in those eyes, only the clinical gaze of a doctor examining a patient. More importantly, this human-like creature emitted an even stronger smell of decay and death than it did. That smell was like crawling out from a pile of hundreds of dead bodies, with a burning scent only found in a crematorium's furnace. You, who are you? The prison-clothed ghost instinctively took a step back. It actually felt a sense of pressure from a human. Lin Ye did not answer. He simply looked down at the ground. There was no line there. But he still dramatically rolled his wheelchair back a little, then raised his head, revealing a core kindness smile hidden beneath his mask. Who I am is not important. What matters is. He opened the medical record book in his hand, the pen lightly tapping on the paper. Your current vital signs. They are very dangerous. If not treated in time, you might die. Vital signs? The prison-clothed ghost was stunned. Having been a ghost for so many years, it was the first time it heard such terms. That's right. Lin Ye seriously opened that old book, casually breaking a dry twig to use as a pen, quickly scrawling on it. While writing, he shook his head, making a tsk sound. Face is bluish-purple, this is a sign of oxygen deficiency necrosis. Bloodshot eyes, excessive liver fire, prone to sudden death. Most seriously, your skin. Lin Ye extended his hand, pinching the rotten muscle on the prison-clothed ghost's arm through his gloves. Do you see? It's already started to ooze pus. This is typical level 3 corpse poison infection. If not treated, in just 3 hours, you will have full body decay and turn into a puddle of blood. Lin Ye's tone was extremely professional. Every word carried an undeniable authority. Plus, his outfit was almost indistinguishable from a real medical professional, and he exuded a calm demeanor. The prison-clothed ghost was actually intimidated. It instinctively glanced at its own arm. Indeed. There, pus had been oozing continuously. And it itched. Then, what should we do? Its voice grew softer, the fierce aura instantly halving. It was just like going to the hospital, intending to cut in line, and suddenly the doctor tells you that you have an incurable disease. You'd be dumbfounded. Luckily you ran into me. Lin Ye sighed, looking like a compassionate healer. I am the quarantine officer for this vehicle. I am specifically responsible for screening and treating sudden corpse poison infections. As he spoke, he pulled out a black, glimmering, electric baton from the pocket of his white coat. This is currently the most advanced bioelectric current stimulation therapy device. Although the process may be a bit painful, but it is very effective in eliminating corpse poison. The ghost in prison clothes looked at the buzzing baton and instinctively felt a hint of danger. Do we have to use this? Of course. Lin Ye pushed up his glasses. Unless you want to die. No. I don't want to die. I've already died once. The ghost in prison clothes shook its head frantically. Then cooperate with the treatment. Lin Ye's voice suddenly turned cold. Turn around and bend over. Ha! Hurry up! The virus is spreading. Under the threat of death, this C+ level evil spirit really turned around obediently, facing away from Lin Ye. The other ghosts that had wanted to rush forward also stopped in their tracks. They all widened their eyes, watching this strange scene. Hold on. The corners of Lin Ye's mouth curled into a cold smile. Then, without hesitation, he cranked the power to the maximum. He forcefully plunged it into the waist of the ghost in prison clothes. Zzzzz. The blue electric arcs erupted instantly. A shrill and terrifying scream reverberated throughout the entire cabin. The sound was so loud that it even drowned out the cries of ghosts outside. The ghost in prison clothes convulsed violently, its hair stood on end, and black smoke poured out of its mouth. It was electrocuted for a full 5 seconds. Only then did Lin Ye, feeling unsatisfied, release it. Phew. The ghost in prison clothes collapsed on the ground, still smoking, but as a ghost, this physical and spiritual attack, although painful, truly. It felt as if its originally heavy body had become slightly lighter. In fact, it was just simply numbed from the electric shock. How do you feel? Lin Ye put away the electric baton, looking all professional. The ghost in prison clothes shivered and got up, feeling its waist. It seems to not itch anymore. No kidding, if the nerves are all numbed, can it still itch? Lin Ye secretly thought. That's good. Lin Ye nodded and made a mark on the worn-out notebook. Preliminary treatment completed. Next. He turned his head, the eyes hidden behind the lenses calmly scanning the surrounding dumbfounded ghosts. Is there anyone else who feels uncomfortable? Or should I say, still want to force your way through, refusing to accept quarantine? Silence. A deathly silence. Those fierce and vicious ghosts looked at the ghost in prison clothes still twitching on the ground, then at the madman in a white coat holding the therapy device. One by one, they instinctively shrank back. Ghosts were also afraid of electricity. Especially that kind that could electrify a ghost to smoke. Since no one is speaking, let's go by the rules. Lin Ye pushed his wheelchair, actually backing toward the door of the vehicle. Wherever he went, the group of ghosts scattered. He directly blocked the entrance that had been damaged. The electric baton was held horizontally across his chest. Now, let's begin. Line up for quarantine. Those who do not meet the standards will be refused entry. Chapter 063, The Evil Ghost Stout. It must be said, Lin Ye's act of playing the quarantine officer truly intimidated a large number of low-intelligence wandering souls. After all, for them, the profession of doctor itself carries a natural sense of oppression. Many people's final moments faced a doctor. Plus, with that powerful electric baton as a forceful deterrent, the originally chaotic situation actually developed a hint of order. You there. The one with the tongue still out. And you. The one with the intestines twisted around your neck. All unqualified. Get out. Lin Ye sat in the wheelchair. Like an iron-faced fair judge, he pointed and judged at the bus door. Any ghost that tried to muddy the water, once pointed at by his electric baton, would shake by instinct. However, not all ghosts were that easy to fool. A place like the Gate of Ghosts gathers dead souls from all directions. Among them were fierce ghosts that had gained high wisdom by swallowing their own kind here. Just as Lin Ye kicked a bloated water ghost that tried to slip through off the bus, a cold and dark voice suddenly sounded from behind the ghost crowd. Quarantine officer? I have stayed at this Gate of Ghosts for 300 years, every year living people try to sneak through, and I have never heard of any quarantine officer. As soon as these words came out, the ghost crowd that had just calmed down instantly stirred up. Lin Ye's eyes sharpened. He raised his head to look, only to see the ghost crowd slowly part. A zombie wearing Qing Dynasty official clothes, with a stiff body and iron blue skin, hopped forward step by step. Every time it jumped once, the ground shook once. Those lifeless eyes stared dead at Lin Ye, and two fangs showed at the corner of its mouth. Target, Iron Corpse, 100 years. Level, B class. Traits, bronze skin and iron bones, great strength, and certain wisdom. This was a hard piece. And its words directly hit the biggest flaw of Lin Ye's identity, history. Yeah. I have never heard of it either. Could this kid be lying to us? I see corpse aura on him, but that wheelchair, no matter how you look, it does not seem like something from our side. Once the seed of doubt is planted, it will quickly take root and sprout. The surrounding ghosts who were afraid before now showed greed and fierce light in their eyes again. If it was proven that this doctor was fake, a living person pretending, then the shame they just suffered, plus the temptation of living flesh and blood, would be enough for them to tear Lin Ye into pieces. Facing the questioning, Lin Ye not only did not panic, but let out a cold laugh. Poof. A frog at the bottom of a well. He slowly took off his glasses. There was no fear in those eyes, only contempt for such ignorant words. You have not heard of it, that just means your level is not enough. Rules are changing all the time. Since the bus is running, there must naturally be new rules. Lin Ye talked nonsense casually, his tone was so tough it was outrageous. Besides, who told you I came here to reason? That iron corpse froze for a moment. Not reasoning? Then what do you rely on to enforce the law? At this Gate of Ghosts, besides strength, what else can make others believe? Lin Ye did not speak. He just slowly picked up from his knees the thing that had been quietly lying there, the red oil paper umbrella. Voila! The umbrella opened. That striking red color looked especially eye-catching in the pitch-black night. On the umbrella surface, those patches lit up slightly, giving off an ancient aura that made hearts tremble. That was the aura belonging to the previous generation of rulemakers. At the moment it saw this umbrella. That iron corpse, which had been aggressive, actually showed an expression called terror on its stiff dead face. Its knees went soft, it almost could not stand steady. This is... that Lord's umbrella? It had lived for 300 years, it naturally knew what this umbrella meant. It was not just a tool. It was a token of a forbidden existence in the deep world. Now. Lin Ye held the umbrella with one hand, the electric baton in the other, and looked at it coldly. Do you still have doubts? The iron corpse trembled all over. How would it dare to have doubts? Seeing the umbrella was like seeing the person. No. No more. The iron corpse lowered its proud head, not even daring to look directly at the umbrella. Lord, please forgive, the small one failed to recognize Mount Tai. Go line up to the side. Lin Ye put away the umbrella, too lazy to even look at it once. Next. This wave of showing off, full marks. Not only did it dissolve the crisis, but also used the remaining power of that red umbrella to fully establish his position. Even the red-clothed big boss chickened out. What little ghost would still dare to act wild? In the carriage, Luo Yan looked at that figure, her gaze complex to the extreme. This guy. Not only does he deceive ghosts, but he also knows their deepest secrets. What exactly is the origin of that umbrella? However, just when Lin Ye thought the situation had stabilized, a truly terrifying pressure suddenly came from the direction of the city gate. That aura was stronger by more than one level than the iron corpse from before. Even more intense than the aura from that red umbrella. That was a true boss-level existence. Young man. The umbrella is nice. But the rules of this quarantine. I, an old woman, have never heard of it? Chapter 064, The Ghost Granny. The voice was not loud, and could even be described as somewhat old and kind. But to all the people present, it sounded like thunder. The surrounding ghosts, who were still queuing, immediately flattened themselves to the ground upon hearing this voice, not daring to lift their heads. The iron corpse that had just been so arrogant also knelt down directly, its forehead pressing hard against the ground, trembling in fear. Lin Ye's heart sank suddenly. He felt an unprecedented chill locking onto him. That feeling was like a frog being stared at by a poisonous snake. The all-seeing eye automatically activated, and the data on his retina instantly turned a disturbing blood red. High energy warning. Target, Mangpa, imposter. Level, A+ level. Identity, master of the ghost gate / soup shop owner. Status, hungry/confused. Danger level, extremely high. Suggestion, do not attempt to deceive her with lies, unless your lie itself is the rule. Mangpa? Lin Ye's pupils constricted. Of course, this Mangpa was definitely not the great deity from myth and legend, she was probably just a fierce ghost in this story who stole that name or position. But even as a false Mangpa, the power of a peak fierce god was enough to crush the entire scene. It was known that this was an existence infinitely close to S level. The crowded ghosts automatically parted to make way. An old lady, dressed in a red funeral gown, with silver hair and leaning on a dragon-headed cane, slowly walked over. Her face was covered in dry, bark-like wrinkles, but her eyes were shockingly bright. One hand carried a tattered bamboo basket, which seemed to contain something that was still wriggling. She walked very slowly. But with each step, the surrounding yin energy automatically retreated, as if welcoming a queen. She walked straight to the door of the carriage. She did not look at the small ghosts kneeling on the ground, but instead lifted her head, her murky yet sharp old eyes fixed directly on Lin Ye. To be exact, she was staring at the red umbrella in Lin Ye's hand. I, an old woman, have sold soup at the Ghost Gate for hundreds of years. I've seen more people than these bricks in the city. But this umbrella. She stretched out her thin, withered hand to try to touch the umbrella, but stopped in midair. Seemingly wary of something. It really is her thing. The ghost granny retracted her hand, her tone holding a hint of nostalgia and a touch of greed. Young man. What is your relationship to her? This was yet another dangerous question. Lin Ye's brain raced. Should he say he was her grandson? What if this old woman had grudges against his grandmother? Should he say he found it? Then he would probably be killed to seize the treasure in the next second. He had to find an identity that could both boast and keep a distance. Who I am is not important. Lin Ye took a deep breath, standing tall even in the face of a B+ level boss, maintaining his straight posture even while sitting in a wheelchair. What matters is why this umbrella is in my hands. Oh? A glimmer of sharpness flashed in the murky eyes of the ghost granny. I am all ears. Lin Ye didn't answer directly. Instead, he slowly put away the red umbrella in front of her, then very naturally placed it on his lap, gently stroking the handle. That action could only be done by those closest to him. Some debts have been owed for too long. Someone must come to collect. Lin Ye's voice was soft, yet carried a strange chill. Debt collection? The old witch was momentarily stunned. Then, her expression changed. Whether true or false, Lin Ye's words revealed too much information. Debt collection. It means cause and effect. It means that person remembers some things here, some ghosts. The old witch's gaze shifted unpredictably. She was weighing the profit from killing this young man against the risk of offending that terrifying being. In the end, risk aversion overcame greed. He. She suddenly laughed, the wrinkles on her face squishing together like a withered chrysanthemum. So it's the collector. No wonder. She seemed to have conjured a reasonable logic in her mind. Since it's our own, then I won't meddle. She leaned on her cane and was about to walk towards the bus. However, this quarantine rule. She glanced at Lin Ye's white coat. Since I'm healthy, I don't need to follow it, right? She was testing. Testing if Lin Ye dared to move against her. It was also testing Lin Ye's bottom line. If Lin Ye backed down now, it would show he was guilty, that everything before was possibly just an act. If he didn't back down, then it depended on his capability. In the carriage, everyone's hearts raced. Luo Yan's hand clutched tightly onto the last life-saving talisman, ready to fight with all her might. Lin Ye looked at the old woman who had one foot already on the bus. He did not give way. The wheelchair still blocked the doorway tightly. Rules are rules. Lin Ye's voice was eerily calm. He raised his head, staring directly into the old witch's terrifying eyes. In this place, I am in charge. Even you must follow the process. Crazy. All ghosts thought this human was insane. How dare he block the old witch's path? The old witch's expression instantly darkened. A terrifying killing intent erupted like a tsunami. Young man. Leave some room for others. Do you really think you can manage me with a feathered insignia? Her cane slammed down heavily. Boom. An invisible shockwave exploded. Lin Ye's wheelchair slid back half a meter. But he still did not move aside. Instead, he raised the worn notebook in his hand again. Name? The old witch was so enraged that she laughed. Good. Very good. It's been years since I've seen such guts in a young person. Since you want to investigate, then go ahead. She wanted to see what this kid, who only had the breath of a living person, could find out. If he couldn't find anything, that would be deceiving the messenger of the underworld, a crime to add to others. At that time, even that umbrella wouldn't be able to protect him. Stretch out your hand. Lin Ye was not polite and directly stepped into the role. The old witch squinted her eyes and extended her bony arm. It was covered in black corpse spots and some eerie blue patterns. Lin Ye extended 2 fingers, resting them on her pulse, even though he knew ghosts had no pulse. He pretended to feel for a moment. In reality, he was frantically scanning with the all-seeing eye. Analyzing deeply. Hidden ailments found. 1. Incomplete soul, left soul has been struck by lightning. 2. Backlash from Mengpa soup, long-term brewing of poison soup, her hand bones have been permeated by chronic toxins. 3. Obsession entanglement, waiting for someone who will never return. With this data, Lin Ye felt certain in his heart. He withdrew his hand, frowning deeply, and let out a long sigh. Alas! This sigh made the old witch's heart skip a beat. What? Do I have a terminal illness? She scoffed, clearly disbelieving. Not exactly. Lin Ye shook his head, then wrote a few words on the paper. But your hands. Don't they feel like they ache deeply at midnight? Like millions of ants are gnawing at your bones? The old witch's mocking smile froze on her face. The teasing in her eyes vanished in an instant, replaced by shock. This was the cost of brewing Mengpa soup. It was a secret. How could this human know? And your left shoulder. Lin Ye continued, his pace unhurried, but each word struck to the heart. You were struck by heavenly lightning 300 years ago, weren't you? Now, although it's healed, every time it rains, don't you feel one side of your body go numb and can't use any strength? The old ghost woman fell completely silent. If hand pain could be guessed, then the heavenly lightning from 300 years ago. This could not be a guess. This young man can truly see through her soul? At this moment, her gaze towards Lin Ye finally changed. No longer looking at an ant, but at a true master. Are you a doctor or a fortune teller? The old ghost woman's voice had a hint of caution. Traditional Chinese medicine focuses on observation, listening, questioning, and pulse-taking. Lin Ye calmly closed his notebook. I humbly confess, I have studied at Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital for a few years. I specialize in treating various difficult and complicated illnesses. Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital? The old ghost woman repeated the name, and her wrinkled old face suddenly became a bit strange. That despair conductor's territory? She clearly had heard of that place. In this area, the perverted director who wore a tailcoat all day and insisted on making ghosts dance the death waltz was well known. Hard to evaluate. Though also a fierce spirit, that elegant demeanor made the old ghost woman, a traditional kind, feel quite uneasy. Then my illness. She unexpectedly started to inquire about her condition instinctively, completely forgetting she originally came to cause trouble. It can be cured. Lin Ye gave a definite answer. But not now. The conditions in the car are inadequate, and... He glanced at the countless malicious ghosts still eyeing them outside the car. The environment is too noisy. It affects my treatment. The old ghost woman followed his gaze. She saw the group of ghosts that had become restless again because she had stopped walking. Understood. The old ghost woman nodded. She turned around to face the group of spirits. The kind old lady who was just asking for medicine, in the next second, instantly turned back into the terrifying gatekeeper of the ghostly realm. Shut up! The dragon-head cane in her hand slammed heavily down. Boom! A wave of black shockwaves swept out. The nearest dozens of fierce ghosts didn't even moan, but were directly knocked away, their souls scattering. Anyone who dares to make a sound again, I'll boil them into soup. The entire scene fell into an instant silence. Doctor! The old ghost woman turned around, her face again wearing a twisted smile that looked worse than crying. Now it's quiet. Please get in the car. Lin Ye stepped aside and made a gesture of invitation. This time, it was sincere. Because he knew, he not only made it through but also found the strongest bodyguard. The old ghost woman nodded in satisfaction, carrying her basket and getting into the car. As she passed by Lin Ye, she suddenly paused and stuffed something into his hand. Consultation fee. After saying this, she directly walked to the second row and sat down, deliberately avoiding the empty first row. Lin Ye looked down. In his hand, he had gained a piece of black, fragrant Mangpo's special cake, soul power abundant. After eating, greatly restores mental strength and permanently increases mental capacity by 10 points. Good stuff. Lin Ye secretively put away the cake. Then looked back outside the car. At this moment, because of the old ghost woman's addition, there were only a few empty seats left in the car. And outside, there were still thousands of ghosts. All right. Lin Ye raised the electric baton again, a cruel smile on his face. These empty seats shouldn't go to waste. Since everyone doesn't want to queue, then let's play a game. Chapter 066, Survival of the Fittest. Game? What game? The ghost crowd outside looked at one another. They feared the old ghost woman, but still longed for the empty seats in the compartment. After all, getting on this car meant avoiding the damned 18 layers of hell's security check, going straight to the end. This was the only shortcut. The rules are very simple. Lin Ye pointed to the 5 remaining empty seats in the compartment. Though there was room for more. But he intentionally left only 5. Survival of the fittest. There are 5 spots here. Whoever is the strongest, whoever is the most ruthless, can get on the bus. I only care about results. As soon as his words fell, it was like pouring cold water into a pot of hot oil. It completely exploded. The ghost crowd, which had some fear of the old woman ghost, lost their rationality upon hearing the words limited spots. Get away. This spot is mine. Blind fool, do you even deserve to ride the bus? Kill. Kill them all. A bloody fight broke out at the bus door. This time, it wasn't a chaotic rush to the door. Instead, it was a purposeful clearing. Several powerful C+ level ghosts started to work together to eliminate the weaker ones around. Tear, devour, trample. Black ghost blood stained the ground red. Screams echoed one after another. Lin Ye sat in his wheelchair, coldly watching this scene. It was as if he was watching a performance in a gladiator arena. TSK, TSK, TSK. It's truly ugly. Raising insects? Luo Yan looked at this scene, her eyes showing no pity, only rational analysis. She turned to Lin Ye, her tone calm. You've eliminated the weak, what's left are all bloodied elites. This will raise the danger level in the bus significantly. What's the benefit for us? What do you understand? Before Lin Ye could speak, the old woman ghost beside him spoke instead. The old lady was leisurely eating something from a basket that looked like internal organs, her eyes showing appreciation. This kid's heart is dark enough. This bus itself is a kind of screening machine. If we let the garbage squeeze in, it will not only dirty the bus but also drag down the whole vehicle's fortune. Only the fiercest ghosts are qualified to reach the final stop. Right, driver? The headless driver in the driver's seat said nothing. But it silently closed half of the bus door, leaving only a gap wide enough for one person. This was clearly an acknowledgement of this screening mechanism. 10 minutes later, the fighting outside finally came to an end. The ground was covered with a layer of remains that had lost their vitality, like a thick layer of bodies. Only 5 bloodied and fierce ghosts stood at the end. 1 berserker with half a head shaved off. 1 spider woman with 8 arms. And 3 shadowy figures whose faces were hard to see. They panted heavily, their eyes fierce, stepping over the corpses of their kind as they walked closer. We won. Can we get on the bus? They looked at Lin Ye, who was blocking the door. Although filled with killing intent, they still held back. Because they saw the old woman ghost sitting inside. They also saw Lin Ye's earlier Pythagoras palm and that terrifying electric baton. Of course. Lin Ye smiled slightly. Congratulations on passing the preliminary selection. Welcome to take the 444 Hell's Last bus. He turned sideways, opening the pathway. The 5 fierce ghosts streamed in one after another. While getting on the bus, they very cautiously avoided Lin Ye, as if he had some kind of plague. Even when passing by him, they unconsciously bowed their heads, showing submission. This was the treatment of the strong. In this world where the weak are meat for the strong, Lin Ye used his methods and that incredible trickery to carve out a position for himself as a big shot. Clang! As the last passenger boarded. The bus door, which seemed never to close, finally slammed shut. It isolated the cries of the ghosts outside. Next stop, Yin Yang intersection. The broadcast sounded. But this did not make anyone breathe a sigh of relief. Because everyone knew. This bus, filled with the most vicious ghosts, now had a danger level that had skyrocketed. Ha! Lin Ye let out a long breath, wiping the cold sweat off his forehead. After all, maintaining such a high-intensity disguise was a huge drain. He turned around, just about to return to his seat. Suddenly he discovered. That old woman ghost was staring at him intently. There was a deep and meaningful smile in her eyes. Young man. You acted well. But the next stop will not be so easy. She pointed to the deeper darkness ahead. There is the real hell. Chapter 067, Loaded and Departing. The bus cabin was very quiet. But it was a suffocating quiet, as if the air had solidified in this tin can. Adding to the 4 living people, Lin Ye and his friends, was a bus full of vengeful ghosts. This standard 35-person bus was now packed tightly. The air was filled with the stench of decay, the smell of burning, the fishy scent of water, and a fresh iron rust smell that could only be found in a slaughterhouse leftover from the recent fight outside the door. The 5 vengeful ghosts that boarded later were obviously not good news. Each occupied a corner, their malevolent aura even overwhelming most of the original passengers in the cabin. The beheaded berserker sat in the 3rd row, holding a severed arm that belonged to someone, making a crunching sound as if chewing on sugar cane, sending chills down people's spines. The spider woman with 8 arms not only took up space but also hung 4 of her legs from the ceiling, staring the hanged ghost sitting next to her into a tight ball, afraid of being wrapped up like prey. Even with the prominent figure of the ghost grandmother in charge, this blood-crazed group still could not control the surging malice within them. Greedy eyes scanned Lin Ye and the others from time to time. Like a pack of hungry wolves eyeing a roast pork. Gulp. Someone swallowed hard. In the silent bus cabin, it sounded especially jarring. What are you looking at? Zhao Chang was also desperate at this moment. Since they were on the sinking ship, they could only tough it out to the end. He tightly held the somewhat comical-looking earth sprayer, beads of sweat on his forehead, but his gaze was fierce like a wild boar protecting its food. If you stare again, I'll scoop your eyeballs out and soak them in wine. Believe it or not, I'll shoot you with 1 bullet? Surprisingly, his fierce demeanor, combined with the D-grade tool in his hand that indeed had an eerie presence, had some deterrent effect. The few ghosts curled their lips and looked away. In this closed space, no one wanted to be the bird that stood out first. After all, there was an old ghost sitting in front, picking her teeth. And that quarantine officer, who seemed even more inscrutable. Lin Ye sat in the wheelchair, closing his eyes to rest. But in reality, a corner of his omniscient eye was always open, monitoring every little movement in the bus cabin. The 5 newly arrived ghosts had an average level of B, and even that spider woman had already reached the threshold of B+ level. That was quite a force. If it exploded, the power would be absolutely astonishing. Lin Ye. Luo Yan leaned over, lowering her voice to ask. Was that move earlier really to filter? Otherwise? Lin Ye replied faintly without opening his eyes, too much garbage affects air quality. Luo Yan was taken aback. She looked at the fierce and terrifying ghosts around, then at Lin Ye's indifferent demeanor, and finally swallowed the words that were on the tip of her tongue. It's nothing. She stopped asking questions, gripping the dagger tightly, her body tense like a bow. The danger level of this bus now made even her, a seasoned investigator, feel a chill on her back. Every second felt like dancing on the edge of a knife. Time passed by, second by second. Outside the window, the rain seemed to be getting heavier. What began as a light ghost rain had now turned into a torrential downpour. And the color of the rainwater was wrong. It was not clear water, but black. The black rainwater hit the bus window, leaving streaks like ink, even carrying a faint corrosive quality, making the already unclear glass grow even murkier. The outside world had completely turned into a dark void. There were no streetlights, no buildings. Only endless wasteland and the occasional flicker of strange black shadows. Here, it was the real no man's land. No entry for the living, no stopping for the souls of the dead. Who? Suddenly, a blinding red light forcefully tore through the black rain curtain. It was an extremely ominous blood-red color. In this monotonous black and white world, it appeared exceptionally abrupt and horrifying. What is that? Li Xiaoming, who had been staring out the window, suddenly exclaimed. Everyone's attention instantly shifted towards it. In the depths of that dark rainy night, a red car was crashing through the waves. It was a red taxi. Its shape was very old, one of those Santana models from decades ago. The paint was red as if it was dripping blood. It sped through the torrential rain, moving so fast that it seemed impossible for that broken road to allow such speed. Whoosh! In the next second, that red taxi zoomed by like a flash of red lightning, making a sharp wind noise, directly overtaking the bus on its left. Too fast. So fast that even the afterimage was unclear. Swish! A huge splash rose over 3 meters high, crashing against the bus window with a loud bang. In that instant, Lin Ye's gaze, through the blurred rainwater and in the moment the car brushed past, caught a scene that made his pupils shrink. On the roof of the taxi, there was no vacant sign. Instead, a large black-framed portrait was adorned with white paper flowers. Was that a funeral wreath? And in the driver's seat, an old man in a burial suit, with a pale face, was holding the steering wheel with one hand and a cigarette with the other. In the fleeting moment of the two vehicles crossing each other, that old man's neck bizarrely twisted 90 degrees. A grotesque smile slowly cracked open on his dead face, revealing a mouth full of black rotten teeth. Then, he raised the dry hand and, through the car window, gently waved at Lin Ye in the bus. Creak! It was like the sharp sound of nails scraping against glass exploding in everyone's minds. Provocation? Or, an invitation? Before Lin Ye could react, that red taxi had already vanished into the darkness ahead, leaving only two blood-red taillights, like the eyes of evil spirits, flickering in the rain. Inside the bus, it was deathly silent. Even the fierce ghosts seemed to have tucked their necks, as if they had seen something extremely terrifying. That is... The old lady with her teacup trembled, spilling a few drops of black liquid. Ghost taxi. It seems this Yin-Yang road is not peaceful. The Yin-Yang road has arrived. The headless driver's dull voice sounded, timely interrupting everyone's thoughts. Ahead. At the originally dark end of the road, a layer of gray mist suddenly emerged. And at the entrance of the mist, a rusty iron road sign stood alone. Written in some dark red liquid, the words were crookedly scrawled. Yin-Yang intersection. Chapter 068, The Mortician. The cold rainwater fell like countless fine steel needles, madly stabbing at this red taxi speeding on the wasteland road. This was an old Santana that was close to being scrapped. The car's original red paint seemed particularly bright and eye-catching under the wash of rain. It was as if it had just been drenched in warm blood from head to toe. As the car shook, those red liquids seemed to still be slowly flowing, dripping onto the dark road, instantly swallowed by the darkness. On the roof, the sign reading taxi flickered on and off. It didn't emit a warm yellow glow, but a circle of pale deathly light, casting eerie shadows in the rain curtain. What was most spine-chilling was the front of the car. The place where the license plate was once hung is now starkly adorned with a black and white frame. Inside the frame, there is nothing but emptiness. Only the pale outline of a human face faintly appears. In front of the windshield, several white paper flowers are wildly swaying in the wind and rain. The petals have long been soaked by the rain, sticking to the glass like crying ghost faces. What kind of taxi is this? It is clearly a moving red coffin, crazily fleeing at the edge of the boundary between life and death. Cough cough, cough cough cough. From the driver's seat comes a raspy and dry cough. It sounds like rusty iron scraping against concrete, making one's teeth ache. An old man wearing a deep blue funeral suit is behind the wheel. His skin has a dead gray texture. It is covered with dark red corpse spots, one after another, like some disgusting mold. The old man's neck is twisted at a strange angle to the left, as if the vertebrae were already broken, barely connected by a layer of loose flesh. What he grips as a steering wheel is not the usual black plastic. It is a round ring made of bamboo strips and white paper, still holding unburned ashes. How far do we have left? The old man asks in a hoarse voice. His voice seems squeezed from deep within his throat, carrying a scent of decay. According to the compass's positioning, the target is 3 kilometers ahead. In the back seat, a figure dressed in a black raincoat, with their whole face hidden in the shadow of a hood, answers respectfully. In their hands, they hold a strangely shaped compass. The needle is spinning wildly, emitting a buzzing vibration. It is obviously because they are close to an extremely powerful supernatural source. Sir, this bus number 444. The man in black hesitates for a moment, unable to help but speak, his voice carrying a barely noticeable tremor. Although it is a legendary Class A forbidden vehicle, it is said that there are not only terrifying rules suppressing it, but also many fierce passengers frequently appearing. Isn't it too risky for us to forcefully cut into its route this time? Risky? The old man, referred to as the gravedigger, seems to have heard a huge joke. Ha ha ha. He lets out a series of dry laughs. His fingers, as thin as chicken claws, lightly tap on the paper steering wheel, creating a series of dull sounds, like tapping on a hollow coffin lid. Young man, you are still too young. The gravedigger slightly raises his head, looking at the man in black through the rearview mirror. In his eyes, there is only the white of his eyes, with no pupils, a sea of stark white permeated with dead silence. Do you know why the Redemption Society can still stand firm and even grow stronger despite being hunted by so many official organizations? Because we are greedier than ghosts, crazier than ghosts. Moreover, the gravedigger squints his fish-like eyes. His gaze pierces through the rain-soaked windshield, firmly locking onto the pitch-black curtain of rain ahead. For this operation, I have even activated this long-sealed blood-red spirit car. This car has consumed thousands of living people. Every vengeful soul that died in the car has become the fuel for its roaring engine. On the highway. In addition to that legendary ghost train which has been missing for many years. No one has ever run faster than it. The Undertaker's voice was filled with a sickly pride. He took a deep breath of the nauseating stench of decay in the vehicle, as if it were the most wonderful perfume in the world. Though the 444 bus is strong, it is public transport and must follow a set of tedious, rigid rules. It has to stop, pick up and drop off passengers, and is bound by its route. But we. The Undertaker suddenly jerked the steering wheel. The red taxi skidded dangerously across the slippery road, avoiding a lonely spirit in the middle of the street. We are free hunters. At that moment, a blood-stained intercom hanging below the rearview mirror suddenly crackled to life. Buzz zzz. After a piercing electric sound. Undertaker, report, position. A cold, commanding voice, echoing as if it carried its own resonance, came through. The voice was penetrating, not just in hearing, but as if it struck directly at the soul, sending chills down the spine. Hearing this voice, the once arrogant Undertaker instantly became incredibly humble. The fear ran deep in his bones, as if any slight disrespect would lead to immediate obliteration. He quickly grabbed the greasy intercom, leaning slightly forward in a submissive posture. Report, Vice President. I have locked onto the target. Currently less than 2 kilometers from the 444 bus. I can already smell that disgusting, orderly aura. Estimated contact in 3 minutes. Very good. The voice on the intercom was devoid of any emotion, like a cold machine. At all costs, intercept it. If it cannot be contained, destroy it. That puzzle must belong to our Redemption Society. We cannot let Bureau 749 or any other force get it first. Understood. The Undertaker nodded vigorously, even though the other party could not see him. The murderous intent in his eyes intensified, the once pale scara now veined with spider web-like blood vessels. Please rest assured, Vice President. I will make him understand what true despair means. Hanging up the intercom, the Undertaker slammed the accelerator to the floor. Hold on tight. He roared. Boom. The taxi's engine let out a monstrous roar. That sound was not merely mechanical, it was as if countless tormented souls trapped beneath the hood were screaming and wailing in unison. The exhaust spewed forth 2 icy blue flames, instantly igniting the water pooling on the road. The red car transformed into a streak of crimson lightning. In the dark curtain of rain, it left a long, brutal shadow, tearing through the air. With an unmatched momentum, it chased after the looming giant ahead. Chapter 069, Ghost Taxi. At this moment, inside the 444 bus, the dim yellow lights flickered uncertainly, and a faint smell of mold and rust filled the cabin. Lin Ye was leaning in the ticket collector's seat, eyes closed, resting. His fingers rhythmically tapped the handrail, as if he were deep in thought. Although the atmosphere inside the bus remained oppressively tense. The few newly boarded ghosts, a headless high school student, a drenched water ghost, a half-faced woman holding a baby, were stealing greedy glances at the living person in the bus. But under Lin Ye's earlier doctor-like psychological counseling intimidation, and the display of Taoist magic by Luo Yan just now, a subtle balance of terror was temporarily maintained in the cabin. Especially that escaping convict spirit. At this moment, it was obediently huddled in the corner of the last row. With its eyes full of resentment, it was fixated on Lin Ye's back, its fangs grinding ominously, yet it dared not make a move. Because just a moment ago, it truly felt the threat of death. This man sitting in the wheelchair, looking cultured and refined. When he said it was dying, that gaze was truly looking at a cold corpse. There was no fear, no disgust, only a calm and indifferent demeanor like that of an anatomist. Even it could smell a scent on the other person that made its soul tremble. That was a presence even more advanced than its own C+ level raging ghost, the aura of a fierce god. What's wrong? Lo Yan, who had been highly vigilant, saw Lin Ye suddenly open his eyes, his brows tightly knit, and immediately asked in a low voice. Her hand was still pressed against the satchel at her waist, where her talisman, the 5 Emperor's money sword, was kept. A rat is following us. Lin Ye said calmly, as if he were merely stating, "What is for dinner today?" He turned his head. Through the fogged and blood-streaked car window, he looked toward the dark curtain of rain behind them. In the vision of the all-knowing eye developer mode. On the road, which was originally pitch black and silent except for the sound of rain, suddenly appeared a red high-risk light point. That light point moved at an extremely high speed, far exceeding the limits of ordinary vehicles. It carried a strong malice and a smell of blood, like a red shooting star. It was visibly closing the distance to the bus at a rapid pace. Immediately, a row of bright red warning letters jumped on Lin Ye's retina. Warning, a strong source of rule disturbance is approaching. Target, Ghost Taxi, A+ level cursed vehicle. Affiliated Force, Redemption Association. Driver, Undertaker, a level mutated human/LV.45 Grandmaster. Special ability, Extreme Speed, Route Manipulation, Buy Life Money. Current intention, Intercept, Contain, Kill. LV.45, just one step away from entering the LV.46 Grandmaster, which is the so-called legend threshold? Lin Ye frowned slightly, his fingers gently pushing up his gold-rimmed glasses on his nose. In the power system of this world, corresponding to the eerie horror levels, humans have also divided their combat power into steps. LV.1-10 corresponds with Greycloth Wandering Souls, the struggle period for beginners. LV.11-20 corresponds with Whitecloth Vengeful Spirits, considered the seasoned ones. LV.21-30 corresponds with Redcloth Fierce Ghosts, the backbone of various organizations, commonly known as the Elite Tier. LV.31-40 corresponds with Redcloth Peak, gradually mastering the rules of the Ghost Realm, known as Masters. And LV.41-50 corresponds to the A-level Fierce Gods Master Tier. The Undertaker in front of him, at a whopping level 45, means he is close to reaching the pinnacle of humanity, just a step away from the legendary realm. Redemption Association? Lin Ye frowned again, his fingers gently adjusting his glasses. In this decade of eerie revival history, the name Redemption Association was simply synonymous with nightmares. These were a bunch of complete lunatics. They believed the eerie is the end of human evolution, considering that humans can only survive in the new world by actively embracing the eerie. To support this mad idea, they actively raised fierce ghosts and sacrificed living people. They even transformed their bodies into half-human, half-ghost monsters through evil surgeries. In the real world, they created countless shocking tragedies. Unexpectedly, their tentacles had even reached this S-class high-difficulty dungeon. And their first move was an A+ level cursed vehicle. What rat? The chubby Zhao Chang was huddled on the chair, trembling. Hearing Lin Ye's words, he instinctively looked back along Lin Ye's gaze. Damn! The next second, he let out a pig-like scream, nearly bouncing out of his chair. What is that thing? He saw, a few dozen meters behind the bus, a shining red taxi, like a mad dog, biting down and refusing to let go. Due to the proximity, Zhao Chang could even clearly see the hauntingly white halo on the roof. It looked like a dead person's eye blinking in the night. Even scarier was. Through the taxi's windshield, he could vaguely see an old man with a twisted neck sitting in the driver's seat. The old man was peering through the rearview mirror, revealing a chilling smile at them. His mouth was stretched wide, almost reaching his ears, exposing a set of yellow, broken teeth. Ghost taxi. Li Xiaoming also saw the scene, letting out a scream, his face as pale as paper. In folklore, encountering a taxi at midnight with hanging memorial photos and scattered paper money was specifically for taking the dead to the crematorium. Once the living got on, they could never get off again. Brothers in the live stream. I think I just saw my great-grandma waving at me. Zhao Chang shivered as he spoke to the camera, his voice tinged with a cry. Damn! That taxi looks straight out of the underworld. This isn't a taxi, it's clearly drifting like a hearse. Redemption Society? Isn't that the inhumane cult that was talked about in the news? That old man's head is almost falling off, and he can still drive? Lin Ye, look quickly. There's a memorial photo frame hanging in front of that car. It's not just a ghost taxi. Luo Yan's face instantly turned as white as a sheet, looking worse than when she saw a car full of vengeful ghosts. She stared fixedly at the red car, her voice trembling. Even her breathing became rapid. That is, the legendary blood-colored spirit car. The signature vehicle of the Redemption Society. The old man driving, if I'm not mistaken, should be one of the 4 elder members of the Redemption Society, codenamed Grim Reaper. As she spoke, Luo Yan closed her eyes in despair. It's over, utterly over. If it were a normal day, encountering such an A-level peak boss, I might have a small chance to escape. But in this bus, we're trapped like sardines in a can. In front is the Ghost Gate, an unknown horrific end. Behind is the Grim Reaper, the death chasing us. This is simply a dead end with no escape. The Grim Reaper, ha! Lin Ye, however, showed no signs of panic whatsoever. On the contrary, the corner of his mouth curled up into a meaningful smile. Interesting. Since he's here for a funeral. Then we'll see if this coffin of his is sturdy enough. At that moment, the taxi behind suddenly accelerated again. It didn't crash directly but slithered like a nimble snake, taking a strange S-shaped route on the road. The few white paper flowers on the front danced wildly in the wind, as if celebrating the imminent death feast. Then, a pale human face pressed against the bus's rear windshield. The distance between them was now less than half a meter. The Grim Reaper extended a blood-red tongue, greedily licking the back of the bus through 2 layers of glass. Then, he slowly raised his bony hand. Towards the people inside the bus, he made a slashing throat gesture.